Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Shenington for round 8 of the 2025 Club 100 Senior Sprints Championship. It is the nail-biting part of the season where we start to find out who's going to be taking home the big trophies at the end of the season. Here at this track, stunning scenes, very, very strong circuit for racing, good weather conditions as well. My name is Andrew Mather, and don't worry, I am not alone here today. Jacob Harris rejoins me in the commentary box. Jacob, good to be back sharing a box with you, ready to go for racing here at Shenington today.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this one, Andrew. Shenington is a fantastic venue, and as you can see from your shot, the sun is shining down on us, hopefully blessing us with a lovely Sunday's worth of racing. We've got clear skies predicted throughout the day, as the graphic suggests. There, Storm Amy has majoritively passed. Still high winds, as always, at Shenington, which will factor into the racing slipstream effect, as we mentioned in the Paddock show, which you'll see later on. Very much in play here. But first and foremost, Andrew, you need to have yourself a good driver in the seat of your kart.
Yeah, it looks like a simple track on a track map, but it's anything but. It is one of the old ladies of British karting. They've been racing here since pretty much the birth time of the sport, when karts first came over from North America to these shores in the late 1950s. This circuit that used to be RAF Edge Hill back in the day. They've been racing here since 1960. We've been racing here as Club 100 for probably about 6 years now, I want to say, since it broke onto the calendar just in the late 2010s. But as we say, this is the penultimate round of the season here today. So we've got here at Shenington, we've got Buckmore Park coming up. Very close in both of the championship scenarios in heavyweights and lightweights. So we'll be keeping on top of that as well as we can across the course of the day. Heavyweights run first, of course, as has been the normality so far this season. We've got a good mix of drivers who we know, a few returning faces as well, who we haven't seen in a while, and we'll be keeping on top of things through C2 and C3. Don't worry, you haven't missed any competitive action so far here today. We've had the test session, the half-an-hour test session has been completed earlier on this morning. Salvador Newman was fastest of anyone in that one, a 52.388, although I don't think Salvador is a heavyweight, so I don't think we'll see him running out in this one. Joe Holmes, not surprised to see, was towards the top of the timesheets, 52.702 for Joe. We had a little bit of a discussion with him during our little I wouldn't say it's necessarily a paddock walk, because we just kind of stayed in the pre-grid and the dummy grid, the prep area, but you'll be able to watch that later on today. And our championship leader seemed in good form earlier on this morning, Jacob.
Yeah, fairly confident with himself, quite happy with how his practice went, and so you should be when you're near the top of the timings like that. Apologies if you can hear the wind coming through
yes.
On the live stream. Certain cameras are picking up a bit more of a gale than was anticipated when we were setting up this morning.
It's not quite as bad as it was yesterday as well. I think a few people are feeling a bit tired from yesterday, because I think there were nearly 30-mile-an-hour winds here at Shenington for Saturday. Hello and to you in the comments as well. Hello to Rankin Racers, NOZ, Jack's Life in there as well. Greg Smith, morning Greg. Hope you're doing well. So if there's a particular driver that you are supporting, let us know in the chat. Let us know where you're watching from as well, whether it's here at the circuit, elsewhere around the UK or the world. We have got an international, I'm saying it, we have an international entry here today, particularly with a returning Joey Richardson over from Hong Kong, visiting family, and what better way to spend your time back in the UK than a bit of a Club 100 hack around Shenington.
Or just in general, even if you lived here, what better way to spend your Sunday afternoon, or Sunday morning in this case, for our heavyweights. That whistle you can hear will indicate what you can see on screen. Karts coming out on track, ready to get going with our racing today.
this early stage of the round. Everybody has a race from the front, the middle and the back. Vinod Hirani starts on pole position for this first heat of the day with Charlie Newman alongside. First of the C1s, those with the red plate, Steve Bosley starts on the inside of row 2 alongside Stephen Jennings. Matt Salmon starts on row 3 alongside Henry Lopez-Gracie. Joe Richardson returns to Club 100 action for the first time in many a year. Starts on row 4 alongside Sam Idles there. Paul Williams is on row 5 alongside Alex Pritchard. Stuart Kirk and Mike Bodner, two of the competitors in the super heavyweight category championship picture. They start on row 6. They're ahead of Jordan Hawkins and Richard Newton. Joe Holmes, championship leader, reigning champion, is in this first race. This is his from the back start there on row number 8, and then two novice C3s. Strong C3s though. Alexandros Guerrero and Ross Sandwell have both had class victories so far this season. Don't worry, you've not missed a race start, as is customary with the start of a sprints event. The first few laps are just given to the drivers as a bit of practice, Jacob, because not necessarily all of them have taken part in that 30-minute test session.
Yeah, there is a 30-minute pre-event test, but it's not mandatory. It's an optional extra, so everyone gets this 4 laps just to make sure you know which way the track goes. Because you could be turning up here for the very first time, and back when I raced myself, very much did turn up without having practiced certain tracks, and I need to know my lefts and my rights. But what a way to start the day, Andrew. This lineup of drivers that we've got in heat number 1, and I'm sure it'll continue throughout our heavyweight heats, but it's going to be a real insight, this one, as to how races develop around Shenington, how easy it is to overtake, where the overtaking spots are. We're going to see plenty of action, I'm sure.
Absolutely. There is Joey Richardson. I don't think I've seen or commentated on a race that Joey's been in. Let me go back here. I'm going to say BUKC Drivers' Championship 2015? Because he was on the grid when we were racing back in the BUKC. So he's emigrated out to Hong Kong. Does a lot of RC racing as well. I always remember as a race, they did a stunning move through Ashby Corner at Wilton Mill, went from first to first. And say this was pre-Alpha Live days of Club 100 and BUKC commentary. But no, great to have Joey back on the grid. As you say, Joe Holmes out in this one, racing from the back. We should mention at the top as well, no Anwar Barul Smith here today. So these racers will go down as Anwar's drops from the full 9-round championship, where everybody has 3 heats and a final in each of them. You have what our good friend Howard Mitchell likes to call 2 rounds worth of drops. So that's your worst 6 heats and your worst 2 finals. They can be split up and wherever across the course of the 9 rounds. For Anwar, he will of course use 3 of those 6 dropped heats and 1 of those dropped finals today, because he's not here at all. So we'll keep on top of that. Well, of course, there'll be more developments as we go towards Buckmore Park, Jacob.
It certainly doesn't mean the championship's over, though, Andrew.
No.
In dropping today's round, Anwar will then start to count a load of third places. So 3 third places in heats and a third place in an A final, which aren't bad results.
No.
They're not ideal. Obviously, at the minute, they are showing us dropped on the championship table, which shows that he's had better results. But it's not the end of the world, and we will see a championship battle at Buckmore Park. Joe Holmes, obviously, who we just seen coming back around to the back of this pack, perhaps after changing his card, still needs to do the business today.
No, it does indeed. If you want to keep up to speed with all the results and timing, results.alphatiming.co.uk/Club100/live. If you've got an extra monitor, an extra device to keep you up to speed. It'll be 7 minutes, of course, for all of these heats. No +1 lap, so I'll need to get myself used to that one again. That it's just on time, these heats. Good conditions as well. A few fluffy high clouds in the sky. Cool temperatures though. It's only about 11 or 12 degrees air temperature at the moment. Looks like we are ready to go then for this first heat of the day for Club 100 sprints. Round 8 here at Shenington is underway. It's a start for Vinod Hirani that I think I'll be reasonably pleased with. He leads into the first couple of corners. It wasn't the fastest start from our heavyweights. Oh, Hirani got a little bit crossed up there. And look at Joey Richardson. He hasn't lost it at all. He's already up to about 4th place. So they run 3 wide through and down towards Stratford Hairpin. At the moment, it looks like it's the 104 of Stephen Jennings who's come to the front of the field.
Yeah, great start from Stephen Jennings. He said that he got himself to the front. I can't remember if it was SP40 or SP60 yesterday, but he's got himself to the front of Heat 1 as well. He's got the 40 of Henry Lopez Gracie. And that's Joe Holmes wide, well wide of the tyre barriers. That's not where he wants to be on that one, Andrew.
No, not at all. So Joe's going to have some work to do here as we come round to complete the first lap. Jennings in that very distinctive all scarlet red helmet will be your leader at the end of lap number 1. It's the number 40 of Henry Lopez Gracie there, as here's an attack from Alex Pritchard. Alex Pritchard versus Joey Richardson. Richardson tries to fight to the inside there. It'll be to the advantage of Pritchard to the next corner. The seed of number 5 from last year's championship has got ahead now. Where is Joe Holmes in all this? Joe Holmes is currently 13th, so he can still work his way up. And I think that another problem for Joe Holmes is the fact that these other Prems are already in good track position. Meanwhile, side by side between Jennings and Lopez Gracie. Jennings holds onto it through the Bruno chicane. You'll see those high curbs there. High by Club 100 standards. They're a pretty standard curb for British owner racing, but it does almost have to. The drivers have to treat them almost as walls at times around this circuit. That's a nice move from Pritchard. Down the inside into the Wilkins complex, and a big point forward from Pritchard to say, let's go about getting the 2 leaders. Steve Bosley now runs 4th.
Yeah, Alex Pritchard, the red plate that's getting things done early on in this race, as up the inside of Joe Richardson there goes, I think that's the 68 of Ross Sandwell. So another place down for Joe. Joe seems to be struggling coming out of that final corner across the start-finish straight, not having quite the speed that he hoped for, leaving him vulnerable into turn 1. I think what we saw last time round, Andrew, was Henry Lopez Gracie giving Stephen Jennings the place back.
Right.
Looked like through the hairpin, coming out of the hairpin rather, they were side by side, and Henry kind of waved him through. Whether that was giving the place back or just saying you're better off going into the chicane first, let's not do it side by side. And it could well be that they're working together, because that both will know the quality of the field here. As there's more gesturing going on between the two of them there as well. I think that one was a little less friendly than the one before. Yeah,
an early Sunday morning discussion between the 2 leaders there that will mean Alex Pritchard will start to smell the opportunity for another heat victory through Pitts Bend down towards the Stratford corner. It's
yellow
the early,
out.
There are the yellow flags out down towards that part of the circuit, so no overtaking here. It's a bit of a barrier repair for the track furniture on driver's left. Back to green through this part of the circuit, through the Bruno chicane. Really important that you get a good exit from this part of the track. As Joey Richardson P5. We should remember as well, Joey very experienced in Club 100 competition, but not in the Rotax era. I suspect that Joey's either not had runs in the Rotax era before, or very limited ones. He more raced back in the old TKM days. That seem quite a few years ago now. 3 1/4 minutes of this race to go. It's the top 4 at the front of the field. Jennings, Lopez Gracie, not in that order anymore though, because Pritchard's got through and into 2nd place. Steve Bosley's still there, P4. Joe Holmes meanwhile has got up to 8th place. You can just see him there on the rear bump with the number 10 of Sam Idles. It's a decent run for Joe Holmes at the moment, but he'll want to get further up the order, Jacob.
Yeah, really good stuff this from Alex Pritchard. Grid 10 to be 2nd place, and certainly I'd imagine gunning for the lead over the remaining 2.5 minutes. Really positive performance for him as well, including the consideration of who else is in this race. As to the inside he goes, under braking, slides up the inside. Jennings is going to lose out to Henry Lopez Gracie as well, I think. Yes, he does. So it's Pritchard, Lopez Gracie and Jennings as we cross the line. A few penalties coming in this race. Racing under yellows as Lopez Gracie goes to back down the inside of Pritchard to try and retake the lead of this race. We'll come back to that penalty count in a few moments' time. Pritchard will have the advantage through Pitts Bend. Who will have the run down to Stratford? Pritchard defends, but does he go a little bit too deep and wide? There's going to be a cutback here for Henry Lopez Gracie. They'll be side by side again as they run towards the Bruno chicane.
That's a tight part of the course, chaps. Pritchard's going to win out in that battle. Very quick rundown of those penalties. Sam Iddles racing under yellows. Joe Richardson racing under yellows. Ross Sandwell overtaking under yellow. So Sandwell's going to drop back. I think Charlie Newman's had an ABC bump and pass from earlier on in the race. 1 minute and 33 seconds of this one to go. Pritchard remains your race leader, but having to defend here. It's a circuit. It's quite high speed in places, Shenington, with those long straights. It is a bit of a headwind down the park straight as well that starts this lap, so it'll be difficult for anyone to lead out a train here today. Nearly 3 wide as they go through the Stratford corner. It's been a good race so far, Jacob.
Yeah, excellent stuff between these 4 at the front. Be interesting to see what happens over the remaining lap or 2. We're getting towards the business end, and Stephen Jennings has made his way up into the lead. He was 3rd as we started this lap. He's been making moves, though, in the first half of Shenington circuit.
He has indeed. I tell you what, though, all of this battling is playing into the hands of Sam Iddles and Joe Holmes. There he is, all of a sudden, Joe Holmes on the back of this train. It's now 6 drivers fighting for the lead. This will be the last lap. 38 seconds remaining on the clock. Joe Holmes trying to get down the inside of Steve Bosley there. He's up to P5. Needs a bit more than that, really needs to be getting, I would say, top 3s today with how the points are lying, even with the absence of Anwar Barul Smith, down towards Stratford corner once again. In fact, I think Holmes has lost out another position there to Sam Iddles. There's other drivers coming into play. Joe Richardson, Matt Salmon's having a good race in the super heavyweights. Meanwhile, back at the front, Jennings still leads from Pritchard, from Lopez Gracie, then Bosley, then Holmes. Holmes has got to get this move done here for P4. He's had a contact warning for his troubles out there. Pritchard, will he try and do the move down the inside? No, Jennings has that covered off. Stephen Jennings off the final corner. This has been a great race to start things here at Shenington. Stephen Jennings will take race victory. Pritchard P2, Lopez Gracie P3, Bosley, Iddles and Holmes in your top 6. We've got to move pretty quickly though. The whistle has already gone. Heat 2 is up next.
Here we go then for heat number 2. 4 warm-up laps to come, but starting on pole position at the end of them will be Matt Jones, Andy Hicklin alongside him on row 1. Adam Nather and Miguel Hall are an all C1 row 2 with Scott Parker also in C1, starting in 5th. Tom Edwards is 6th place, he's a C2. Rupert Rickson and Marcel Chimleski are in 7th and 8th. We got Tim Penny starting in 9th. 10th will be super heavyweight green plate Aaron Jones. 11th and 12th are Vijay Patel and Sam White. Then we've got Lenny Wood starting 13th overall. Mikey Nichols is yet another C1 in this race. He starts 14th. George English and Rob Turner are row 8. And then Nathan Biddle rounds out the grid of 17 for heat number 2.
Absolutely. A good run yesterday for Mikey Nichols in the SP60. Had some race wins. Public service announcements. There's going to be a few of these today. Tuesday night, CLUB100 iRacing. First round of a new season gets going. We still have some spaces. Not many spaces. But we still have some spaces available on the grid. So this is a competition open to anyone with a racing history in CLUB100 or the BUKC. You can be a current driver in BPEC, that makes you eligible. You can be a member of a BUKC affiliated motorsport society, the way I put this one. If you're part of the University of Birmingham Motor Racing Club, you're eligible. If you're part of UB Racing, the former student team, you're not. And also if you hold a motorsport esports license, including the free one, you are eligible for the competition, as long as you are 13 years of age or over, because we have to comply with iRacing's terms and conditions. Why should you do this, I hear you ask? Well, the prize, once again, for winning the championship in the Premier class, the Clubman class, and the Intermediate class, is a free race in SP40 North or the Experience Senior Championships next year. That's worth up to £275. The entry fee for the whole season is 30 quid. We would do 5 races in the MX-5, which is a free car on iRacing, and 5 races in the GT3 machinery. All of the races are broadcast live I'll be over on the Double Dash Motorsport Media channel on Tuesday night. And we're pretty much running every 2 weeks from this Tuesday through to the end of February, apart from Christmas week. So it's nice and easy to remember. Tuesday nights, starting this week with the MX-5. A fortnight on, we'll have the first GT3 race, and so on and so forth, all the way through the 10-round championship. As I say, we've had lots of entries coming in already. I think we've already got up to about 36 drivers on the grid for Tuesday night. We can take up to 50. And to those who were regulars last year, were like, oh no, I'll get entered. Yeah, I'll get onto it. I'll do it on Monday night. No, do it now. We've got a lot of new drivers coming in this year. And a lot of interest from other parts of the championship. So if you're laying back going, oh, I'll give Andrew his 30 quid on Monday night. No, do it, because you might miss out. We've got less spaces left than regulars who signed up last year. So if all of the regulars who haven't signed up try to sign up now, about 3 or 4 of them are going to miss out. So if you want to be on the grid for Tuesday night, we'll be racing at Navarra in the MX-5s. Do it. Do it now. Get your entries in. Head across to thesimgrid.com /communities /Club100 Racing. All of the details are on there.
I'll ignore the fewer mistake that you made in the middle of that, Andrew. Quite the entry criteria as well.
A wide entry criteria.
Basically, if you're a friend of JV, you can enter.
Yeah, pretty much. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And as long as you're 13 of 8, we've had a few cadets see if Jacob Underhill wants to race, but it's like, no, you are too young. It's not allowed, and you shouldn't be on iRacing yet if you're under the age of 13. Anyway, this second heat for the heavyweights, Matt Jones will start from pole position. Andy Hicklin alongside. Interested to see how Adam Naffer gets on in this race. Jacob, very experienced driver who's come through the BUKC, of course.
Yep, there he is on the left-hand side, second of all. Scott Parker in behind him as well. He's a pretty decent driver. Let's see how they get on in this one. It's away we go into turn 1. Matt Jones makes a fantastic start, as does Naffer and Scott Parker. We got drivers around. That's the 15 of Tom Edwards. Left-hand side of the grid away a lot better than the right-hand side there, Andrew.
Yeah, it's all stacked up a little bit on that anti-pole side of the grid, down towards Stratford for the first time. Jones leads. Looks like they're just about all getting through the Stratford hairpin cleanly on this first lap towards the Bruno chicane. Through the chicane they go. It's been a decent start for Adam Naffer, up to second place already. Oh, but we've put the curse to the commentator. There it is, first one of the day. That's what happens when Adam Naffer doesn't give us Jaffa Cakes. He's fallen down the order. One driver who has given us the Jaffa Cakes this morning, Tim Penny, is up to P2.
Yeah, so it'll be Parker, Penny and Jones, I think, across the line. Miguel Hall's there in 4th place. Marcel Chmielewski, our current leader in C2, is up in 5th place as well. Yeah,
Chmielewski's had a really, really good season. It's looking odds on for the C2 title. We'll be looking to continue the good form today. That's a bit close between Mikey Nichols and the number 8. Coming through from the back of the grid, the 23 of Vijay Patel. The other half of that dance off of Pitts Bend. Through the Bruno chicane once again.
Yeah, I can see a train of karts already developing at the front of this one, whether or not it includes Mikey Nichols, who's making a move there on Sam White, I think. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if those two at the front can maintain that gap. Or, well, I think it will depend on how this little battle goes between 3rd, 4th and 5th, Matt Jones, Miguel Hall and Marcel Chmielewski, because you tend to get bunches of karts around Shenington, that slipstream effect being really, really powerful, and if you can stay with the kart in front of you roughly on pace, if you got within a tenth or 2 of them, typically the slipstream helps you make up that extra tenth or 2 and stay in contention. To the inside goes Miguel Hall. He wants to make sure he stays with those lead pair. Let's see who's into the chicane first of all. Miguel on the inside and makes the move, so he'll be looking to close right up to Parker and Penny's getting a little push out of that corner from Matt Jones, who he's just displaced, as Parker and Penny look content to be working with each other and build a gap, Andrew.
Yeah, doing the spot-on tactics here, in my opinion, Jacob, of pushing away, getting that gap, Matt Jones is going to have to work hard over this next lap. Well, he's lost third place now to Miguel Hall. Jones to the inside of Kirillevsky. Rupert Rickson in this fight as well, one of the drivers who moved up from the C3 category to C2 last year. He's having a good race to start the day at Shenington. Kirillevsky's got through past Matt Jones. That was a move finished just through Cafe Corner in front of one of the new grandstands here at Shenington. But look at the gap, and this is exactly what you were saying there, Jacob, about if you start fighting here at Shenington, you could lose a lot of time very quickly. That gap between Penny and Hall, it's not that long ago we were talking about 5-6 tenths, weren't we? Now, nearly 1.5 seconds.
Yeah, you saw in the first heat, there's a train of 6 or 7 karts. Joe Holmes eventually jumped onto the back of it, Sam Idles as well. These two are, I'm pretty sure, working together. Tim Penny's not even having a look. See, barely even thinking about diving up the inside. He's content to follow Scott Parker. He's confident in Scott Parker's pace. Tim's set the fastest lap of this race, but 4 thousandths of a second behind is Scott. So I think they're both happy to, for the next minute or two at least, drive around at the front, build that gap, and then fight it out when they're safe to do so.
Yeah, absolutely. And meanwhile, the drivers in the second group are continuing to fight, so that'll be to the advantage of our lead pair at the moment. Just looking further down the order, Adam Naffer is up to 10th place, trying to recover back through. It's 3.3 seconds behind the next group with Vijay Patel and Sam White. There's been a change once again. Kirillevsky has got through past Hall. Yes, Kirillevsky has got through and up into third place. So right now, this is going to be another really positive result for the C2 points leader. When we're talking about C1, C2, C3, those are the 3 graded classes with a yellow flag out there just at Cafe Corner. Not quite sure what that is for at this stage. As down the inside goes Penny. Penny takes the race lead. And we're beyond the yellow flag zone there by the looks of things to me. Tim Penny has decided that now is the time to go and lead this race. So the red plates are drivers, C1s, the drivers with proven race-winning records in previous years of Club 100. The blue plates, the C2s, they're on their way up. They've got a bit of experience, a fair amount of experience in some cases, and they've got that competition to fight for. Essentially, if you win C2 in 2026, you will be a C1. And the C3s, those are the novices, similar to how you have on a rookie license or on a novice plate in owner racing, starting these races from the back, not having to get fully involved with all the back and forth in the middle of a pack. And we've seen many drivers be able to move up from C3 into C2, even into C1 in years gone by. And of course, the green plates in this class as well for those super heavyweights, Jacob.
Yeah, I think I'd be in that category if I was to make my racing return at this point. Unfortunately, retirement food has been good to me, as we get a little shot there of the repairing of the barrier, which looks to be finished, so we should get a full racing lap as Scott Parker thinks about racing into the final corner, thinks better of it as Tim Penny leads us round for, is this going to be the final lap?
Yeah, I think it will be. Yeah, 43 seconds on the clock, and they're currently doing 53-second laps. There has been a penalty handed to Mikey Nichols, I think, for displacing some of the tyres, hairpin tyres. So that'll have been on the outside of Stratford hairpin, most likely. Here's your fight for the race lead. Penny sits to the middle of the road. Parker, no way through there for the driver of the number 14. That was well defended by Penny.
He had a look into the final corner last time round, though, Andrew. I'd imagine he'll not be on his mind now as we come out of the chicane for the final time. Is he going to be close enough? I don't think he is. There's a kart length between them. Take a hell of a late braking to dive up the inside there. And yes, Tim Penny controls the race now, rounds the final corner, short run to the line, and Tim Penny wins heat number 2. Scott Parker, second place. Third for Marcel Chimleski. Miguel Hall comes in 4th. Mikey Nichols 5th, but he does have that penalty. We're moving swiftly on.
We are
number
indeed.
3.
Yeah, power of the Jaffa Cakes has worked. They'll power us through in the box, through to heat number 3. So, heat number 3 out next. Let's take a look through the grid for this one. These are all drivers. It's the last time that we'll talk about first races for some of our competitors in heavyweights. Giles Coke has pole position for this one. Kurt Holmes has his from the front start in here in heat 3. Starts P2. Sam Pike and Stephen Westwood, they go from row 2. Paul Jennings, Joe Wright, they're on row number 3. Matthew Cooper and Luke Phillips, they'll start on the 4th row of the grid for this one. Alexander Lammin shares the 5th row of the grid with the sole super heavyweight in this race, Jake Hicklin. Adam Hadfield and Gerard Moore go from row 6. And a returning to Club 100 action, Sam Pooley, BUKC Nottingham Trent driver back in the day, starts on row 7 alongside Dan Gokart. Kieran Hyde Moody is the last of those either in C1, C2 or super heavyweights. He starts 15th. 2 novice C3s in this class. Oliver Hall starts 16th. Tony McCastro 17th.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing how Mr. Pooley does in his graduation from BUKC to senior Club 100 sprints. He, for me, Andrew, is one of the top tier drivers that we've had in the BUKC over the past decade. And whilst some drivers we see come from BUKC into sprints have a little bit of an adjustment period, I think he's got the talent to make an impact right away.
Absolutely. Starts this race from 13th. We're talking classes there, C1 down to C3 and super heavyweight. Just another little public service announcement for the iRacing category. Similar kind of system in that one. Premiers, Aliens class. People with really high I ratings or very, very strong performances in previous years in the Club 100 I Racing. Clubman for fast but not quite alien speed. Intermediates for those developing more casual races, and then we have a rookie class as well for those who are, in most cases brand new to iRacing. Rookies can move up to intermediates partway through the season if their performance is shown. As I say, it's those top 3 classes that have the competition for the prize drives, and also at least top 3 in each of those 4 categories can win iRacing credit for good performances across the whole season. So the top 3 in the standings come the end of the season have a share of a prize pot that is ever growing, because the more drivers on the grid, the bigger the prize pot gets. So as I say, we've got about 36 drivers I think on the grid for Tuesday night at the moment. 14 places remaining, and there were more than 14 regulars from last year on my list of why have you not entered yet. One of them has got a good excuse. Tim Penny, his works have gone a bit crazy recently, so I don't think we'll see Tim on the grid for next week. But if you have been thinking about it, get your entries in now. All the details over on the DDMM social medias. Let's have a quick check-in with the YouTube comments as well. Hello to Anthony Milloy, who's watching from Sydney, Australia. Great to have you with us, Anthony. Zach Watson asks, can they make another iRacing series using the Formula cars? If there's the interest for it, Zach, and there's the people willing to help organise it, yeah, that is something that we can look at for the future. We did used to have the Formula cars as part of the iRacing Championship, but it got a little bit shunty, so we dropped it. We should mention as well, the Championship has full stewarding as well. It has support from the Sim Staff organisation, so thank you once again for their support in running the Championship. Oh, now was that someone pulling off to driver's right, Jacob, just out of Stratford hairpin?
Certainly an interesting line, Andrew. I'm not quite sure what's happening there. I'm having a look out the window now. I know the testers are around.
That's true.
Might have been Sam Taylor.
I think it was, yeah. 3 testers out at the moment, making sure that the parity of the fleet is maintained. Hello to Matthew Swanston. I think he's cheering Joe Wright on in this race, starting from the 3rd row of the grid. But looking good here, Jacob. Good chance this for Kurt Holmes to get some points on some of the Championship rivals. No Anwar here today, and Joe Holmes hasn't had his best results in the first heat. Yeah,
Alex Pritchard in contention for that 3rd place in the Championship, and had a very good start to his day. Let's see how Kurt gets on with his start. Away we go. Kurt's got his hand in the air and goes to the outside. He's just about going to hold position, I think, with the inside at the next corner. But it's a great start from our pole man, Giles Coke, as well as he leads the pack now away from Kurt Holmes. He's got a decent gap already, Andrew.
Yeah, good start there for Coke. Bit of a wrestly moment down towards the hairpin for Sam Pooley. Can see him sticking out with that bright red number plate on the front of his car, but it's the number 35 leading from the 2, 52, 47, 36. Coke from Holmes, Pike, Westwood and Jennings, so pretty stable off the start of this race. Giles Coke checks left, checks right, tries to see where Kurt Holmes is. Kurt Holmes is a bit far back there. That'd be brave to go for the move through that part of the course this early in the race. There is Sam Pooley in the blue suit with the flashes of fuchsia on the side, as Kurt Holmes has a little look for the lead there, Jacob.
Yeah, thinking about it, isn't he? Let's see, coming down into the hairpin, if there's anything doing. Contact warning for Sam Pooley, who we saw getting a 2 for 1 there, down into the final corner. Eyes on the lead though. If we can switch to that camera just a little further ahead, we've gone to the battle at the back, which is absolutely raging at this point. Everyone jostling for position. Indeed, there Kurt Holmes has taken the lead of this race.
Good morning to Noah in the chat. For any timings, head across to results.avaltime.co.uk/club100 or head onto the Instagram page. The schedule for today's racing is in the stories on there. 5 minutes and 15 seconds of this race to go then. Over the line, confirmed new race leader. Kurt Holmes leads from Giles Coke. The number 52 of Sam Pike there in third place, having a decent season. As up the inside, that is a good scrap. Is that Dan Grocott going for a move in the number 18, possibly? Started this lap in 12th place. Yes, just got past Kieran Hyde-Moody there for 11th.
Yeah, so we've got a band of C2s in behind Kurt Holmes, and Kurt Holmes isn't running away with it just yet. As I said this in previous heats, the slipstream is quite powerful here, and if Giles Coke can stay somewhat attached to Kurt's rear bumper, you will see the full benefit of that. Although, just as I say that, Kurt seems to have taken that chicane a lot better, and has a couple of kart lengths now between him and the 35 behind Sam Pike. Having a look, see if there's a way around the 35. Another former BUKC racer in Sam Pike is Sam Pooley. The other former BUKC racer goes to the inside of turn 1 on Paul Jennings and is through into 4th place.
Is indeed. There's been a penalty come in for Gerard Moore, forcing a driver wide. The good old Fernando Alonso rule of always you have to leave the space. That is not what Gerard Moore did on that occasion. So that will be a demotion down at the final race order. At the moment, Gerard Moore running in 15th place. Yellow flags are out there for a little bit of tyre replacement once again. I think Tony Lacastro is the latest driver to have had an unscheduled meeting with the track furniture on corner exit from the Stratford hairpin there.
Yeah, forcing the driver wide, Andrew, is quite easy to do. We'll see Pooley go up the inside now of Sam Pike. The next corner is left hand side. If they're still side by side here, yeah, Sam Pike is forced onto that curb and wide off the track, and Pooley will pick up a penalty. Luckily for him, he's got the job done beforehand. Also coming down into the hairpin, we've seen a couple of more penalties coming through, and these yellow flags for repairing the hairpin tyres. Once again, if you're side by side on exit through there, which is why we see a lot of drivers try for the switchback rather, you could be forcing someone into that barrier. As up the inside again goes Pooley, and again gets the job done before the exit of the corner. If you don't get the job done before the exit of the corner, you are very much liable for that forcing driver wide. Yeah, that was a great move there from Sam Pooley, cutting to the inside late on to get his braking right, hit the apex and take second place away from Giles Coke. Luke Phillips is the latest to receive the wrath of the race officials. Racing under yellow, that's what RUY stands for. That most likely will have again been down at the Stratford hairpin. New fastest lap of the race has gone in from Sam Pooley, 53.037. Kurt Holmes 1.1 ahead. I've still got a good number of laps remaining in this race. Sam Pooley's going to have to do the work on his own right now. He's not got full support from those three C2 drivers, Jacob, directly behind. We saw another racing and the yellows penalty come in there for Gerard Moore. We did. Typically, what happens when you see a couple of those come in at the same time is drivers have set their fastest lap whilst there's a yellow flag out on track, which indicates they probably haven't slowed down as much as they should have, or at least they haven't slowed down to anywhere near the levels that suggest that you're taking pace out of the kart, especially not if you're faster than you've been on every other lap at this stage of the race as well. Admittedly, if you first lap, you're going to set your fastest lap of the race. Yeah. But we are, what now, 6 laps in. If you're setting your fastest lap whilst there's yellow flags out, you haven't slowed down sufficiently. And also, a lot of the individuals out on circuit who you see putting the tyres back, those are our observers out on track. We've both done that role, Jacob. Sometimes you could just tell, whoa, someone came into the corner a little bit too quick whilst I was putting those tyres back. That can be one of the calls as well. For drivers out on circuit. Side by side in the battle for third place, Koch and Pike. Jennings in there as well, as Pike finds himself in the tyres on driver's right hand side through the Bruno chicane. Felt like he was encouraged into that from his opinion. Will be able to get back on circuit, but loses all of the hard work that he's done up to this point. And look at Alexander Lamin coming through now as well. Has just picked up a contact warning in recent. Sorry, no, it's Adam Hadfield. Apologies. Lamin's in there as well in the white helmet and the black suit, but it was Adam Hadfield who actually caught my eye with his blue and yellow lid starting to charge through. He's up to 5th place. It's the last lap, Andrew, and Sam Pooley is right on the bumper of Kurt Holmes. There's a bit of a gap as they came through over the start-finish line, but I think the slipstream effect will have pulled Sam Pooley right in, and he's got one chance, Andrew, one chance going into the last corner. Kurt Holmes knows he's there and has already gone defensive. Sam Pooley goes round the outside. Can he make it work? Got to be late on the brakes. He's very late on the brakes, but he's very wide, Andrew, and the grip just isn't there for Sam Pooley to go around the outside. Kurt Holmes holds on and will win this heat. Yeah, that was a move that for Sam, I think that would have worked in the middle of July, but not in early October. Good go though. Kurt Holmes takes heat 3. Sam Pooley, Paul Jennings, Giles Koch, Alexander Lamin in the top 5. Hadfield, Cooper, Westwood, Wright, Grocott all in the top 10. Phillips, Moore, Hall, Hicklin, Hyde, Moody, LaCastro and Pike will take us down to 17th place. That's everybody with one heat done. Let's head into heat round 2 immediately. The 4th heat is up next. Here we go then, heavyweight heat number 4, no warm-up laps for this one. We are going straight in, and here is your grid. Joe Holmes starts this one on pole position, and that is reversed grid for his first heat. Lenny Wood is alongside him in second. Stuart Kirk will be third. That's 2 super heavyweights in second and third, with Mikey Nichols, another C1 in fourth. Then it's another super heavyweight in 5th with Mike Bodner. Miguel Hall is another C1 in 6th. Super heavyweight again in 7th place in Matt Salmon. Matt Jones is the first of your C2 non-super heavyweights. Charlie Newman as well as super heavyweight in 9th. Adam Nather will be hoping that he does a lot better than his first heat. He starts this one in 10th with the impressive Alex Pritchard in 11th. I'm afraid I missed who was 12th, Andrew. I think it's Rupert Brixton.
He was indeed, yeah.
Paul Williams 13th, 14th Tom Edwards. Sam Iddles is 15th, Nathan Biddle 16th and 17th. And last, Alexandros Guerrero.
Another good field here. Joe Holmes has had his from the back of the grid start. What can he do here for his from the front of the grid start? Good number of C1s in this race. It's just how the draw is shaken out here today. Once again, it will be 7 minutes for the drivers to get more points on the board. Remember, these heats do count towards the championship as well. Eyes on the lights. Holmes has gone pretty quickly. I think there was a slight delay there for Stuart Kirk from 3rd place on the grid, but we are racing. 7 minutes is underway. Good start for Mikey Nichols. I think Mikey Nichols may already be up to 2nd place. Miguel Hall has also had a good start. Lenny Wood going wheel to wheel with him for 3rd place. Down towards Stratford once again. Pritchard on the inside of Mike Bodner there. So Pritchard's had a positive start as well, Jacob. Looks to have already gained 3 or 4 positions.
Yeah, he had 10th in the last one, I believe, and was up to about 4th place after lap 1. He's at 11th in this one. I think he might be up to 5th, Andrew. Really impressive couple of first laps from Alex Pritchard, but even more impressive with this gap that we've got out front already. It's going to be some task for the likes of Pritchard to catch up with Joe Holmes and Mikey Nichols in this one.
It is indeed. Let's see what the gap is at the end of this first tour of the circuit. It's, well, nearly 4/10 for Holmes over Nichols, Hall, Wood, Pritchard. That's your top 5. Stuart Kirk, Mike Botnam, Matt Salmon, Charlie Newman. Lots of super heavyweights in this one. This could be quite an important race for where they all end up. Remember, all of these results from the heats are tallied up to set the grid to the finals. That's Pritchard down the inside of Wood, so Pritchard takes 4th place on the road. Wood still is your top super heavyweight. So once everybody has completed their 3 heats, they'll be put into points order. Top drivers, they go straight into the A final. The ones in the middle, they'll go into the B. The ones towards the bottom of the order, they'll go into the C final. And there are repechage spots as well, so you can work your way up from a C final all the way through to an A final. Matt Salmon down the inside of Stuart Kirk there, going through and taking at least 1 position. So that's Matt Salmon now in 8th place. Adam Naffer in the middle of all of that as well, and I think Adam Naffer is keen to get on with things here after a difficult first heat of the day, Jacob.
Yeah, he's making good progress through the pack. Alex Pritchard showing him the way. We've got the number 10 of Sam Huddles there as well, who factored in heat number 1, looking to get the undercut on the exit of the hairpin, and I think he has. I think he'll be on the inside going into the chicane. Yeah, there he is, taking that spot off the number 38 of Charlie Newman. So C1's making their way to the front of this one. Adam Nather still has 2 drivers to dispatch if he wants to make it 5 C1s at the front of this. And you can see just ahead of them, Alex Pritchard is trying to catch up with this lead trio of Holmes, Nichols and Hall, who are pretty much as they were, or as they have been since the start of this one. Up inside goes Adam Nather to take 6th. He's just got Lenny Wood in between him and the other C1s that make up the top 4.
The trouble is, I think for Adam Naffer, is once he gets past Lenny Wood, if he gets past Lenny Wood, he's then got a big gap up to Alex Pritchard, who similarly has a big up to Hall, Nichols, Holmes. Pritchard's a bit isolated right now. He's doing good lap times, but it's very, very difficult around this circuit. Probably one of the most difficult circuits on the calendar, that if you're on your own and you can see a group of more than 1 driver up ahead of you, to have the pace to pull them back whilst they'll be working together, it's really, really hard around this particular circuit. 3.5 minutes to go. Joe Holmes leads. Mikey Nichols keeping him honest here, though. Jacob, you know, it's the fastest driver on circuit, sitting in the toe of Joe Holmes right now. So the reigning champion not galloping away with this.
Mikey Nichols will certainly be having to think about where he might be quicker, where he might be better on the brakes, what lines Joe Holmes is taking. There's 3 minutes left of this one, so it's around about the time where you start to think, okay, maybe it's time I make a move for this one. You don't want to be leaving it till the last lap when people can just go defensive for a lap and see you as wide. There goes the 15 of Tom Edwards, but holds it together. But yeah, he's going to be thinking, you know, where can I make my move and when in the next, probably in the next 2 laps, I'd imagine. Obviously, it's a tall order to keep someone as good as Joe Holmes behind you for the remainder of the race once you've made that move, but it's probably an even taller order to pass him on the last lap.
Indeed. Just to note, decent recovery actually from Tom Edwards, because we saw Tom Edwards facing at least partially the wrong direction on the first lap, so Edwards now back part of the pack and up to 12th place through Stratford once again. Holmes continues to lead this one. I think Joe Holmes is now starting to turn the pace up a bit. Of course, with these Club 100 karts, you can't really change anything at all in terms of, it's not like owner categories where you might have a little bit of a carb adjustment or play around with the tyre pressures and plan for them to come on a little bit later on in the race. These karts are all engineered and built to the same specification. The Birla chassis, the Dunlop tyres and the Rotax engines. Pretty much the only thing that you can do, and you wouldn't want to do it at this stage of the race, is just put your hand over the radiator to warm the engine up a bit. As I say, sometimes you'll do that out of the pits on a formation lap or a practice lap, but you wouldn't necessarily be doing that with 1.5 minutes of these races to go. Holmes checks over his shoulder. Nichols is still there in 2nd place, and Miguel Hall ready to pick up the pieces of anything that may present itself to him. All of the C1s, by the way, have got through and have locked out the top 6 positions. So NAFA up to 5th place, and NAFA and Middles, I think, are actually having quite a good battle for 5th place out there. This is all the super heavyweights, and Tom Edwards in there as well. Has Tom Edwards got past Rupert Rickson? I wonder. We'll see if that's confirmed in a few moments' time. But last lap board will have been out there. Jacob, good gap at the moment for Joe Holmes. He's looking in control of this one.
Yeah, over that crucial period of the last 2.5 laps or so, he's had a good half car at least length gap back to Mikey Nichols, which just puts him off thinking about making a move. And if anything now, Miguel Hall is the one who'll be thinking about a late lunge somewhere. It is the last lap, so it is the last chance saloon down into the final corner as the super heavyweights continue to battle it out over 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th, and the C2s behind them get involved as well. 15 to the inside, that looked quite forceful from Tom Edwards, but doesn't make up the place as Joe Holmes rounds the final corner. There hasn't been any changes in the order, so as it was at the end of, I think, lap 2 this one, Joe Holmes wins, Mike Nichols 2nd, Miguel Hall in 3rd. Alex Pritchard's had a bit of a lonely one back in 4th, but did well to get up there from 11th. There's Adam Natha and Sam Iddles very close as they come over the line for 5th and 6th. Matt Salmon wins out that super heavyweight battle. Charlie Newman 8th, Lenny Wood 9th, and Tom Edwards the first year C2s in 10th.
Yeah, some really good drives in that one, up and down the different classes. We'll see those drivers again later on when they come out for their final heats. But I do believe we've got drivers out on track getting ready now for heat number 5. We're straight into it then. Just a very quick verbal rundown of your grid. Kieran Hyde-Moody, Jordan Hawkins, Adam Hadfield, Richard Newton, Gerard Moore, your top 5. Stephen Jennings, Paul Jennings, Vinod Hirani, Kurt Holmes and Steve Bosley all in the top 10. Jake Hicklin, Joey Richardson, Alexander Lamin, Henry Lopez, Gracie, Luke Phillips, Tony DeCastro and Ryan Sandwell. That's who we're talking about in this one. It's underway once again for 7 minutes here at Shenington. Oh, a bit wide there for Jordan Hawkins from grid 2. Decent start for Kieran Hyde-Moody. He will lead through the first few corners and down towards Stratford for the first time. Not so many C1s in this race, Jacob, so this is a good opportunity for the C2s to get some good points. However, they are going to have to deal with Kurt Holmes. He was looking racy down towards Stratford. Hairpin could already, yes indeed, is up to 3rd place.
Yep, good dive early on from Kurt. We've got another red plate of Joe Richardson getting bashed about there, and someone bashed into the tyre walls. That's Vinod Hirani.
Yeah.
His race is compromised significantly there. Up to 2nd place now is the number 2 of Kurt Holmes, and looks to be gunning for the lead. We've got the Jennings brothers in the mix there in the middle as well, but it's the 28 of Adam Hadfield leads this one from Kurt Holmes. 3rd, Kieran Hyde-Moody, our pole sitter for now.
Yeah, it's a good start for Adam Hadfield, but Kurt Holmes is on the move here. This is his race from the middle of the pack. Are we going to see a move down into, not for the lead, but we will see Richard Newton going for an overtake there. I think that means that Richard Newton, yellow flag out during the Bruno chicane, so no overtaking through this part, so I'm going to suspect that this will be for tyre replacement and barrier repair after that first lap incident. Yes, it is. Vinod Hirani has got going again, but you're quite right. Oh, it's Holmes down the inside. Lovely move there to take the race lead away from Adam Hadfield. The drivers communicate together and say, yep, let's continue working. Let's get the pace up. Let's keep this gap to 3rd, 4th, 5th and everybody else behind. Kieran Hyde-Moody holds that 3rd place at this moment. Gerard Moore there in P4. Is that bright red suit of Richard Newton flying through into 5th place. Penalty, ABC bump and pass for Stephen Jennings. Nope, that's not a bad Saturday night disco move. That's an advantage by contact for Stephen Jennings, currently running 8th on the road. That'll be plus 4 places at the end of this race.
Not ideal for Stephen Jennings, who won a heat earlier. Very good start today, not quite as good a middle.
He's running side by side with his brother Paul in 7th and 8th currently. I wonder if it was Paul that he bumped. No, it wouldn't be bumped Paul because he'd be ahead of him if that was the case. Move up the inside there for Richard Newton, I think, in the 42. Yeah. Makes his way up into 4th place, and Kieran Hyde-Moody's got a little bit of a gap now, a little bit of comfort. But how long for, Andrew, we will see as they come round for another lap. There's two side by side there in the middle of the pack. We've got the 36 of Paul Jennings side by side with, I think that's Jordan Hawkins in the 41. And now they're 3 wide with the other Jennings brother getting involved as well. He's to the outside and loses out a couple of positions. Cutback is on for him, and I think he's going to get those 2 positions back. It's hard to keep up with here as they're side by side into the chicane. That's the 40 of Henry Lopez Gracie, we also saw at the front of the race earlier, getting involved as well. Steve Bosley's got all this in front of him, and is a patient observer at the minute as Lopez Gracie to the inside of Hawkins. As I said, it's hard, or rather hard not to run someone wide there when you're side by side. You've got to give them a lot of room and compromise your line onto this straight if you want to avoid those penalties.
Lots of changes in the middle part of the pack on that particular tour of the track. Kurt Holmes still leads this race by 7/10 of a second. Here is your fight for 3rd place. Richard Newton looking down the inside. That's how you get it done, through the Stratford hairpin. Nice move from Richard Newton, past Gerard Moore for 3rd place. In towards the Bruno chicane once again. Steve Bosley having a bit of a difficult race here. You see him there in cart number 44 with the red plate, as Gerard Moore has a think about it. But that corner there, running at the end of the Hanger straight, you can overtake through Hanger corner, but you've got to be fully alongside before committing to the right hand corner. It is one of the fastest corners around this circuit, and yeah, you don't want to be doing a 50-50 move through there. That's more than a 50-50 move. Ross Sandwell looking good at the moment for another top C3 performance. We saw him flying through the order earlier on in the first round of heats. He's now up to 5th place. Bad news again for Steve Bosley. ABC bump and passes. Hawkins goes through past Lopez Gracie for 7th place. It's just not happening for the second of those C1s in this race.
Interesting one with Joe Richardson. I swear that his was shown as a red plate earlier and now showing as a green.
Yes. Well,
I think there's a red plate on the cart.
Yes, there's a red plate on the cart, so that takes precedence over the green. He might have been a super heavyweight, classified as super heavyweight in the entry list earlier on.
He did say that he was weighing 107 kilos, I think, which would certainly put you in the super heavyweight category. As here we go, looking to the inside of Steve Jennings. Doesn't quite get that move done as Ross Sandwell did this time last lap.
He is a tall boy though, is Joey.
Yeah. Not as tall as some, but not as tall as certainly got height on others. As to the inside goes Lopez Gracie on Hawkins. Hawkins looking to get the cut back. Let's see who makes it to the centre chicane first. And neither of them is the answer to that question, but just hanging on to that position is Henry Lopez Gracie. This battle will rage down to the final corner, as indeed will this one between Newton and Moore. Moore not thinking of a lunge here, and it's pretty defensive line, not fully defensive, but a well-positioned cart from Richard Newton to hold on to 3rd. We're moving on to the last lap now. Kurt Holmes still leads this one. He's got about a second's advantage over Adam Hadfield, so that looks done and dusted for now, but 3rd place very much still up for grabs.
Yeah, and a new fastest lap of the race from Kurt Holmes last time around, a 53.159, so he should on balance have this race secured, nearly a second clear of Adam Hadfield. Here is your race leader. It's had a good start to the day. Kurt Holmes will be going into that 3rd round of heats with still a bit of pressure, but not the pressure of knowing that he absolutely needs to get a good result in that 3rd and final round. Around the final couple of corners, job done then here in Heat 5. Kurt Holmes is going to take it by just around a second from Adam Hadfield. Does it with a flourish as well, some very quick times at the end there. Richard Newton, 3rd place, ahead of Gerard Moore, and top C3 Ross Sandwell. Henry Lopez Gracie 6th, ahead of Hawkins, Stephen Jennings, Lamin and Joe Richardson. We'll see those drivers again later on, but out on the circuit already, it's the drivers for Heat 6.
Heavyweight heat number 6 then. Let's have a look who's starting this one. We won't have a graphic up on screen, but we'll read you out the names nonetheless. George English starts on pole with Sam Pooley in second place. Vijay Patel will be third with Dan Crocott in fourth. Third row of the grid is Sam White and Stephen Westwood, and we got Scott Parker and Giles Coke behind them. First of our super heavyweights is Andy Hicklin in ninth with Sam Pike for company on row 5. Aaron Jones is 11th and 12th Matthew Cooper. Tim Penny starts 13th, Joe Wright 14th, Marcel Chimleski lines up 15th with Rob Turner and Oliver Hall 16th and 17th last of all. Looks like we might get another rolling up lap. No, I think all karts are in position for this one. Indeed, the pace kart will be pulling off to the side now. Poleman George English will control the pace, Sam Pooley alongside him, hoping to get the jump into the first corner as well. The 26 of English does indeed lead, and it's a good start for that side of the grid as well. Vijay Patel looking to follow him through, and looks like he has taken second place there. Sam Pooley down into third off the start. Good start from the left hand side of the grid. English and Patel lead us down to the hairpin. It's getting a bit hairy in behind the number 6 there of Tim Penny, a bit wide on the exit of turn 3, but all karts still facing the right direction as we come through to the chicane. Yeah,
Tim Penny found himself on the dirt a bit there on the run down to Stratford, but got it recovered. Stephen Westwood in the middle there, number 47, green, white and black race lid.
Sam Pooley's recovered second place. Sorry, Andrew, to cut over you there. Vinod Harani now under significant pressure from the C1s of Stephen Westwood. Scott Parker's in the mix as well, but I think that's Dan Grocott staying involved in the battle at the front. But yeah, very close now between Pooley and English. Let's keep an eye on them as they come down to the hairpin. We've seen Sam Pooley make a number of overtakes already in his first heat, and he is poised to take the lead of this one from George English. Here we go then, down into the hairpin, big braking zone. We see a couple of kart testers come out, and indeed to the inside goes Sam Pooley and leads out of the hairpin, points forward, say let's go through the chicane and onwards with this heat.
Yeah, it's a good bit of progress there from Sam Pooley. Now he leads this heat. He's got 5.5 minutes to go before the checkered flag comes out. Stephen Westwood is up to P4 past Dan Grocott. Scott Parker also through up to 6th place, working with Tim Penny. 5 minutes and 10 seconds of this race to go. Apologies, I'm going to call Scott Parker Sky there. That's someone completely different in the karting scene. 5 minutes of this race to go though. Jacob, Sam Pooley is your new race leader. This is a key lap to see what George English can do.
Yeah, as we mentioned a couple of times, it's important to stick with the car in front of you. There's a couple of kart lengths between them already, which isn't going to help George English. That slipstream's worth a good couple of tenths to the inside. Goes the 18 of Dan Grocott, but not quite making a move on Stephen Westwood. This battle is raging for 4th place, and you can see here, 2nd and 3rd, George English and Vijay Patel. If these guys decide to work together, I think they could be on for decent results here, because the battle behind them is currently too ferocious to make any significant inroads on the gap up to 3rd. Patel to the outside, but perhaps just taking a more preferred line. I'd imagine at this point English and Patel would be happy with their positions, especially knowing there's a couple of C1s behind them who'll be looking to come through later on. But no, Patel was that round the outside of turn 3 actually?
Yeah, great move from Vijay Patel there to make that one work. You don't often see overtaking through that part of the circuit. Got it done by the time they reached Stratford. Stephen Westwood and Tim Penny now to 4th and 5th places. Tim Penny looking really good in this race, already up 6 places, although has just had a contact warning from the race officials. Changes further down the order. Marcel Kibalewski's up through past Scott Parker. Matthew Cooper has overtaken Sam White, that's for 13th place. And then in the middle of those 2 overtakes, we've got another one. Charles Coke has just got past Aaron Jones for P9.
Yeah, we've got a band of 3 now, 4th, 5th and 6th. Tim Penny, Scott Parker and Marcel Chimleski two C1s and the leader of C2, at least the championship leader of C2. The leader of C2 in this race is Vijay Patel, up in second place. We see here Stephen Westwood still keeping the rest of the C2s at bay as a warning for one of them. Dan Gorokop comes in. But yes, Penny, Parker and the 55 of Chimleski here as Parker gets slightly awry on the second part of the chicane. They've got to use the remaining 2.5 minutes to try and catch up with those two we just seen in front, Vijay Patel and George English. It looks like Parker's dropped off the back of Penny after getting a little bit out of shape in the second part of that hairpin. And Chimlevski's looking at him thinking, I don't want that to happen again. And he certainly won't want that to happen again either. Runs a little wide there on entry to the first corner, seeing if there was anything doing around the outside, but I don't think that was on. It's often the temptation there to go around the outside of turn 1 to be on the inside then of turn 2, but I think it's another one of those, Andrew, where you have to be alongside already to make it work.
Yeah, particularly at this time of year. You know, we've gone through the peak of the summer racing conditions. Yes, there's been a lot of racing at the Shenington circuit over the past 8.5 months, but you know, air temperatures lower, track temperatures therefore lower. Simply can't get the grip round the outside, even with this newer Dunlop tyre that the CLUB100 karts use, which personally I've still not sampled it myself, but I am reliably told that it is a good degree grippier than the previous brands and compounds that have been used for this series. 1 minute and 20 to go.
Sorry, fastest laps coming in for Tim Penny and Scott Parker.
Yep.
Penny had it for about a second, or rather more actually 6/10 of a second, and Penny has made a move on George English already. We said a minute or two ago they need to make up that ground, and they have done. As Scott Parker now looks to the inside into the chicane and squeezes through on the 26 of George English. That's great moves from both C1s. And now Vijay Patel's under pressure from Tim Penny, who ran well earlier. Penny looks to the outside. Nothing there. They'll be moving on to the last lap next time around as Penny gets a better exit off the corner. Thinks about going around the outside, but decides to cut back to the inside. Patel knows he's there now. And Scott Parker looks a little bit too far back to make anything happen on the last lap. Sam Pooley's got a 4-second lead in front of this one. He's gone. You've just seen him there cut through your shot. Can Tim Penny do anything? Coming down into the hairpin. Looks to the inside, cuts back to the outside. Is the undercut on the exit of this corner. Penny gets a very good drive. He's going to be on the inside for the chicane. They're side by side coming in to the right-hander, and Tim Penny gets the job done.
Yeah, really good move again there from Tim Penny. Just to note as well, this has been a great performance from Sam Pooley. This will catch the attention of the regulars. Pooley's going to come through to take heat number 6 to close out this middle round of heats, and he does it with a flourish. P1 for Pooley. In second place it will be Penny, Patel, all the P's, 1, 2, 3. Pooley, Penny, Patel, Scott Parker. I say, if you for certain started with a P, you did very well in that race. All in the top 4. George English 5th, Marcel Kimberley 6th. We've got to move on though, because the next group are out on circuit. They're coming thick and fast here today at Shenington. Here's heat number 7. All of these drivers, this is their last heat. Iddles, Lamin, Pritchard, Edwards, Richardson, Nichols, Moore, Hyde Moody, Wood, Hadfield, Naffer, Jennings, Paul Jennings, that is, Kurt Holmes, Hall, Jones, Sandwell, Biddle. Those are your 17 drivers in this race. Another 7 minutes underway then here at Shenington. Good start for Sam Iddles, good start for Alex Pritchard as well. Immediately up to second place. Joe Richardson fighting for third place with, I think, Alexander Lamin in all of that. It's getting a little bit jostly in the second half of the field. Kurt Holmes not able to find his way through in the early stages of this race. Ross Sandwell looking to move up the order. Once again, one of the novice C3s. But another good start for those on that inside line, Jacob.
Yeah, good start for those at the front as well, I'd say, as it starts to bunch up towards the back. the challenge that you've got if you're Adam Nather, Miguel Hall, Mikey Nichols and Kurt Holmes, as Miguel Hall makes up a couple places there, is getting to the front quickly enough to catch up with what's likely to be a breakaway group amongst these top runners. Alexander Lamin's in there as well, getting involved with Alex Pritchard. It's been a fantastic start from Idols. Alex Pritchard, Lamin's a capable driver, Andrew, as is Joe Richardson in behind him, and Joe Richardson being challenged by, I think that's the
number 49
of Kieran Hyde Moody. Yes, I was just trying to figure out whether it's the 9 I saw was Gerard Moore or Kieran Hyde Moody. But yeah, to the inside of Gerard Moore goes Joe Richardson, makes that move happen. Those three at the front though, Andrew, looking to break away already.
They are indeed. Alex Pritchard won't have been happy about his run through Wilkins Complex on that first lap, just went too deep. You can brake far later than you initially think. It's one of those corners that you're at top speed through this part of the course, and when you're a less experienced racer around this circuit, you kind of get to that point and go, oh no, this is quite a tight right hand corner coming up, but there's a good amount of grip through there, and there's a little berm right in the middle of the circuit, and if you hit the brakes on that, you can brake really late into the corner. But again, we talked about it earlier with drivers trying to do moves around the outside. Now we're into the autumn. If you get beyond the point of what the grip point of what the tyre can do, you always hit a bit of a cliff, and I think that's what happened to Pritchard there. Look at this scrap going on in the second half of the field, and you've got quite a few big runners in this one. Kurt Holmes there, just ahead of Miguel Hall. I think Adam Nather is also in this group. This is Tom Edwards' time to feel the pain of all the C1s coming through.
I'm pretty sure we just saw Kurt Holmes take 3 people in one corner.
Yeah.
I think he did the other 2 C1s in that group, Miguel Hall and Adam Nather at the inside, and then got Adam Hadfield on the exit of the corner. That's got to be the best move we've seen all day.
Absolutely. 4 minutes and 10 seconds of this race to go. There is Sandwell on the move once again, up past Jennings, so that will be Sandwell up to P11.
Sam Middle's not quite getting away at the front of this one. He
No.
did have a bit of a gap over Alex Pritchard, and still does, but not as much as a gap as he'd probably be hoping for at this stage of the race. And Alex Pritchard, with the fastest lap last time around, certainly has got into the groove now. He's had 2 good results already as Alex Pritchard, and if he can catch up and pass Sam Iddles, he's looking in contention for a pole position in the A final. Other contenders would have been Kurt Holmes, who's currently running in 8th, which won't do him many favours there. Sam Pooley, who we've seen finish 1st and 2nd, but still has another race to run. And of course, Joe Holmes, always in the mix in that conversation as well. But yeah, it's looking like a good day for Alex Pritchard. He's 2/10 off the lead now. He's got 3 minutes to go. I fancy him for this one, Andrew.
Yeah, he's been in really good form again this season, has Alex Pritchard. Let's see what he can do down towards the next corner. It's too far back on this occasion, but it's still got time on his side to get this move done on Sam Iddles. He's liked to move into the Wilkins Complex so far today is Alex Pritchard. I wonder if he's trying to set a move up into there. Joe Richardson goes through shot in 6th place at the moment. Down the hanger straight once again for our race leaders. Is there going to be a move in here from... Oh, has Hadfield got a problem there? He put his hand up and through went Kurt Holmes. Doesn't look like Kurt Holmes is going to get a win in this this race, Jacob. It is hard starting from the back here at Shenington. You can overtake, but it's not necessarily... It's not the most what I would call corner dense kind of circuit, so you've not got as many overtaking opportunities per lap as say somewhere like a Buckmore Park where there's about 17 of them. So if you do have that start from the back, you've got to be quite patient and hope there's a bit of jostling in that first half and get to come through the field.
Yeah, absolutely, and you'd certainly be hoping that these two are having a bit more of a battle than they are currently. I think Alex Pritchard is biding his time at the minute, waiting for the right opportunity. He doesn't seem to get the drive out of the chicane that he's had in previous races. As you said, he's been quite a fan of the dive up the inside here, but a kart length of about half a kart length or so breaks out between them before they close up here, coming over the line. Perhaps the early part of the lap is where Pritchard can make something happen, and indeed, turn 1, he dives to the inside. Idols will have inside of turn 2. Who gets the better run down into 3. Pritchard's looking pretty handy. He's on the outside of turn 3, but he'll be on the inside of the hairpin turn 4. Takes the lead for now. Can Idols get the cut back? Looks to be a pretty clean move. Alex Pritchard takes the lead.
I like that. That's properly good racing from both Pritchard and Idols. From Alex Pritchard's perspective, he's adjusted to the situation really, really well there. Knew he wasn't quite able to get things done into this part of the circuit, so he changed his plan. Pritchard will subtly defend to the inside on the run into the Wilkins corner. Out to the final turn. 1 lap to go here, Jacob. Crucial now that Pritchard doesn't make any mistakes as Idols goes down the inside. Oh, that is another lovely piece of racing between these two. Idols retakes the race lead. Pritchard's going to try and strike back here. Maybe on the outside as they run through Pitts Bend down towards Stratford once again. Pritchard will have the inside line. Pritchard is through.
Yeah, he's got to be careful coming out of the chicane though. It's as we said when he was behind, that's where I think he's slower coming out of the chicane. He had a look over his shoulder last time around, almost knowingly thinking that Idols might have an advantage there. He's going to have to go super defensive, and already he's moved to the middle of the track for the right-hand kink. Idols is side by side. Pritchard will keep it to the inside. He'll white line it around the final corner. Will it pay off for him? Yes, it will. Alex Pritchard holds on to win heat number 7. Sam Idols are very close. Second place is going to be 0.06 seconds between them. Lanning comes in 3rd. Gerard Moore 4th. Hyde Moody 5th. Kurt Holmes only manages 6th. And Miguel Hall 7th. Joe Richardson's now 8th. Ross Samwell another impressive drive to 9th. And Paul Jennings with the fastest lap in 10th place. We move straight on, Andrew, with heat number 8.
We do indeed. Good set of results there for Alex Pritchard. Pritchard might have a shot at pole position in the A final here today. We've got to move on though. Heat 8 up next. Here we go then for heat number 8. Luke Phillips and Tim Penny is your front row for this one. How can they get on here? Hicklin, Lopez Gracie, Cooper, Newton, White, English, Hawkins, Patel, Bosley, Parker, Hicklin, Jennings, Hirani, Hall and Turner all in this one. Good start for Luke Phillips from P1. Tim Penny has to just consign himself to 3rd place in the early stages of this race. In fact, no, he's not going to consign himself at all. Straight up into P2 goes Tim Penny. So that's a great start from the outside of row number 1 through Stratford hairpin for the first time. 3 wide. Oh, that's not going to end well. Yep, someone's going to have a little meeting with the tyres on drivers left. But Luke Phillips, good start to this race. Good opportunity here from pole position, Jacob.
Yeah, really well held. And Tim Penny had a little bit of a scrap with Jake Hicklin in the early stages. Jake Hicklin has now lost out a couple of places, as up to 3rd place goes Sam White, who was grid 7, so really good first lap for him. And slow off that final corner was Luke Phillips. Opens the door for Tim Penny and Sam White to come through into turn number 1, but he tries to hang it on into 2. Sam White on the outside. There's someone else joining. I think that's Henry Lopez Gracie. It is indeed round the outside. They're going to be 3 abreast coming down to the hairpin if they can all stay on the track. Sam White's got the better of them so far, and Henry Lopez Gracie slots into 3rd place. Great driving from all 3 of them to keep it on the black stuff.
It's one of the things I like about this Shenington circuit, that you get these flows of corners back and forth. It encourages side-by-side racing. Parts of the circuit throughout this track. Contact warning for the number 20 of Sam White. And Luke Phillips has had a part-time programme this year. He had a longer summer break, so was at round 7. And that was the first time we'd seen Luke Phillips in sprints action for 4 rounds. 5 minutes of this race to go. Number 42 of Richard Newton's on the move again. Side by side with Jordan Hawkins, Steve Bosley in there as well, in the blue suits with the white helmet. Steve Bosley could do with a good result here. There is a bit of a threat of Bosley missing out on direct qualification into the A final here today. 4 minutes and 40 seconds of this race to go.
Speaking of that A-final, Andrew, I think we've got another contender for the front row.
Yeah.
Leading this one, Tim Penny's had a very good set of results and is on for a superlative finish to his heats as well.
He's indeed up towards the next corner. That was going to be a brave one down the inside from Scott Parker, trying to find his way through. Contact warning from the officials to Steve Bosley. 4.25 minutes of this race to go then. Penny continues to lead, but new fastest lap of the race has just gone in from Sam White. That was a decent turn around the Shenington circuit, 53.581, so it was just short of a tenth quicker than Penny. At that rate, he'll still catch up to the number 6 at the latter stages. Look at this scrap going on. Hicklin, Hawkins, Bosley into the Stratford hairpin. Through will go Steve Bosley up into 8th place. Jake Hicklin having some good results here today. I think it's going to be a competitive run for some of the super heavyweights. Not the easiest circuit for the super heavyweights to compete at because of those big long straights. It's not like a Rye House or circuits like that that are a bit more technical. Bosley trying to find his way through here on Jake Hicklin. So with that in regard, that, you know, this circuit, Clay Pigeon, PF, these are the ones where sometimes the super heavyweights struggle. It's not the first time today we've seen Jake Hicklin a little bit further up the order. He's performing really well.
Yeah, I think a few of our super heavyweights have performed pretty well today. We've seen plenty of battling from them. Sam White rather, looks to get involved in a bit of battling himself. Very easy to mix up Sam White and Sam Pike, isn't it? Two former Warwick University BKC drivers in similar suits, similar heights and similar sounding surnames. Sam White looking to make an impression on Tim Penny, and Henry Lopez Gracie staying in there as well. He's had a decent enough day. I think he'll be in with a shout with the A-final as well. Yeah,
and then continue to keep her as Jennings tries to go through here on Luke Phillips for 4th place. I don't think he's quite got it done here. In fact, he's going to give Matthew Cooper the chance to overtake. Cooper trying to go around the outside through Cafe Ben. Switch back again. This part of the circuit, switching back and forth, left to right, right to left, all the way down to the Stratford hairpin. Does encourage some great side-by-side moves. Meanwhile, back at the front of the order, what we said about Sam White chipping away at Tim Penny's lead, he's done more than chip away at it here, Jacob. He's right on the rear bumper of the number 6. We've still got the best part of 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, it was certainly thinking about making that move happen as well. These guys fighting over 4th place, Luke Phillips, Matt Cooper. As Cooper to the inside, that's a move, isn't it? Steve Jennings tries to follow him through, but I don't think that's going to happen. Sam White has taken the lead of this one.
Just got his nose ahead round the first corner. He'll have the switch back now for Cafe Corner. Tim Penny's got to respond now. We'll have the slipstream down towards the Stratford hairpin. We'll try and get Sam White off the racing line. Well covered off there by Sam White. Didn't overdrive that corner. We'll talk about it a little bit when we've got the showing of the as Tim Penny goes through. Well, Tim Penny got really good speed out of the Stratford hairpin, drew alongside, then held it around the outside to flip it back to the lead through the Bruno chicane. This is a properly good scrap between these two. Henry Lopez Gracie is still there in 3rd place. We'll be hoping they battle more. We've got one more lap of this race to go, Jacob, and I can't call which one of these 3 drivers is going to win it.
Now, Sam Pike has been getting better and better this year in Club 100 sprints and goes to the inside of turn 2 to take the lead. He got a 2nd place last time out, Andrew, but this could potentially be his first heat win in Club 100. He's going to have to defend down into the hairpin. Penny takes a late lunge to the inside and regains that lead. Excellent move there. And they're side by side going into the chicane. I think White's going to be just ahead. He is, yes. Penny squeezed to the inside. Henry Lopez Gracie very much on the scene now. Can Sam White line it through the final corner and hold on for his first win?
Well, Tim Penny had to go very deep on the brakes and probably lost a few of the revs down. Oh, Penny's gone down the inside into the Wilkins complex and has got the move done. Henry Lopez Gracie takes P2. A brave move from Tim Penny gives him another great result here in the heats. Henry Lopez Gracie P2, Sam White P3, Cooper, Bosley, Phillips in the top 6. We've got to move on though because Heat 9 are already out on circuit.
The last of our heavyweight heats then, heat number 9. Here is your grid. Marcel Chmielewski on pole position, Paul Williams alongside, Aaron Jones 3rd, Joe Wright 4th, Rupert Rickson will be 5th and Dan Grocott in 6th. 7th is Mike Bodner, 8th is champion Joe Holmes, Sam Pooley alongside him, or rather just behind him in 9th, 10th Stuart Kirk, 11th Sam Pike, who I mistakenly named in the last race, Matt Salmons 12th. 13th for Charlie Newman, 14th Stephen Westwood, Giles Coke, Tony Lecastro and Alessandro Guerrero make up the grid for this one, and we are going straight away for this one. Let's have a look at who gets the best start out of the 55 and the 25. Chmielewski takes the lead into turn 1. It's a decent start for Aaron Jones behind him as well, although Williams looks to hold on as best he can coming down towards the hairpin. It is indeed Chmielewski, Jones and Williams, your front 3. Williams goes to the inside of Jones and retakes 2nd place. There's a cut back on if Jones can just edge his car alongside Paul Williams coming into the hairpin chicane. Paul Williams has lost out and Joe Holmes is right up there. That's the 31. Joe Wright losing out and very slow. Sam Pooley pushes him through back into somewhat a respectable position, but Chmielewski leads. Williams is 2nd, Joe Holmes to the outside of him around the final corner. Is that going to work for Joe Holmes? It's not quite, no.
No, not on this occasion. Joe Wright did very well to hold on to his kart there. Had a bit of a protestation with his right hand and then realised, well, hang on a minute, I need 2 hands on the wheel to get this kart round the corner. 6 minutes of this race to go. Chmielewski has the race lead. Big lead at the end of the first lap, 1.6 seconds. Aaron Jones a little bit isolated at the moment in P2. Penalty for forcing a driver wide. Kart number 25. That is Paul Williams. 5 minutes and 35 on the clock. Who else has had a decent start? Pooley is mentioned up at 3 to 6th place, if I'm reading that correctly.
And now 5th, Andrew.
Yeah, and now 5th. Charlie Newman, another super heavyweight moving up the order, is up to P9. Change for 2nd place. Through goes Holmes on Jones.
Yeah, Holmes will be looking to close down that 2.5 gap to Chmielewski in the remaining 5 minutes. It'll be interesting to see actually as they cross the line exactly how far ahead Chmielewski is, who sets the fastest lap briefly until Joe Holmes resets it. It's now 2.3 seconds, so there's a bit of a climb for Joe Holmes, and it'll be interesting to see if he can chip away in a lap by lap on Marcel Chmielewski, who clearly has a bit of pace about him. Here we see the 31 at the inside of the 64. That's Joe Wright at the inside of Rupert Rickson for 6th place. These guys squabbling now all the way back to, I think that's Alessandro Guerrero in 9th. There we see Paul Williams, who was 4th at the start of this lap. He's now 5th because Sam Pooley is making moves. And here's another one up into the final corner. Sam Pooley at the inside of Aaron Jones. Pooley started this lap in 5th. He is now 3rd overall. He's got to catch up with the man in front of him. That's Joe Holmes, who puts in yet another fastest lap last time round. Takes 3/10 out of Marcel Chmielewski. I think he'll have to take more than 3/10 a lap out if he wants to catch him before the end of the race, though, Andrew.
Yeah, it's not going to be the easiest challenge this for Joe Holmes to pull himself back into a race-winning position. Of course, he had that troublesome first heat. There is number 52. Sam Pike down the inside of Joe Wright. So Pike goes up to P6, or does he? Because Joe Wright's trying to fight back here. Alessandro Guerrero there as well in the bright red suit. And a very strong start to the season. Oh, as Guerrero gets all over the curb there. Don't think he was given much option on the outside. And the number 35 of Giles Coke now moving through. Gains another position up past Joe Wright.
Good lap from Chmielewski up top. Joe Holmes has only taken 0.06 of a second out of him that time round. Still 2 second gap with 3 minutes left is very impressive from our C2 leader. Sam Pooley as well, trying to get involved in that, but the speed at the front of this race is just too good. I'm not sure we'll see anything between those front three if they can maintain those standards between now and the end of the race. The 18 has, I think, Dan Grocott of a move on Rupert Rickson, but not down as the hairpin this time around. We see now perhaps into the chicane. No, still nothing there, and Rickson holds 9th. Perhaps down into the final corner though, if Grocott can get a good run out of the chicane. They're bumper to bumper. Is there a slide at the inside available? Not this time around.
2.5 minutes remaining in this race then. Kimilevsky leads from Holmes. What is the gap? Well, we were asking for 3/10. Just under 3/10 the gain on that last lap. So the gap is now just under 1.8 seconds. Pooley has set the fastest lap of the race at 52.982. So the pace is there in the circuit to go 3/10 quicker. Meanwhile, this is the scrap for 9th place. Rickson and Grocott with Guerrero in there as well. Guerrero holding to the inside. They're going to continue this scrap down towards the Bruno chicane. It's still quite fearsome here today at Shenington. Stand in those positions at Rickson P9, Grocott P10. It's Grocott going to have a run here into Hanger. That's going to be brave. Well, that's good racing because Rickson gave him good room through Hanger corner. Seen too many carts flying off to drivers left in previous races here at Shenington. That was not the case on that occasion. Rickson holds on to his position as a result, Jacob.
Decent lap from Joe Holmes in second place. He takes nearly 5/10 out of Marcel Chemlevski on that one, but he's only got 2 laps left, Andrew. It's not going to be enough. It's need to make a mistake territory for Marcel Chemlevski if he's going to give up on this one. That front three would be a hell of a battle if they were further, or rather closer together, if they weren't so far apart. Unfortunately for us viewers at home, there's a bit of a gap between them, a second and a half each, and it will be as they are coming on to the last lap of the race.
Oh, good send from Sam Pike there down the inside of Aaron Jones. Aaron Jones might have an opportunity to cut back here and retake 4th place, but we've got to give it a bit there to Pike. No, Pike got it done as there into play comes Giles Coates. So Giles Coates now up to P5. I think what this race has shown, Jacob, won't happen this year, of course, because Kimilevsky is on for a C2 championship win, but Kimilevsky already showing that he's worthy of a C1 plate for the 2026 championship.
Oh, definitely. He's a very capable driver. When he started racing in C3, he was already pushing for a C2, and now that he is a C2, he's pushing for a C1. Done very well in this race, and yeah, as he rounds the final corner, it's going to be a win for Marcel.
It is indeed. So finishes his heats with a flourish. Kimilevsky points to the front, P1 ahead of Joe Holmes. Sam Pooley impresses again with P3. Sam Pike will come over the line 4th ahead of Giles Coates. Joe Wright, Aaron Jones, your top super heavy in that one in P7. Paul Williams, Dan Grocott, Rupert Rickson all in the top 10. Charlie Newman P11 ahead of Alexandros Guerrero P12. Stephen Westwood, Tony Lacastro, Matt Salmon, Mike Bodner and Stuart Kirk. And with that, the heats are completed for the heavyweights and the super heavyweights. We'll have a B final and an A final coming up later on. Just a bit of a break now here in the circuit. We'll stay with us here on your Alpha Live broadcast, just to give the officials the time required to check through the points, do the necessary maths, and then set the grids for those B and A finals. And again, remember that there will be repechaging positions through to the A final. So if drivers are in the B final, it's not not all hopes lost. Big thanks for you tuning in. If you're enjoying the broadcast, do make sure that you click that like button. Subscribe as well to Alpha Live if you haven't done so before, if it's your first time here, for example. We've got plenty of broadcasting of a Club 100 variety coming up now. We've got into the autumn where a bit more availability for Alpha Live crew, commentators, all of the like means you'll pretty much be with us for every single event of the broadcast categories. Your senior sprints, your cadet and juniors, all the way through to the end of the season. As we've been alluding to, 2026 news. Now, the existing customers, you will have received the pack of all the details for next year already. So if you haven't checked your email over the last few days and you fancy a bit of reading, go and do that. For those of you perhaps new customers, keep your eyes on the social media channels from Monday onwards. All of the graphics are pretty much prepared, and we'll file them out across the course of 3 or 4 days, because we've got a huge number of championships once again. But seeing as we are here for senior sprints, Jacob, I think we'll discuss the calendar for next year for Club 100 sprints. Not just for the South.
I was going to say, which one?
The big news in terms of Sprints Land is next year there will be 2 Sprints Championships, won't there?
Yes, indeed. If you live north of Stoke-on-Trent, you'll get priority entry for the Northern Championship. To make sure those naughty Southerners do not fill it up and just drive further. But yes, 2 great looking calendars, Andrew. Some really interesting circuits on those.
Well, we'll start with the Southern Championship. As I say, this, if you're listening into it and you've not received the email, you're getting your little teaser here. All of these details will be on social medias in the next few days. Southern Championship, middle of February, as we usually do. We start at Buckmore Park. That'll be the weekend of the 14th and the 15th. Pretty much the same setup for the Saturday and Sundays that we've had for many years. So SP40 South, SP60 on the Saturday, full day of sprints on the Sunday. There is another change though with Sprint's Southern Championship. Today we talk about heavyweights and then we talk about lightweights. Next year we will have 3 categories. We'll have lights, middles, and heavyweights. I quite like this personally. I think it gives us a good spread. I think it actually gives better opportunities to a wider range of people. We have seen, obviously, this year quite a few younger drivers from the juniors age out almost of the juniors. Typically, they are all lightweights, so it ends up the lightweights is very young driver based. Those of us who were lightweights, I'm definitely at least a middleweight now. I like that I think it smooths out the progression curve for the different ages through from juniors into seniors by having lights, middles, and heavies. So that's something to note for next year as well. That's just in the Southern Sprint Championship, by the way. So 14th, 15th of February, Buckmore Park. Clay Pigeon will host round number 2 on the weekend of the 28th and 29th of March. Wilton Mill, the weekend of the 16th and the 17th of May. The 11th and 12th of July, Ella Park. 22nd and 23rd of August at Lydd. This is all very expected and Southern Club 100 up to now. The 5th and 6th of September, we go to your part of the world. We go to the home of champions, Llandau. But then, the 2 big ones in terms of circuits, something a little bit different. For the Southern Championship, 3rd and 4th of October at Dunkerswell. That's down in the southwest of the country, previously known as Mansell Raceway, under new ownership and management. Myself and the Alpha Live team went down there for the British Kart Championships for one of the Rotax rounds earlier in the year. And I genuinely mean this, folks. I was thoroughly impressed with that as a circuit, both from an on-track perspective, how it raced, but an off-track as well. I think it's the perfect kind of track for Club 100 and their championships. And then another big one, the 7th to the 8th of November, we will finish the Southern Championships for the seniors, Jacob, on the brand new international level CIK graded Silverstone circuit. And I think this is great for the Southern Championships. The Northern Championships have obviously had PF for the last few years. That's been their biggie in terms of running on a circuit that has hosted World Championships and some really big events. Silverstone obviously hasn't done that yet because it's not open yet, but it most likely will in years to come. Club 100, year one of a first full running of events at Silverstone on the new kart circuit, have got events there, and that's fantastic news.
Yeah, Club 100 has always been the best arrive and drive karting experience in the UK, so it's only right that Club 100 races on the best arrive and drive circuits in the UK, or just circuits really. They're all arrive and drive really, aren't they? But it's excellent to be able to say that we go to facilities such as Dunkeswell and Silverstone, as well as the old favourites, Buckmore Park, Wilton Mill, Ella Park. We had a cadets and juniors live stream there just a couple of weeks back, and it was absolutely fantastic racing throughout the day. All of those circuits you're looking at as a driver and thinking, I can't wait to race there. All of those circuits you're looking at as a spectator and thinking, I hope they live stream that one. Yeah,
well, just to say as well, we will announce which events are being broadcasted in due course. That again is being worked on in the background with the availability of teams and around with other championships as well. So that's the southern dates for the seniors, and as I say, let's talk northern championships as well. So obviously this year we've had the SP40 North. It's similar to what we've run this year as well, so there'll effectively be a seniors day and a not seniors day for the northern championships. So SP40 North year 2 will run on the same day as Sprint Northern in its first year. We will just have lightweights and heavyweights in terms of classes for Sprint Northern, so it won't be the full day like we have here in the Southern Championship. But I like this calendar as well. Just to say, round 1 is TBC at the moment for the 28th of February, the 1st of March. The senior days are all the second day of the meeting, so Sunday the 11th of March, TBC, will be at Silverstone for the start of that season, if everything is confirmed on that one. So, as I say, the Northern Championships get to sample the home of British motorsport as well. If you haven't been down yet, I was down there a couple of weeks ago for European Le Mans Series. The track looks really good, really, really good. I think they've done a fantastic job with the different course layouts. We don't know quite yet what the course layout for the Club 100 visit is going to be as well yet. So if you're going to ask that question, just pause on that one. I know there's some testing scheduled for JV and the engineering team there in the coming days and weeks. So 1st of March, all being well, we'll start the season for the Sprint Northerns at Silverstone. 12th of April, Wilton Mill, for another visit to a well-known circuit on the calendar. We normally visit this place every other year, but this year GYG is hosted twice. 10th of May for that one, 19th of July at Rowra, 16th of August at GYG, 31st of August at PF, and the 27th of September at Warden Law. We'll have more chat about the North Championship later on, because unfortunately for calendar talk we've got to stop, because out on circuit right now we've got our B final.
Here we go then for the first of 2 finals in our heavyweights, this one being the B. Our grid is as follows. C1 Adam Natha starts on pole position and was looking to repechage up into the A final. Joining him on the front row is Matthew Cooper. Dan Grocott, Kieran Hyde Moody are row 2, George English and Richard Newton are row 3. Matt Salmon starts in 7th place with Rupert Brixton in 8th. Luke Phillips is down in 9th with Stephen Westwood for company on row 5. Row 6 is Ross Samwell, Joe Richardson is 12th, Sam Pike 13th, Matt Jones 14th, Charlie Newman 15th, 16th is Alejandro Squero, Lenny Wood and Aaron Jones are row 9. And then we've got Paul Williams, Oliver Hall, Tom Edwards, Mike Bodner, Jake Hicklin and Vinod Harani, Andy Hicklin, Rob Turner, Stuart Kirk, Tony Castro and Nathan Biddle. And away we go then for the B final. Adam Natha leads into turn 1. It's a good start from pole position. Dan Grocott looks like he's got up into 2nd place as well.
Top 4 race through from this race, of course, onto the back of the A final grid. Adam Naffer trying to control things down in towards the Stratford hairpin. It's the busiest we've seen the track in race conditions so far today. As, oh dear, unfortunately Tom Edwards has had a braking formation penalty straight off the start. That will be, and he jumped out of those tram lines between the start of the grid and the actual start line. It's not like other series, and I think Nathan Biddle's had a braking formation penalty as well. Now I think they'll still be able to break into the top 4 once those have been applied, but they'll need to be at the very front of that top 4 on the road to negate those penalties in terms of chances to go through to the A final. So Naffer leads from Cooper, Grocott, Newton. Right now they would all go through. Hyde Moody, English, Sandwell, Phillips, Salmon and Westwood all in the top 10. Guerrero 11th ahead of Brixton, Pike, Richardson, Newman, Jones. They're all down to 16th place.
Yeah, good start from the guys at the front of this one. Grid 1, 2 and 3 are 1, 2 and 3 coming through there at the end of the first lap. As you said, Andrew, top 4 repechage up into the A final, and those guys will certainly be looking to do so, as Adam Naffer has some challenge from Matthew Cooper, and Matthew Cooper takes the lead, gives the point, says let's work together to pull away at the front of this one. And Adam Naffer might be inclined to go for that as well, if the two of them can build up a bit of a gap, because if he looks over his shoulder, there's plenty going on behind as Kieran Hyde Moody looks to the inside. You got the fastest lap gone to Ross Sandwell there, who made plenty of moves in the heats. Just keep an eye on what Ross gets up to in this B final. There's a penalty for forcing the driver wide comes through for Lenny Wood. Lenny's currently running 20th overall, so that's his chances of getting through to the A final gone. Cooper then leads into the chicane. Naffer follows through. Grocott not far behind either, but it's these front two who are bumper to bumper. Will Adam Naffer look to regain that lead? Quite defensive line from Matthew Cooper, so no chance of it there for Adam Naffer. He'll want a bit more of a racing line from the guy in front of him, though, to try and pull out that gap to Grocott, and indeed Kieran Hyde Moody and Richard Newton, who've swapped places now for Kieran Hyde Moody is in that final repechage place. Richard Newton just missing out on that last lap, but very much still in the mix.
Of course, the situation here for Cooper and Naffer, obviously they'll want to go through. It's not that important for the wider scale of things as to what order they do in. There is a little plate that you get for winning a B final, so they'll want to perhaps compete over that. The more important thing is getting through to that A final and making further progress from there. Where we are going to see a big scrap, though, Adam Naffer is trying to indicate there to Matthew Cooper to say, don't fight too much at this stage of the race. 8.5 minutes to go. You can always have a good scrap for the race lead in the last minute or so. Let's secure our positions in this top 4 first. Adam Naffer's going to go for the race lead here. I understand why Adam's done that, because Matthew Cooper was driving a bit defensively. He doesn't want this group to fall into the clutches of Hyde Moody, Newton, Sandwell, Phillips and English. There will be a scrap, because that is the point at which, as Cooper goes back down the inside, this is costing them time at the moment, because here comes that second group. Hyde Moody, Newton, Sandwell, as we say, they are going to fight, because finishing in 5th place in terms of the wider scheme of things is no good. Your race day is over. Yes, you scored championship points for it, but in terms of getting through to that A final where the majority of the championship points are on offer, you can be quite physical in that one. You can understand that one going back and forth as a battle. It looks like it's starting to calm down a bit now, Jacob, but they have maybe cost themselves around a second, as Dan Grocott's now going to throw it in on Adam Naffer. It's great fun, this very entertaining scrap back and forth, but I just wonder, Jacob, tactically, is this the right choice?
Yeah, with the red plate on, this isn't the final that Adam Naffer wants to be in. I'd imagine Grocott and Cooper want to be in the A final as well.
Yep.
As to the inside, Naffer has to defend from Grocott's advances there. Yeah, it's not the final he wants to be in. Wants to be repechaged up into the A. But as I've said earlier, and as Adam Naffer's found out, it's very easy to be forced wide on this. If you're battling with 2 or 3 other cars, as we see someone recovering there, I think that's Lenny Wood.
I think it was,
if I recognise the helmet correctly. it's very easy to find yourself on the outside of a kart who doesn't know you're there, or perhaps can only just control his kart to stay on the track. If that happens and you find yourself in the barriers, your day's over at this point. Regardless of which final you wanted to be in, you will find yourself in the barriers and finishing in the B somewhere. Bit of a gap now for Matthew Cooper, and I'm wondering if Adam Nather kind of think, okay, I'll let him have it, rather than try too desperately hard to chase what would be, in fact, one grid position in the A final. If he can convince Grocott to just keep it steady in behind and fend off the likes of Kieran Hyde-Moody and Ross Sandwell now, who's up into 5th, then perhaps they'll be content with that. Grocott's not as close to Nather as he has been, and it looks to have calmed down now, but there is still a good part of 6 minutes to go in this one.
Yeah, longer races, these finals, of course. Just to note as well, Ross Sandwell in 5th place. I think I'm right in saying, Jacob, no novice C3s have made it directly into the A final grid. So Sandwell, well, right now Sandwell would win in C3 for the round, but if he could get up to Kieran Hyde-Moody and overtake Kieran Hyde-Moody, as that gets a bit close between Nather and Grocott down into the Stratford hairpin, Ross Sandwell, irrespective of how he does, if he can qualify for the A final, of course, he'll automatically win C3 by being the only C3 in there. And in terms of championship, it would be a big move as well. He took the lead in the C3 standings a couple of rounds ago, but he'd look to pull out an even bigger advantage over Alexandros Guerrero.
Yeah, we've got our top 3 C3 standings as the top 3 C3 drivers here. We've got Ross Sandwell in 5th. To the inside goes Grocott and takes 2nd place from Adam Nather. Good clean move that. Be interesting to see how much Nather fights that in the coming corners. But yeah, Ross Sandwell now up to 4th indeed. There he is, going through your shot, and will get through to the A final, which would be a fantastic result for him. As you said, he's now leading the C3 standings. 2nd in the C3 standings, Alexandros Guerrero is running well enough in 9th. In fact, he's keeping company with a C1 in Stephen Westwood, so he'll be happy with that. And then you've got Oliver Hall, who's down in 16th, who's currently 3rd overall in terms of C3. So they're all running about where you'd expect, but a really good day for Ross Sandwell so far, and he's got the fastest lap in this one as well. With 4 minutes to go, he might even catch up with these guys if they start scrapping again. Yeah, indeed.
And the other big thing in terms of the points, if you're new to Club 100 sprints, the point systems work on the basis of your overall position. It's not like a case of like the first C1 gets 100 points, the second C1 gets 95 or anything like that, and the same for C2, C3. No, it's all done by your overall race position. So right now, Ross Sandwell, who has got through now into 4th place, he's got through past Kieran Hyde-Moody. Not only could he win C3 today, he could get a really, really big delta in versus his other C3 competitors, because he's not just taking, you know, 1 position's worth of amount of points by being 1st in C3 versus 2nd in C3. He's actually taking it right now as 8th, 7th, 6th, 5th, at least 4th in this race. If he can qualify through, then who knows what could happen in the A final, as there is a change for the lead in this B final. Dan Grocott goes through past Matthew Cooper. The short way of saying it, Ross Sandwell could be moving big time towards a C3 title with this performance here today. Meanwhile, scrap going on, as you predicted, Jacob, at the very front of the field. Cooper going side by side with Grocott. They need to be careful here. Is there going to be a chance for Adam Nather to get through, and Ross Sandwell continuing to close in? This B final is not done yet. They've got to keep it clean as well, though, Jacob. They do not want to pick up a penalty at this stage.
Yeah, Adam Nather just waving Dan Grocott through there, I think, with sensibility in mind, thinking, I don't want to pick up a penalty, I don't want to be on the outside somewhere, I don't want to be on the outside. Sandwell could well join this battle. That's poor from Grocott, and the braking goes very much sideways and loses a big chunk of time. Adam Nather feels he made contact with Grocott, so lets him back through. I think that was a bit soft of you, Adam, if I'm honest with you. But you're the one in the car, not me, so I will leave the judgment to you. Sandwell is right up with them now. Cooper's got a bit of a gap. He had a bit of gap previously. Grocott closed that in beforehand. Can he do the same in the remaining 2 minutes of this one?
That is quite clever from Adam Naffer, though. Yes, I agree. It probably was soft, but he's on 2 contact warnings already.
Fair enough.
So, so he can't take any risks to end up with a multiple contact warnings penalty. So I understand why he let them through there. As I say, Adam won't mind if it's 4th, 3rd, 2nd or 1st, as long as he's in one of those promotion spots, those repechaging spots through to the back of the A final, and then see what he can do in that A final and try and move his way up from the back of the grid. 1 minute and 10 seconds to go, so I reckon we'll have 2 more laps of this one. Cooper continues to lead from Grocott, Naffer and Sandwell. They've got a big gap, a really big gap over the rest of the field. And the other trouble for Kieran Hyde-Moody, he's on his own. So again, Shenington, slipstreams, a bit of bump drafting that you sometimes get round this circuit. If you're on your own, no buddies, no friends behind you, you're going up against 4 drivers who, yes, are competing for a race win, but generally their speed as a collective will be a lot better than Kieran Hyde-Moody. There's not much the driver of the number 49 can do in this situation. We talked about it earlier. Yeah, Kieran Hyde-Moody is 3/10 slower than Dan Grocott, the fastest driver within this group. That's not to say that Kieran's driving badly. There's just nothing he can do to push up to this group unless they start fighting harder. Grocott goes down the inside of Cooper. Cooper's going to try and fight that one back. Sandwell nips through into 3rd place. I think Naffer's just trying to take things nice and calm here. We're on the last lap of this race. There's still a chance here that Kieran Hyde-Moody, if it's a really big scrap, could still catch these 4. Naffer goes back down the inside of Grocott. Cooper and Grocott wheel to wheel once again. Apologies, it was Naffer on Sandwell going back up into 3rd place. This has been a much more boisterous B final than I was expecting.
Yeah, let's see what happens going down into the final corner, though. We saw a late move in that last heat, didn't we? But nothing looks likely here. Grocott slides to the outside. There's a little bit of contact from Naffer, and Sandwell tries to pick up the pieces, but it will be Cooper who wins the B final. These 4 will go through to the A. Cooper, Grocott, Naffer and Sandwell. Very impressive from Sandwell as well, considering he started down in 11th. The top 3, though, from the grid, continue through to the A final. Cooper winning the B final plate, as mentioned, Andrew.
And he does indeed. I'll take that one home to put onto the mantelpiece. Championship points as well, though, in this race. So Kieran Hyde-Moody 5th, Luke Phillips 6th, Alexandros Guerrero 7th. So yes, he doesn't win C3 today, and he'll hope that Sandwell doesn't get too far up the order in that A final, but it's still a good number of points from Alexandros Guerrero in the fight for C3 honours as we get towards the end of the season. George English P8, Stephen Westwood might be a bit disappointed with P9 today, misses out on the A final. Richard Newton completes the top 10. Sam Pike 11th, Joey Richardson on his CLUB100 return finishes P12 ahead of a couple of other super heavyweights. Good drives from Charlie Newman and Matt Salmon here today. Rupert Rickson continues to improve, P15 here today ahead of Oliver Hall, who I reckon is going to be 3rd. Yeah, 3rd in the C3 competition ahead of the very experienced duo of Paul Williams and Mike Bodner. Tony LaCastro, Tom Edwards, Nathan Biddle and Matt Jones are all up next, running down to 22nd place, and then a flurry of super heavyweights: Hicklin, Kirk, Jones, Hirani and Hicklin the other. So Jake winning in the Hicklin battle ahead of Andy. Lenny Wood P28 and Robert Turner completes the 29 finishes. All 29 drivers who started this race finished it, which is good to see. But for Cooper, Grocott, Naffer and Sandwell, as long as they can go through weight checks and all the rest of it, they will march forward into the A final that will be with us soon. This gives us just enough time to go back to calendar chat. Where had we got to? We'd got about a third of the way through the North Championship. So we talked about Silverstone on the 1st of March, TBC. Wilton Mill on the 12th of April. That's not TBC, that's locked in and done. 10th of May for Glannygore. Glannygore gets 2 visits for the Sprint Northern Championships this year. A really popular meeting earlier on in the season that we did some live broadcasting for. As I say, we're formulating the plans for how the live streaming will look for 2026 at the moment. So there is a possibility that some of these dates will be broadcast for the Northern Sprints. But yeah, the 10th of May for Glencore, 19th of July for Rowra. I think I'm right in saying we've got Rowra in a couple of weeks' time, or it's happened. No, it's happened recently. It's happened. There's too many calendar dates in my head at the moment for this year and next year. But yeah, great to be going to that beautiful circuit up in Cumbria. That'll be on the 19th of July. Hopefully there won't be fog. So normally when I go to Rowra, it's a bit like it's like the northern clay pigeon. I turn up and there's just fog everywhere. But 19th of July, summer conditions will be great up there at Cumbria Kart Racing Club. And then, as I say, we get to go to GYG twice next year for the Northern Championships. So they go back on the 16th of August. PF International will be the host on it's a bank holiday weekend again. So this is the one that's a little bit different. It'll be the Sunday and Monday of the late August bank holiday. So Monday the 31st of August will be round 6 for the SP40 North and Sprint Northern Championships at PF. And then Warden Law to finish. I like that as well. Finishing a championship at Warden Law. We've had a couple of championships in British karting that have done that. And it's a good circuit to finish. Paul and the whole team up at Karting North East. I always say this and I'll say it again. Every time I go up to that place, it's like, ooh, there's something new. Even when we had a double header for British, back-to-back weekends, it turned to the second weekend. Ooh, there's something new again. I love Warden Law. Great circuit to commentate at. Great people up there as well. A good place to finish the championship, Jacob.
Absolutely. And another one of the tracks that we're going to as part of BUKC next year, along with Buckmore, Dunkerswell and Thornstone.
Yeah, that's more details on that coming out. It's not too far away from the start of the BUKC season. We've got pre-season testing next week. A week on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I can hear engines firing. That must mean we are set to go then for our A final, our 8th sprint round final of the year. This is going to be a big one, and it's an interesting grid coming up to in a short few moments' time. So the grid then for the A final. Tim Penny has pole position for the final here at Shenington. Sam Pooley joins him alongside on the front row. Kurt Holmes and Alex Pritchard, they go from row 2. Joe Holmes has an opportunity here from row number 3. He's joined by the top C2 driver here today, Marcel Kimilevsky. Kimilevsky's rival for the C2 title is on the inside of row number 4. Henry Lopez-Gracie is joined by Scott Parker. On that one, Sam Iddles has had a good day, starts alongside Alexander Lamin on row 5. Stephen Jennings and Adam Hadfield go from row 6. It's an all C1 row 7. Mikey Nichols alongside Miguel Hall. Sam White and Jordan Hawkins, they go from row 8. Giles Coke and BJ Patel start on row 9. Paul Jennings and Joe Wright, they complete the top 20 on row 10. Steve Bosley has made it through to the A final. Good drive back through the field from Bosley. Starts alongside Jared Moore for this A final. Matthew Cooper and Dan Crocott, of course, have moved through from the B final, as have Adam Napper and Ross Sandwell, all 4 drivers who rep-charged through, passed weight checks and all of that business, Jacob, to qualify for this one. Not quite yet racing, are we, though? A few practice laps for the drivers.
Yeah, as with E-finals in the lightweights, you get a couple of practice laps just to double check that your kart is all safe and sound. Everything is pointing in the right direction, and it's on par with the rest of the field. These drivers are deemed experienced enough to determine whether or not that applies, and you'll see a couple of them coming in and out of the pits to swap out karts if there's anything that they're unhappy with. Occasionally that leads to a slight delay in the start, but usually the cars are switched out by the time they start getting in formation. You do have a bit of jeopardy in swapping your karts. You're likely to jump into a cold one which hasn't been warmed up, as we see some cows there on a hill.
Enjoying the action. enjoying the action here at Shenington. We sit on, on top of, pretty much on top of a hill here, on top of a ridge. A lot of history around this place. As I mentioned earlier, it was RAF Edge Hill back in the day. I've not seen any out. In fact, I wonder if the wind is too strong today for the gliders to be out. Normally you get some gliders coming over. I know I mention this every time, so if you're playing DDMM bingo card, you've got your Shenington special here. If a glider comes over your head, because there's no engines on them, of course, there's no sound with them, it is terrifying when you're coming through Cafe Corner and you're feeling I've got someone behind me, to my left, to my right, I'm racing, I'm having fun here in CLUB100, and then all of a sudden, oh my goodness, there's something flying over the top of me. Is it another driver? No, it's a glider.
Sometimes it's another driver.
Sometimes, very rarely it's
usually
another driver.
It's a glider, though.
But usually it's a glider around this circuit. Conditions still good. A few clouds in the sky. Someone did say to me today, it's not going to rain today. It's like, it's Shenington. Never trust the weather app. There's a couple of circuits around the country where I don't even bother looking at the weather forecasters. That was Sam Pooley looking to get back into position. There he is, taking a bit of a shortcut there. As long as he doesn't do that in the race, we'll be fine. Yeah, there's a couple of circuits that I just don't bother looking at the weather forecast before a day because it's pointless. Here, PF and Clay. There's a little factoid for you. Don't think we'll be going this time around. No. The formation is not fully set yet. Who's your money on for this one, Jacob? We've got some strong drivers in the front of the field.
I think Tim Penny's had a really good day. Obviously, he's pole position for the A final. Sam Pooley's certainly got the pace to pull away, I'd say, in terms of outright pace. Him and Joe Holmes, who we've seen setting fast lap times. Alex Pritchard's been really good. Yeah. I wouldn't discount him, but I'd say the most impressive part about his day has been cutting through the field, which he doesn't have to do much of from where he's starting. It could go anywhere of these top five, I think. Beyond that, you'd have to have a very, very strong race to dislodge them. So yeah, as good as the likes of Marcel Kimneski, Henry Lopez-Gracie, Scott Park and Sam Middleton are, it's hard to look beyond the top five for this one.
Indeed. Joe Holmes, if he could win this race as championship leader, would get rid of a 5th place in round 2. That would be in the bin, that would be in the drop scores confirmed. But this is not going to be an easy one for any of them. We are away and racing then for 12 minutes in the A final here in heavyweights. Good start for Tim Penny. Kurt Holmes has had a strong run as well. Sam Pooley's fought back to 2nd place. Had a very good second phase of that race start. Penny trying to hit it hard early. Adam Hadfield running out a little bit wide out of Pitts Bend, but they're keeping it all nice and clean through Stratford Corner. It's a long race here for the heavyweights. Pooley already, though, starting to close in on Tim Penny, but no, we've stopped. False starts. I wonder, did the pole side of the grid go a little bit too early there, Jacob?
It certainly looked like Tim Penny and Kurt Holmes got a lot better of a start than Sam Pooley. As you said, Sam Pooley battled back into turn 2, which made me wonder, perhaps my judgment on that start was wrong, but obviously race control have decided to take another go at it.
No, I can understand why they've called that as a false start, but I think we're pretty much set to go straight away for a second attempt. I don't think we're going to have any time scrubbed off for that. If you see a sizable incident on a lap one, sometimes you can see 2 minutes drop from the race time, but I don't think that's going to be the case
going around again
here today. No, we are going to go around again just to give a few more drivers opportunity to get into position. Pace kart driver quite keen to get on with this. We are going to knock 2 minutes off, so it will be a 10-minute A final now. So they'll go through the cut through once again.
Who's your money on, Andrew? You got to ask me.
I'm going to go with Sam Pooley. I think Pooley, has not got the pressures of championship on his shoulders. He can go out there and have fun with this. He can be aggressive out there on circuit. And I think the advantage that not necessarily known to the other drivers. They don't know how perhaps he races wheel to wheel. They've all got championship permutations on their minds. They might have to be a little bit conservative with the driver from the Nottingham Trent BUKC team. Let's see how we go then for this second start, round 8 of the Club 100 Senior Sprints here at Shenington for the heavyweight A final. That's looking better. Away we go then for 10 minutes here at one of the oldest circuits in the country. It's another good start for Penny. Kurt Holmes immediately up to second place. Joe Holmes has had a good start as well, up to third. Pooley, I think, has slotted down to P4. Yes, he has. Down towards Stratford once again. The number 21 of Alexander Lammin takes a turn to run out wide. And Hadfield has a look down the inside into the Stratford hairpin. They've just about got, no, they haven't, as Jordan Hawkins got turned round there on the exit.
Miguel Hall's
Miguel Hall
on the back
is
of another
up
car.
on top of another competitor. There's been a braking formation penalty for Steve Bosley as well. Here is your battle for second place. Yeah, Tim Penny's got a really good second half of this first lap, Jacob. Starts to pull away. Kurt Holmes a bit deep there through the Wilkins complex. Puts his hand up to apologise to his brother, say sorry about that have delayed us a little bit, because these chasers have got to get themselves organised. Pooley holds on to fourth place ahead of Pritchard.
I'd say, if anything, as a whole, that start was worse than the first one,
Yeah.
Andrew. Certainly from Sam Pooley's perspective, he was second before the false start flags come out. He's now down in fourth. A lot better of a start for Joe Holmes. There's yellow flags out because they're repairing the tyre barrier on the exit of the hairpin. And for a while there, Miguel Hall and the cart he was riding struggled to get going as well. They stopped on the entry to the chicane. They've now got going again, as you'll be able to see carts filing through and getting back up to full racing speed then, second half of this lap.
8.5 minutes of the race to go. Tim Penny kicking again. He's got good speed here. This is good signs for Tim Penny. His best result in a final so far this year. A third place a couple of rounds ago at round number 6. Tim Penny had some strong runs yesterday in the Saturday Championships. Looking to move himself up the order in those. Contact warning for the number 5 of Alex Pritchard. New fastest lap of the race has gone in from Kurt Holmes, 53.613. That was a tenth and a bit quicker than Tim Penny last time around. Joe Holmes still sitting there in third place. So this result right now would improve Joe Holmes's championship tally. It would consign that 5th place at round 2 to the history books. It would be completely scratched off of his racing record. Remember, it's 2 rounds worth of drops for everybody in this championship. So if you do all of the rounds, your worst 2 finals are dropped. And I tell you what, Joe Holmes will be happy with that move as well on Kurt Holmes up to 2nd place.
Yeah, I think content to work together, those two, so far. But Joe just thinks he's got that little bit of extra pace to close the small gap to Tim Penny. It's only half a second, but if you can pull out maybe 2-3 tenths of that gap on this lap, then he'll be in the slipstream, and the battle for the lead will be on, as Sam Pooley fancies a move on Kurt Holmes as well and gets it done into the hairpin. Sam Pooley up into 3rd place. He's going to follow Joe now to the back of Tim Penny's cart if he can.
He can indeed. Kurt Holmes there in 4th place has got his direct rival for 3rd place in the championship just behind him. Of course, another aspect of this championship run-in for 2025 is next year's inaugural Rotax Racing Club International Finals. If you want more information on that, do head across to the Club 100 website. Club 100 will be the service providers for the Rotax Racing Club. It's the new global organisation of arrive and drive competitions using Rotax power, like we do here in the UK with Club 100. So we'll come back to that, because Joe Holmes has closed in now on Tim Penny. Tim Penny's lead is under threat here from the reigning champion through the Bruno chicane once again. Sam Pooley is gone with Joe Holmes as well. Still like the look of Sam Pooley there in that number 99 card as a potential race winner here today. Down the hanger straight, through hanger corner. Tim Penny, though, soaking up the pressure.
Doing well so far. I think Joe's been having a little look and figured that Tim's just about quick enough for now. We move into the second half. I say the second half of this, it's not quite the second half yet, is it? Pooley looks up the inside of Holmes into turn 1. It'll be on the outside for turn 2, so Holmes will maintain position. But just a little nudge to remind him that he's there. And it'd be interesting to see how Joe reacts. Perhaps a move on Tim Penny will be a little more forthcoming now that he knows second place is under threat from Sam Pooley.
It's interesting just watching the body language of the drivers at the moment. Joe looked over his shoulder there and was like, hang on a minute, what's this new kid doing? He's looking pretty quick. But for anyone who's watched the BUKC over the last decade or so, Sam Pooley, many-time race winner in that competition. Joe Holmes has a think about it, but again, it's just not drawn alongside enough to go for the move through Hanger Corner. So Penny continues to lead this race from this championship, from this Sprint South Championship. You will see a number of drivers qualify to represent the United Kingdom in the Rotax Racing Club International Finals, held at Genk, Belgium next year. Brilliant circuit. Really, really looking forward to that event. Keep an eye out for further news in the coming weeks and months. There's a change for the lead though. Is it going to be a double change for the lead? Because Holmes went for the move on Penny. It's opened the door for Sam Pooley. Pooley looking to take the race lead here at Shenington. Holmes trying to fight back down the inside. Oh, and wide ends up Sam Pooley. Cuts across. Well, that's the same move, a bit of tarmac that he went over during the formation lap. Now he's come back onto the circuit in the lead of the race. This is going to be an interesting one for the race officials to call here, Jacob. Because they were all having a little bit of a go. Joe Holmes has his hand in the air, as Kurt Holmes to say, now hang on. Sam Pooley left the circuit. Sam will argue that he was forced there, and that he was left with no option. I'll be interested in Tim Penny's thoughts on this one. Let's say we've only had that one view on it. I'm not sure how we call that one.
It's one of the newer rules in the CLUB100 rulebook, advantage by track limits.
Yeah.
It doesn't normally apply on tracks like this where you don't typically do that.
Yeah.
Sam's argument,
it's got a penalty.
Sam will be, there you go, track limits advantage. Sam's argument will be, I was in the lead when I was forced off the track.
Yeah.
I was in the lead when I came back. It's hard to argue that, given he's got a little bit of a gap now. But his point is a valid one. He was in the lead before seemingly forced off the track. Sam reacts to the penalty there. Quite disappointed in that. It means he can't win this A final. But he'll very much still want to win it on the road, Andrew, to prove that he can.
Yeah, he will do. Well, just referring myself to what that'll be a two-place deduction. So at best he can hope third as Joe Holmes down the inside of Tim Penny for what is now effectively the race lead. Lots of gestures going on. There's a yellow flag out. Oh, now that's going to be an interesting one as well, because they were side by side heading into the yellow flag zone.
I think that might have been what Joe was pointing at, rather than a let's go get him. It was more of a there's a yellow flag and I'm on the inside kind of thing.
So Joe Holmes effectively now has the race lead, with Sam Pooley on the road having a two-place deduction. I think the thing for me, Jacob, with Sam Pooley is he probably kept it full throttle, or as close to full throttle as he dared. And yes, he led into the corner and led out of the corner. I think particularly in like the Tim Penny position, that he'll have taken advantage over Tim Penny by taking quite a lot of speed through that part of the course. Either way, the penalty has been handed out. Yellow flag still out for barrier repairs through the second part of the Bruno chicane. Drivers being indicated there to just slow it down. 1 minute and 20 seconds of this race to go. Right now, Joe Holmes would be putting another 150-point score on his tally. Won't be a full put 150 points onto his score, because, as I say, this is where drop scores are going to come into play. Effectively, he would be improving his counting scores tally by another 12 points by getting rid of that 5th place from round 2.
Set up for an interesting last couple of laps. Joe Holmes obviously doesn't have to make the move. I think he'll know that Sam Pooley's got that penalty. Sam Pooley will want to stay in the lead, because that's the only way he can get a podium.
Yeah.
Tim Penny will probably know that there's a race win on if he can get past Joe Holmes. And Kurt's probably thinking, I'm in with a chance of winning this one as well, given what's happened in front of me so far in this race. But a lap and a half to go. There's no danger at the minute of any moves, although Alex Pritchard might be fancying one on Kurt Holmes there, back in fifth.
Yeah, he might be indeed. So let's keep an eye on Pritchard to see if he does a bit of a send into the Wilkins complex. No, Kurt Holmes has it covered. Last lap board is going to be out then. Sam Pooley has the race lead on the road, but a track limits taking advantage penalty means at best he can hope for third place in this one. Holmes will inherit at the moment the race win. Penny will get his best results of the season so far with P2. There's still a great scrap going on for what is still fourth place on the road between Holmes, Pritchard and Henry Lopez Gracie, having a great race here today. Is on course for a C2 victory that would start to put the pressure on in the C2 ranks. Where is Kimilevsky? Kimilevsky, I think, is a long way down the order. So something's happened there with Stephen Jennings.
C2 lead.
Yeah, Stephen Jennings is going to get up the inside for the C2 lead. There's lots happening here on the last lap. Out of the final couple of corners. Sam Pooley will take it on the road but be dropped 2 places. So Joe Holmes will take victory and take another round of the Club 100 Senior Sprints Championship. Oh, Jennings did take C2 right on the line there, ahead of Henry Lopez Gracie. Tim Penny, best result of the season so far. Third place on the road, will become P2 after the penalty. Kurt Holmes held on to P4 ahead of Alex Pritchard. Jennings, as mentioned, took C2 on the line by 14 thousandths of a second ahead of Henry Lopez Gracie. Scott Parker, Sam Eddles and Alex Lamin all in the top 10. Good podium there for Alexander Lamin in C2. Giles Coke, Adam Naffer, Ross Sandwell. Oh, that's a big turnover of points for Ross Sandwell. That could be a really key moment in the C3 title stakes. Sandwell was the only C3 to make it in, and he moves all the way from the back of the grid and into the top half. Matthew Cooper comes home P14, just ahead of Steve Bosley in 15th. Sam White, Adam Hadfield, Jordan Hawkins, Gerard Moore and BJ Patel all in the top 20. Good response there from Hawkins, who had a bit of bother, didn't he, on lap number 1. Joe Wright, Marcel Kimilevsky, Mikey Nichols, Paul Jennings, Dan Grocott and Miguel Hall complete the runners in that one. So, a little bit of quiet falls over the circuit here. That's the heavyweights done. What have you thought of it, Jacob, this morning?
I thought it's been a great morning's racing. The final was as expected. 5 drivers at the top of their game, battling it out at the front. But the heats as well, there was something for everyone in each of the 9 heats that we had. And we've got even more heats coming this afternoon with the lightweights. We've got 12.
Yeah, we have indeed plenty of racing when we get to those lightweights later on in the afternoon. As I say, if you want to get involved and on the grid, I think there's still potentially some spaces or some reserve spots for the final round at Buckmore Park. But we are in that stage of the season where we're looking forward to 2026 and everything going on there. If you're not aware, keep an eye on the social media over the next few days and keep your ears open as well. We'll do more talking about it across the course of the day. As I say, lightweights, their driver's briefing is at 12:45, so track time begins at 1 o'clock for their 30-minute test. And then, as I say, racing commences at 1:30. We'll be here for that. I think we're looking forward to it, Jacob.
Very much so. Quick hour's lunch break and back for some more action.
Don't go anywhere. We've got part 1 of our paddock walk coming right up. Welcome everybody. At this stage of the day, it is of course the early morning, the heavyweight practice session just going on behind us. It's going to take the next 15 minutes or so, Jacob, to have a little bit of the chat to the drivers. Shenington as a circuit, first of all, one of the old ladies of the sport. What's your experience of it?
I raced here a couple of sprint events, Andrew. One went drastically wrong. The other, not too bad.
Yeah.
I think it was difficult conditions on both occasions when I came here to race. A lot sunnier today, which should hopefully see a lot better racing. We'll see what the drivers think of it though, because it's up to them ultimately, not us.
Just looking at the wind as well, obviously there's been a bit of a storm in the country over the past few days. Headwind going down, no actually, yes, headwind going down the main straight, headwind going down into the Stratford, so there should be a lot of overtaking today for us here at Shenington. Let's have a chat with Mikey Nichols. Mikey had a good run yesterday in the SB60. Good morning, Mikey. How are we feeling?
It's not as windy, that's a good thing. Yeah, looking forward today. Grids are looking tough, and there's a lot of good drivers here, so stay out of trouble, and I think we'll be all right.
I say there's some. We've got the usual favourites in there, but then we've got the likes of Joey Richardson and Sam Pooley, a bit of surprise.
There's a couple of C1s that we don't normally see, so they could work in your favour, they might not. So, but we're all out there together. As long as you keep out of trouble, I think is the key, and then get a good, decent grid in the A final and see what we can do.
As you say, it was a bit windy yesterday. Did you pick anything up from that in the SB60 to take it to today?
Yeah, I just think you just got to try not to overdrive it. I mean, the toe was so strong yesterday, so I don't think you've got to worry about that too much. So if you get a gap, I think you'll be all right. So,
what would you be happy with in terms of a result today?
I've got to be looking for at least top 3. So that's my aim anyway.
Good stuff, Mikey. Thanks for talking to us, Jacob. Yeah, a really good point there from Mikey about the toe and not overdriving at this circuit, because maybe not so much in a sprint race, but I know from my experience of racing around here, if you do lose the toe round the circuit, all of a sudden you've lost 3-4 tenths a lap sometimes, and that's going to be even more extreme here today.
Yeah, it is a powerful tool in the driver's arsenals. Let's see what Mr. Jennings thinks about it. I was going to come and ask you if you wanted an interview, but I thought I'd better off just turning up.
Oh, why not? Why not? Go for it.
We were just talking about the power of the slipstream around here. Any thoughts?
Yeah, there's a bit of power, but obviously it's normally the cart as well. You know, you've got to have a decent cart. If you haven't got a decent cart, then you're on a hiding to nothing, slipstream or no slipstream. But I've just got in on a whim because there was a no-show. So today I'm racing brother. Yesterday did a bit of racing, so we should have some fun.
I was going to say you were a bit of a, I don't want to say part-timer. That sounds like it's a derogatory term, but you didn't do every round when we raced together. How have you been this season?
Yeah, no, I think that's a great term, part-timer. I have just been dipping and diving for other reasons, you know. But yesterday did well. Me and my brother got a lockout on the SP40, first and second off the grid. So hopefully we can replicate some performance today. Weather's looking good, so hopefully we can rock and roll.
How many sprint rounds have you done so far this year? Is this your first one?
This is my first one, number 104. So we'll see how we get on. And there's brother just turned up.
Oh, we'll go have a little chat with him as well. Just to you as well, yeah. Front row lockout, I heard yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, you got to get lucky sometimes. So the luck didn't last for too long, though, because we're about 1 or 2 laps and then we got a bit swamped. But my brother didn't. He stayed up there. So
well, perhaps you saved some luck for today.
Exactly. I mean, the luck is with me. So actually, in the end, I took on the Sprint 60 as well. I did that and got a 3rd place. So trophies in the bank. And hope for more today.
And you're well practiced for today then. You know your way around Shenington.
I do see people that have raced in both races yesterday. They must have done hundreds of laps and they're still out testing. So what do they need to know more?
I don't know.
What are they going to find out?
Obviously they, looking for that luck that you had or trying to build it for themselves. Are you saying that you know everything there is to know about it then?
Not everything, but I don't think I can learn anymore. So if I haven't got it now, I'll never have it.
Okay, fair enough. Well, we'll see in your heats. Which heats you're in? Where are you starting? Got good grids?
I've got a 5th, a 7th and a 12th. So they say they're brilliant grids, but they're not, are they? Yeah. So it's going to be a bit rough, but...
I find those at the top prefer the middle starts. Yeah. Those who are slightly below the top, should we say, and myself very much included in that, prefer to have one on pole where you can just hopefully run away with it whilst everyone else scraps.
Exactly. You hope for a bit of carnage behind you, but in those grid slots, I'll be in the carnage, I expect. So, as you know, with the sprints, you need a bit of luck and then a bit of performance. So, hopefully they come together and I'll have a good day.
Yeah. Well, all the best. Hope to see you do well this afternoon, both of you.
Yeah.
Andrew has got a chat lined up with Mr. Pike.
I'm indeed here with Sam Pike. Sam, having a good first season in heavyweights from in terms of results perspective. How have you found it behind the wheel?
Yeah, no, it's been good. There's definitely been a few mistakes and the rest of it, but I think all to be expected. But yeah, definitely been enjoying it.
Shenington as a circuit, what do you think of it? It looks simple on a track map, but anyone who's raced around here knows it's anything but.
Yeah, exactly. It's simple in the fact that there's like only a couple of corners, but that also means if you make a mistake at one of them, you're very compromised. But no, I really like it. It's very quick, and yeah, I've gone well here in the past, so hopefully it should be a good day.
Did you have a chance to go out yesterday?
No, not yesterday, but I'll be hopping in a minute for the test, so yeah, should have a bit of practice to like make all the mistakes before the actual races start.
And it's that time of year where we start talking calendars. Now, for you at home, if you're not an existing customer, keep an eye on the social media this coming week, because all the info is going to be pouring out. The existing customers have already got the calendars. Sam, what are you really excited about on the calendar for next year?
I think Silverstone's probably the obvious one that stands out, so that'll be interesting to go to, and Dunkswell as well. So yeah, I think it looks really good. Personally, GYG is my favourite track, so as a southerner, it's a shame we can't do that, but no, really looking forward to it.
But you could potentially, if there's space in the northern, have 2 trips to GYG.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on it. Hopefully with 2 there'll be enough like spaces that open up, and I'll definitely be willing to make the trip.
Fantastic, Sam. Thanks for your time. We'll talk to you later. But yeah, say it is that time of year. Jacob, talking calendars. 2 new tracks on the calendar next year. One of them which hasn't even had a full, complete race of anything at the moment, the Silverstone kart circuit, the full CLK FIA grade circuit. But Dunkerswell as well on the calendar. I'm really pleased to see that one on. We were there earlier in the year for the British Championships for a Rotax round. I was thoroughly impressed with what the team have done down there. I think it'll be a popular circuit.
Absolutely, really looking forward to Silverstone. Obviously, we're trying it out in the BUKC before we go there for CLUB100 proper. There's just someone over there that I'd like to grab a quick word with, Andrew. Should we? He's waving. Waving is an invite to talk to him. Joe, hello. What are you doing here?
I don't really know, to be honest.
No. Yeah. Looks like it the way you drive as well. One-off guest appearance, or?
Yeah, I'm back I live in Hong Kong now, so visiting family, and this kind of overlaps with my trip, so I thought, let's get involved. Might put a few pounds on, but give it a go.
Fair enough. Well, you know, if you had to guess, where do you reckon you're going to end up today?
Man, if I finish top 15, I'll be very, very happy. Wow. That's the depth that I've got to. Oh, sorry, I swore. The depth that I've dropped to.
We can bleep that out because this isn't live, I assume. Chappers can do anything. Top 15, I'd be aiming higher for you.
Years, 106 kilos today, so yeah.
The food in Hong Kong's good then, is it?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Fair enough. And Shenington, the experience around here?
I've been here a million times over the years, but obviously I haven't driven for a while. But it's a great track. Not the best for an overweight driver, but it's a nice track, yeah.
You've had a little taster there as well. I've just seen you come in, having 15 minutes in the test. You feeling it? You back in the groove?
I stopped because I was getting so tired, to be honest. I mean, like fasting to try and lose some weight, and then my energy level was like crap. So, apart from the million excuses that I've given today, I'm going to have a fun day. It's going to be amazing. It's nice to see everyone. So yeah, looking forward to it.
We saw your name on the entry list, and we thought we're really looking forward to seeing you race again. Lucky it's only 7-minute races and not sprint 60 or something like that.
That's it.
All right, cheers, Joe. I'll let you go get some food or something like that. And yeah, we'll see how Joe gets on later. But yes, Andrew, the calendar, really exciting.
Yeah.
Dunkswell and Silverstone. I think Silverstone's going to be absolutely fantastic. And as a finale to the season as well for CLUB100s.
Yeah, for the South Championships, I think it's the finale. For the North Championship, it's TBC at the moment to be in there for the first round. But if everything's up and running, operational down at Silverstone, that'll be a great way to start the season. As you say, BUKC heading there early in the year as well. I've had a little bit of a look at the track myself. I've not been one of the chosen few to go round it yet. I was down there a couple of weekends ago. There's a couple of corners around there that look really, really interesting. Obviously, it's a circuit that's been made to a CLK FIA grade level, so it's quite wide, it's quite fast in spaces. But you've got some really big banked turns there as well, almost like some more Euro circuits, something like a rugby, something like that. So that should be really good. And as I say, Dunks, that's going to be fantastic for racing. You've got quite a lot of straights there, but you've got your mix of tight, twisty bits as well that'll be really exciting for the drivers. Just having a look behind as well, we won't jump in, but another one of the examples of developments and things going on in Club 100. Just see Sam there giving Tom Edwards a bit of training. So again, as we get ready for the brand new season, if you're wanting to improve as a driver, this is why Club 100 is such a great place to do that, because it's not just a case of having the parity of the karts out there, the equal opportunities, not being able to spend to win, but also the fact that we've got a very experienced group of testers who give that driver tuition as well.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got Sam Taylor there giving one driver some tips. I think Sam Dimolow's knocking around as well, doing exactly the same thing. And usually, if you're turned up to a sprint day, one of the Club 100 testers can offer that tuition for you. Both Sams have helped me out in the past, more than I can describe in the time we've got left at the Paddock walk. But yeah, it's a tool that's available to drivers, and I recommend getting in touch, whether it's on Facebook or via the Club 100 office, that sort of thing.
We'll have a very quick chat with Vinod Hirani, if that's all right. Vinod, one of our super heavyweights. Vinod, good to see you again. How's the track? I think you've just been out, haven't you? How's the track feeling?
It's okay. It feels a little bit greasy in places, and I think we've had a lot of yellows already, so in the chicanes and stuff like that, so I think people are sort of experimenting, but it's getting there, and I think nice sunny day and a bit of rubber down, I think it will get there, I think. Yeah.
You're one of the most experienced drivers in this field. What is it that keeps you coming back to Club 100 year after year after year?
Just, I mean, you know, on the road you can't really drive, you know, you can really go for it here. Track days you can't race, when I've taken my car on track days and stuff, so here you can race. Most of the time you've got good other competitors to race with, so you can be, you know, inch to inch, you know, wheel to wheel and stuff like that. So yeah, it's a lot of good fun, and I think I'll keep doing it till, you know, I'm forced to stop. So yeah.
We've been talking to a couple of drivers about next year. I don't know if you've had a chance to give the big pack of notes that JV sent out on Thursday a good run through. If you have, what's in there that's exciting you?
So it sort of got filed away in my emails, and then I think there's been discussions on the Facebook group. Yeah. So I've had a look, and I see Silverstone's on there, which is exciting. Yeah. And there's a few array rounds. I see the Northern Championship has GYG a couple of times, and so, but then we've got allows all that. So I think it'll be interesting, and the new weight classes will be interesting as well. See how that, you know, the 3 tiers, how that comes out, and how the timings go and stuff like that. So yeah, I think it should be interesting. It should be interesting, but I think later this week digest it fully. I think it's a big old pack, and yeah, I need to need to go through it all carefully. Yeah,
absolutely. Vinod, thanks for your time. We'll catch you later on. And yeah, good point there from Vinod in terms of the 3 weight classes. So we will see a change next year. Not much changes in terms of these heavyweights, but the lightweights, which we'll have later on this afternoon, that's kind of splitting almost into a lightweights and a middleweights, giving a bit of a smoother curve, particularly for the juniors stepping up into the senior competition. But Jacob, you found one of our main drivers here today.
This isn't a junior step.
This isn't a junior stepper.
It's been a while since this guy's a junior. No offence, Joe. Sorry, that's a bad way to start an interview, isn't it? Just been out on the track. How are you feeling?
Yeah, good. You can tell, obviously, with the de-restricted engines this year, that it's a little bit faster around here. So yeah, it should be good. It's a circuit where it's going to be competitive. I think you're touching the brake maybe 3 or 4 times on a lap. So yeah, it should be close today. Looking forward to it.
3 A final wins so far this year. Your main championship competitor, Anwar, isn't here today. Can you make it 4?
I'm hoping so. It's been my nemesis this year, to be honest. Always seem to be qualifying well in the heats and then get to the final and don't always go my way. Like I say, it's going to be interesting. The tour's quite big round here. I can't envision that it'll be a breakaway win, if it is going to be a win, but it's more exciting for the viewers. But yeah, 100% going for the win. Let's see what we can do.
A couple of interesting guest drivers as well. Mr. Richardson we've spoken to already in this pit walk. We got Sam Pooley as well, who's run well here in BKC in the past. Anyone you've got your eye on in particular?
I mean, Dante's told me to keep an eye out for Mr. Pooley. So, no, to be honest, the more better drivers, the merrier. I think from a championship standpoint, it's better that way. There's people that can take points off you and other rivals. Yeah, looking forward to it. I hope they're involved. It'd be nice to have a big old train for the final.
Love that, Andrew.
One of the other thoughts looking towards next year, Joe, we've been a couple of drivers talking about the calendar, but I think something that you're going to have your eye on is the big one, the trip to Genk for the Rotax Racing Club International Finals. What's your thoughts on those?
Yeah, really looking forward to it. Like you say, I think that's the one that I've got my eye on. I think I've done all I can do in CLUB100. It'd be nice to do it on a international stage against other international drivers and show who's going to come out on top, and hopefully bring it back for the Brits.
And as I say, Anwar's not here this weekend, but he's been doing some globe trotting, hasn't he? So it'd be another good opportunity for, as you say, the Brits to show what they can do.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like I say, Anwar not been here. It's better him being here because he runs at the front and it's some good competition. But my understanding is he wants some vengeance on a German driver that beat him last time. So I hope he wins it. I hope he brings it back for the UK. So good luck to him. I think he had a decent day yesterday. So hopefully he can win that and I can win this.
Fantastic, Joe. Thanks for your time. We'll see you out there. Right, that wraps us up for this first short but sweet part of the Paddock Walk. We'll have another one of these before we get going for the lightweight. So keep it locked here on your Alpha live stream. Welcome back, everybody, to Shenington. Getting ready for our lightweights. We're here with Ryan, who jumped in to say hello to this man from the old BUKC days, and you've volunteered now as the first interview of the day. Ryan, looking forward to this one?
Yeah, I'm quite excited. It's my first ever sprint round, so I'm looking to see what I can get up to.
How have you prepared for it? What have you watched some of the previous races? Because it's a bit of a different style to BUKC.
So I've been doing SP40 all year, and I was doing it yesterday as well. So I know the track, hopefully. So it's just changing the format, seeing how I can do with that.
I was hearing from some of the test drivers. I think you were having 50-mile-an-hour winds here yesterday. That must have been quite tough.
Yeah, coming around turn 1, we had quite a headwind. It was a big stretch on the neck, so that was quite difficult.
And how are you out in the practice session in a bit?
I'm not. I've got a bit of time to cool down, and I'm out in Heat 3 on pole for my first race, so that'll be a bit of a challenge. But see what happens.
Brilliant, Ryan. Best of luck. Have some good fun out there. We'll move on. Let's move away from the big speaker. Dante in with us. Dante's coming in. Thoughts on Sam's first sprint's performance?
I thought he did really well. When it comes to the actual race, in the pre-event a bit earlier, obviously he was a bit rusty. He then got up to speed. In the heats, he started to get a little bit better. So yeah, the heats he did really, really well. Very happy with that. In the final, I thought he drove very well. Unlucky with the penalty. I understand why he got the penalty. I think it could have gone either way, because at the end of the day, he did have no space on the right. He had to go off, but I think if he just let off a little bit, maybe like at least a place or something like that, he would have been all right. But if you're battling Joe and you beat him on track, then you're doing a good job. And he did very, very well. And he's right here actually. He did great.
We'll have a chat with Sam in a minute. Before we move on, your day, big day, championship running again. Very experienced in this position. What are we thinking?
Yes, that time of year again, isn't it, where it gets to the crunch time. Previous rounds I've saved a lot. My championship's been saved many times through just finals, just coming back through the finals, so my heats are not great. I really need good heats today, that's the main thing. I always stay very focused. I'll try and be as calculated as I can, get as much as I can, dig as much of a result as I can. I'm sure I'll do the same today. I usually get on well here, but fingers crossed, it's a different year, so we'll try again.
Best of luck, Dante. Have a good day. I'll have a little chat with Logan McAllister. First question, Logan, why are you making me feel so old? Why are you here in seniors?
Just thought we'd try it out. Turned 15 only a few days ago. 16 only a few days ago. So, yeah, coming into a round with no pressure and just going to have some fun. So.
As I say, we saw Rory do a similar kind of move last year from the juniors into the seniors and have a really good end to the season. Let's actually have a little chat about your junior seasons, because you've still got those going on as well. It's going to be a close run thing again into the end of the season there.
Yeah, only 1 point between me and Benji in the south. I think I've already bagged the north, so that'll be a ticket to the Worlds next year at Genk, which should be really fun with Rotax. But yeah, I think me and Benji should have a really good fight at Buckmore, and we'll see who becomes champion.
You mentioned the international finals for the Rotax Racing Club there at Genk. Obviously, you've got experience of earlier in your karting years of being in owner racing, stepping into CLUB100, showing those performances. From your perspective as a younger driver, how important is it to have that event in Genk as like the next level to give a platform for drivers such as yourself?
I think it's really good. I think for people who can't do own a kart now, I think it's definitely something to look forward to, and you can work your way through the ranks with CLUB100 now and other Rotax associated championships, which I think is great. Fantastic.
Logan, we'll see you out there on track. We'll just try and grab Jacob. I would say I've done 3 in the road now, so surely it's your turn to have a little chat to this man here.
Well, I was lying in wait, Andrew. You just steamed on through. I've got Sam Pooley here, and change of topic really, I'd assume, unless you were talking about the heavyweights A final there. Sam, saw you out on track earlier on in the stream, and finished first on the road in the heavyweight A final. Your first heavyweight sprints round. Very impressive showing, but unfortunately a penalty that dropped you down. Thoughts and feelings?
Yeah, obviously I think happy I won it on the road, obviously. And then I think the penalty was, I can see both sides of it. I think, I would have liked, obviously, maybe just some warning that maybe it was going to be a penalty, maybe just to tell me to back off a little bit. But you know, I can see why. But I don't think I gained a massive advantage. But you know, at the end of the day, a podium's still perfectly happy. That's what I aim for coming into the day. So.
And penalty aside, the round as a whole and your first sprints experience, how did you find it?
Really good, actually. You know, I think the standard is really quite good throughout the whole field, especially at the front. Really good, clean racing as well. A little bit better than BUKC. I think you'd agree.
I could never admit to such a thing. Will you be back?
I'm going to see if I can get to Buckmore. I know that Joe said he'd like to see me at Buckmore. So I'm going to try my best, see if I can get off work. But yeah, hopefully.
Well, we're live streaming that one as well, so hopefully it'll be the same again, but with one fewer penalties.
One fewer penalties would be nice, but I'll take a third place for now.
Brilliant. Cheers, Sam. Hopefully see you again in a couple of weeks' time. Andrew has got a very reluctant Adam with him, and I'll pass over.
Yeah, Adam Naffer, you're going to have to chat to us whether you like it or not. Tough day, not the best round, but you kept plugging away in there. And a decent A final as well, moving back up through the field.
Yeah, I think when you end on a good note like that, it's still a good day, and you just got to learn from them. Like even in the practice and in the A final, it shows that I've got the pace, and I think a lot of this season has been having the pace, but just small mistakes or just like small little mishaps, and you've just got to take that and keep plugging away, really, like you said, and just keep trying to improve.
First year in C1, what would we rate it so far out of 10?
If you'd asked me this like a few rounds ago, I'd have been like 7 or 8 because I think came off starting pole at Rizzy and I'd had the podium at GYG and I could have fought for the win at Wilton as well. So I think pace-wise, I think the gap's closed a bit. I think I can be up there with the top 3. But then the last few rounds I've just not been the best in the heat. So still, I'd say probably a 6 because I know maybe even if I'm not the best in the standings, I know I've got the pace and I know there's been a gap closed. So it's just about picking my moments and just improving on the heats a bit, and I think I'll be up there in the finals.
Buckmore's a strong track for you. You've had some good runs over the years, whether it be sprints, BUKC. So does that give you the good level, do you think? We always term it like the baby Prem title back in the day of being the top new C1 at the end of the year.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's definitely possible if I have a decent Buckmore as well. And I do love the track. Last round of the year, it should be a good one, and it should just be a nice way to end the season. But to be honest, I'm not like this round and next round. I weren't going in with too many expectations, especially because I'd already had a drop after missing a round. So for me, it's just about having fun and like kind of gearing yourself up for next year, like gauging where you're going to be. And yeah, so we'll see how that goes.
Excellent. Adam, thanks for your time. Safe journey home, and we'll see you at Buckmore Park. Right, where shall we go next? So let's head back on, Jacob, into where the drivers are getting ready for their practice session.
Yes, we've kind of dried up our talent pool in that little area, so we're going to have to go through onto the dummy grid and see if we can doorstep someone before they get underway in the test. And then we're waiting on a couple of drivers, but another one I think here for the first time today is my friend Max here. Is this your first sprint round?
No, I've done the whole season.
Have you? Oh, that shows how much I've been watching. How have you been getting on then?
It's been a bit up and down. My best result was easy Clay last time out, but it's been a bit of a mixed bag.
Where did you finish at Clay?
I was 7th in the B final, 3rd qualifying, but not too bad. About 4th in the C3s. Okay. So could be better, could be worse.
Do you reckon there's a chance of an A final today?
There's definitely a chance. There's also a chance that I get deducted some championship points for getting too many penalties.
What's been up to?
Shenanigans.
That'll do it. Yeah. You going to keep it clean today?
I'm going to do my absolute best and get an A final.
There it is. All right, I look forward to seeing that on the live stream. All the best in that respect. Andrew, I'll pass over to you.
I found a Billy Bandit. Well, at least he's in a Billy Bandit suit. You've just spoken to one, Super Mo Hassan. Mo, why? I mean, the Buckmore Park rental suits are fine enough, but where's the normal suit?
I mean, it's still red at least. So you, no, it wasn't a planned one. So it was a surprise one for me, and hopefully for you guys. So yeah.
And your brother here as well. He's in his normal garb. You know, it's a good circuit to go racing on, this one, isn't it?
Well, to be fair, I was supposed to fly back a few days ago, but then obviously found out CLUB100 was happening in Shenington, so it was like, yeah, it was an easy decision to make it happen.
Have you been able to do any other bits of karting whilst you've been away?
Yeah, loads. I'm doing the entire endurance championship in Dubai, and I'm doing a few sort of local championships over there as well. And yeah, I'm pretty well in the karting scene in Dubai as well.
And I'm putting you on the spot here, but I know of the growing list of nations in Rotax Racing Club, but we've got representation in the UAE. Do you think you get, if you're not already involved, do you think you're going to get involved in that, potentially get one of those tickets to Genk?
Yeah. So actually, I found this out yesterday from JV. He was telling me that they had also rolled it out in the UAE. So yeah, I think you might see me in Genk actually. Yeah, absolutely.
Fantastic. We hope to see you there. We'll catch you in a bit, Mo. Good to see you again. I think we've got a few more minutes before the start of this this practice session.
We've got a championship contender down here. Figured we've spoken to Dante already, so it's probably best to get a second opinion on the lightweight sprints championship. Rory, come on into the office. How you doing?
Good, thank you. How are you?
I'm not too bad, thank you. I was just saying that we've spoken to Dante already, and Fraser's all the way over there, so we're going to have to settle for you for this championship talk.
Yeah, it's getting close, going to the last round. I think Dante's one behind me, and Fraser's a bit up the road with 11, but it's always manageable to claw back some lost points.
I was going to say, it's not insurmountable at this stage of the season. Good result today will do you well, though. What do you reckon?
Yeah, well, I'm hoping to win, obviously. But I'm also hoping to Fraser's have a bit of a shocker, so I can claw back some points. Yeah, it'd be good.
He hasn't even got his helmet on yet, so he's not prepared, is he?
Yeah, he looks lost. So hopefully it might be an easy feat.
Yeah, and of this round and Buckmore, which would you say is your best chance of clawing back those 11 points?
Probably say Buckmore. It's my home circuit, so I know it rather well. But so does Fraser at the same time. But yeah, I'd say. I mean, I won here last year, so hopefully we can repeat, but you never know.
Yeah, well, a repeat of last year and then onto your home circuit at Buckmore. Could say it's looking good for you, Rory.
Could say. I hope so, yeah. But yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
We'll keep an eye on your progress. Good luck, as always, and yeah, see you in that A final.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Rory O'Regan there, who is, as you said, second in the championship, 11 points behind Fraser Brunton, one ahead of Dante Dillon, who we spoke to earlier.
Yeah, I think Rory's got another really good shot at the championship this year. I'm just going to spin you around, Adam, because I want to have a quick chat with Tommy Lee, if that's okay. Tommy, you've been doing some great things in the North Championships this year. I want to ask you the question. The news came out Thursday to the existing customers, a Sprints North Championship next year as well. Do you think that's something that you're going to be having a bit of a tilt for?
Yeah, definitely. I've really enjoyed the Northern Championship this year, so now there's sprints as well. I definitely want to get involved in that next year.
Back to the south though, Shenington today, good driving conditions, the engines all like it. Grip at a bit of a premium out there with the air temps a bit down, but it should be some good racing today, do you think?
Yeah, definitely. It's my first time here actually, so I have to get used to it quickly in this test. Just hopefully I can get up to pace quickly, follow the quick boys for a bit, and then straight into the racing.
So give us the insight, first time here, yep, you've got this 30-minute test session, but what can you do as a driver, as an experienced driver, before you get in the kart to kind of get the lay of the land of a new circuit?
Yeah, I've definitely been looking at some tape of other drivers that have been here before, just to see where they're going, see how they're braking and their lines and stuff like that. I've also been speaking to some other people, getting some tips from them, just trying all my best before I get out on track.
Good stuff. Tommy, we'll let you get ready for your test session. I think we've only got a minute or so before this session begins. I don't want to get in the way of the officials. I think, shall we go and have a chat? I want to have a chat with the Chapmans because we've been seeing Jake and Max having some really, really good runs so far this year. Young Mr. Chapman, Jake Chapman. What's the pace come from? You've been winning lots of races recently.
I don't know, it's just kind of come out of nowhere really, but it's been a really good season so far.
And looking forward to next year as well, lots of big plans announced on Thursday?
Yeah, so probably just going to do sprints next year, and obviously might be going to Genk if I get the ticket.
This race circuit today, we always say it looks easy on paper, but it's anything but when you get out there. How have you been preparing for this weekend?
I came here early in the year for the junior round. That was pretty good. Had, I think, like a 6th and 8th there, so that's the good preparation I've probably had so far.
And obviously you've made the transition going into seniors. There's going to be another new set of juniors next year doing that. What's the best piece of advice that you can give to those looking in the juniors this year to going into seniors next year?
I mean, it's going to be rough. It always is in seniors, but they use their head when they're racing, so it's always good having that compared to juniors where sometimes they don't use their head, and it's nice, actually like better racing overall.
Good stuff, Jake. Have a good time out there. From one Chapman to another, Jacob's here with Max.
Max, we've just spoken to Jake. Who's doing better out of the two of you this year?
Unfortunately, he is, but I'm not too far behind. I'm closing the gap, but still a bit to go.
You got 2 rounds left this year. Can you go the extra mile and overcome him?
Hopefully. I mean, 17 points is in sprints because there's so many. You have all the heats. I can easily probably catch the gap, but it's going to be close. So he's quite competitive. So.
Do you fancy yourself at Shenington?
Yeah. I mean, I raced here yesterday for a bit of practice, so. Fingers crossed, it works well today.
Absolutely. And what about Buckmore as our final round?
Yeah, I did all right at the start of the season. It was just a bit damp, so I made a few mistakes, but hopefully I should be all right in the last round.
Yeah, I can't imagine Buckmore will be damp in November. You out in the test as well? You sharing this one?
No, I'll be in my own cart, but we're sharing with someone else.
I see. All right then. Yeah, you wouldn't want to give him that advantage, would you? Really?
No.
Goodbye.
I'll be out racing him anyway.
Well, don't show him the lines too early on. Make him work that out for himself.
I need the advantage, yeah.
All right, well, good luck for today. Hopefully see you, the two of you, at the front of the A final.
Thank you very much.
Andrew's back over this other side of the cart, and we're running short on time, aren't we?
Yeah, we've got a couple of minutes before we go. Let's try and grab one more interview with a driver. I want to go a little bit further back up the grid here. We've got Dan Shaw here who's going to have a little chat with us. Dan, another driver stepping from the juniors into the seniors. How have you found the year?
Not the best, to be honest. I've had a few penalties, but I much prefer the format. I think it's more intense. You learn more from having the heat races. You've got to learn about control and aggression and stuff, but I don't agree with every penalty I've received, but I've made a few mistakes. But next year, calendar's looking nice. Yeah. Personally, not a huge fan of the South and North divide. I think it's good if we had a nice national championship, but the calendar's really nice. I'll be sure to do a few North rounds, and the BUKC as well. I'll be entering for the first time.
Which university?
I'm at Oxford Brookes.
Very competitive team.
Yes, well, so I hear. But we'll see. I'm testing at Wilton in a couple of weeks, so we'll see how we get on. Callum, so this is a uni friend of mine, Callum. Yeah. He races over in Vancouver.
Vancouver in Canada in senior road tax. What do you make of the whole CLUB100 scene?
I think it's really cool that you guys have road tax rentals, because at home, all we have is the 4-strokes. Terrible, slow, whatever. But yeah, it's definitely a better opportunity than we have. Like, we don't have any competitive rentals. You either do just family rentals or you buy your own car.
So what you're saying is race organisers in Canada right now watching this, they need to get on board. They need to. I think there are some plans at least for a road tax racing club in Canada.
Yeah, we need some in the West Coast. All the Quebecois have them.
So it's a bit too far to go down to California for KFX.
A little bit too far. Yeah.
So there we go. That's what we want. We want West Coast of Canada, another group for Road Tax Racing Club. Right, I think we're probably going to wrap up there, Jacob. You've got another one?
No, I said now that I've got my retirement plan, move out to Canada, set up CLUB100 Canada.
You're going to run it?
I wouldn't say for sure, but probably more enjoyable than my current job. So
say no more. Thank you very much, guys. Don't go anywhere. More racing coming up here from Shenington. The heats in lightweights will be starting in a few minutes' time. Welcome back, everybody, to live pictures at Shenington. We are approaching 8:765. This countdown is going on too long. Sunday testing session number 1.
has hit its checkered flag for the lightweights out on circuit. Jake Chapman fastest in it, 52.317 was his fastest lap, ahead of Ethan Saunders-Wilkes and Christopher Powell-Taylor in third place. So the drivers heading on in. Jacob, we'll get ready for the first heat in the sprint lightweights. It's been a while for me since I've been in a sprint paddock, but I can really see the difference and the change of a lot of the youth coming through, the younger drivers stepping up to the seniors.
Yeah. First of all, very misleading name. It's actually test. It's the second test session.
It is the second test session. Yeah, that
I did wonder what you were talking about for a second, and I realised that's
exactly what it says on the screen.
Fair play to you. But yes, we are seeing now a lot of the Club 100 cadet and junior drivers grow up.
Yep.
And join the senior grid. Not least of all, Rory O'Regan, who started off in Club 100 Juniors and is now once again challenging for the title in this lightweight sprint championship.
Oh, we saw Rory.
Not really sure what's going on with the camera there.
Someone's playing with our camera. Is that allowed?
I was looking at myself. Am I making that noise?
No, Rory stepped across, as we were discussing with Logan McAllister during that second part of the paddock walk. Rory stepped across into the seniors. There's a bit of a crossover in terms of the age points at the moment in the rules. Won a few races and then obviously done a full season campaign this year. I think this is almost a bit of a parallel going into the future of what we see in owner racing as well, that once a driver gets to of age, they've got their national championship or whatever it is sewn up, they'll switch into the next category up, whether it be a mini up to a junior up to senior, because those extra month, 2 months running within the next level can be really, really key for the following year. And that's definitely been the case for Rory O'Regan. Championship points at the moment. Jacob, run us through our championship points. How are we looking with 2 rounds to go?
Well, Fraser Brunton tops the standings. He's got 1,075 when we take drop round into account. He's 11 points ahead of Rory O'Regan. I think we talked briefly about that in the paddock show that you've just seen. Dante Dillon is 1 point behind with 1,063. Then there's a bit of a gap back to Andrew McWilliam, the reigning champion, who's on 1,035. So that's a bit of work to do if he wants to retain his title. Jake Chapman, who you spoke to, Andrew, is on 1,017. Max Chapman, who I spoke to, is 15 back on 1,002. And between those is Sam Lovelace on 1,004. Those are the main challenges for the overall title. Of course, I've mentioned 2 C2 drivers there in the terms of the Chapmans. They top C2 standings. The others are C1. So yes, Fraser Brunton, Rory O'Regan, Dante Dillon and Andrew McWilliam in with a shout at the C1 title. Sam Lovelace an outsider in that. Jake Chapman and Max Chapman battling out to be C2 champion, with Ben Sanders, Tommy Lee in the mix as well, 8th and 9th overall in the standings. And then rounding out the top 10 is George Lawler, who is an A final winner this year, but hasn't quite had the consistency that likes of Fraser Brunton and Rory O'Regan and Dante Dillon have had.
Indeed. So everyone will once again have 3 heats to compete in the first, the majority part of the day. So in total we'll have 15 heats to run us through. It's an absolutely stacked entry for the lightweights here today. And then again, depending on how each driver does through those 3 heats, where they start 1 from the front, 1 from the middle, 1 from the back, they'll then end up in either a D, C, yes, you did hear me correctly there, a D final, a C final, a B final, or an A final. And again, there are repechage spots through those finals that we'll take you through when we get to that stage of the afternoon. Similar as well with those championship points, as Jacob's probably mentioned, drop scores coming into play today as well. So for a driver who's done every single race of the season, their 3 worst heats and their worst final will get dropped today, whether that was earlier in the season or today, of course. Today's scores could potentially be dropped for drivers out there. Public service announcements as well, as we're getting going. There's more racing of a Club 100 variety on Tuesday night in the esports world. Club 100 iRacing Championship starts. We've still got around 14 places left in that one. That anyone who is one of the following, well, you could be many of the following, but as long as you're one of the following, are eligible for. First of all, you've got to be 13 years of age or older. Not our decision. That's iRacing's terms of service condition. You've got to be over 13 years of age. You've got to be a driver who's had a racing history in Club 100 or the BUKC. So you can be a past driver. You could have done it 6 years ago. I want to try and get yourself back into the swing of things. You are eligible. You can be a current BPEC driver. You can be a current driver affiliated with a BUKC University Society. So say you're a fresher and you've just signed up. You've not done a test session yet, but you've paid your dues to your university club. You're eligible as well. There was one I missed out on earlier, which is for some of our cadets and juniors. So we have had some of the cadets asking, can I race? Can I race? I'm like, no, you're not 13 yet, so you shouldn't be on iRacing at all. But your dad or your mum, they can race. They can race with us. And then as well, Motorsport UK esports licence holders, they can be eligible as well. Entry is £30 for the year, 10 races in total, every fortnight on a Tuesday apart from Christmas. That all starts on Tuesday night, and entries close at 6 p.m. tomorrow. Not 6:01, not 6:02, 6 p.m. tomorrow. Entries for round 1 will close. They will then reopen for the rest of the season after the culmination of Tuesday night's racing, which you can watch as well on the Double Dash Motorsport Media YouTube channel. Right, back to real life racing, back to today. Here's your grid for heat number 1. Jake Wilkins has pole position for this one. Thomas Mullen alongside on the front row. Phil Holmes and Rana Menon on row 2. William Henn and Nicola Casas go from row number 3. Next page of our grid then. Row 4, Jake Chapman and Tommy Lee. Dante Dillon, one of the championship contenders, starts on row 5 alongside Jack Hopkins in this first heat of the afternoon. Dimitri Wade and Joe Milburn go from row 6. Row 7, next up, it's Richard Pike and Benjamin Tompkinson-Gray. Jack Steele, James Bull and Sky Lees complete the 17 drivers in this one. I should note as well, quite a few rookies in this one, quite a few novice C3s. Pretty much half the grid are novice C3s. Just one final point on the iRacing. How do you sign up? The answer to that question, thesimgrid.com/communities/Club100 Racing. If that's too many forward slashes, just go onto the SimGrid homepage. There's a big search bar there. Type Club 100 Racing in that, and the search results will follow you through to get registered online. 7 minutes through all of these heats again, Jacob. A few clouds have come over the circuit. I said earlier I don't bother to look at the weather forecast today because it said earlier on in the day that it was going to be dry all day. I'm not sure that's going to be the case. The wind's still reasonably brisk over the circuit that hopefully just keeps blowing these clouds over the circuit, but having been here many a time and until recently lived not too far from here, it does look like we might get some precipitation this afternoon.
I'm far more optimistic, Andrew. I think it's going to be sunny all afternoon. No hint of a splash of rain whatsoever, and we're going to see 15 heats and 4 finals of dry, flat out, action-packed racing this afternoon. I am very much looking forward to it. Obviously rain wouldn't spoil that in any way, shape or form. We'd just have a different type of racing, a little slower and a little damper for the drivers. You and I will be nice and safe from whatever the weather throws at us up here in the comms box.
Keep your comments coming in. Good afternoon to Anwar Barul Smith, not with us here today, but watching from elsewhere in the world. Hello to Zoo, watching from Nashville. Here to watch my son Edwin Rossi Aguilar in the heavyweight, in the lightweight. Sorry, watch the heavyweights. They're all done. So keep your comments coming in. Let us know who you are cheering on. And don't worry, you're not missing anything at the moment. Same as this morning, the first round of heats, everybody gets a few practice laps because they've not necessarily been out in the 30-minute practice session that has recently concluded. But there is the pace kart driver, so those practice laps have been completed. All the drivers know that the lap starts, it goes left, right, long bit, right, then a wiggly bit, then a straight bit again. all round to the end of the lap, and now we'll get into the motions of racing. I think important here for Dante Dillon, starting 7th on the grid for this one, Jacob. I think it is effectively his back of the grid start, because he's back of the group of the C1s and the C2s. As I say, we've got about half the field of the C3s, so this should be quite a good opportunity for Dante to get back up the order. Can we see what his worst heat result is at the moment? Is that 17th place?
Including drops, then yeah, we've got a 12th in there, we've got a 10th. So that's a final, the 12th. The 10th, I think, is his worst heat result, and he's currently counting a 6th, so he'll be looking to do better than that.
Okay. So that's where he's got to get up to add points to his counting tally at the moment. I think we're going to go around at least one more time. Adam Delmont on pace kart duties here today. Big hello to our friends in the British Pro Kart Endurance Championship as well. A lot of the members of the team, the staff who run that championship are here today. So for those in the BPEC community from a driving front as well, hope you're enjoying your afternoon. I know I always say this, but it's a busy afternoon of motorsport once again. Very glad that you've chosen to be with us here at Shenington. Andrew Mather and Jacob Harris on commentary duties for you today. Interested to see how Jake Chapman gets on in this race as well, Jacob, because he's been looking in really good form the last few weeks.
I thought you were about to talk about me then. You mentioned that I was on commentary with you, and you said interested to see how Jake gets on. Luckily, he slipped the Chapman in there, and the pressure is taken off me. But yes, our leader of C2 and leading his brother in C2 could do with a good afternoon here to put himself in a good stead for the final round. Anyway, we are about to get underway here with heat number 1 for these lightweights. Away comes Wilkins and Mullen. It's the 95 of Mullen who looks to have got a better start, though around the outside he can't quite hang it out, and Jake Wilkins does hold the lead coming out of 2 and into 3. Mullen is there in 2nd place in that pink helmet.
He's indeed. So down towards the first hairpin. All looking pretty clean at the moment. That's good news. We would like to see that here in the lightweights. Here's Jake Wilkins leading this race in the early stages. Thomas Mullen still there in 2nd place. Lacasas and Tommy Lee go side by side. We talked to Tommy during the challenge for the lead here. Thomas Mullen having a look. Tommy Lee in that number 69 machine at the moment, and having a very good year in the North Championships. Dante Dillon in the middle of that mix as well, trying to give himself a little bit of a kick through that first corner. I think we've got a couple of contact warnings in on the first lap. Defensive shape being pulled in there by Rana Menon. Rana, another driver who's come through the BUKC in years gone by. Dante Dillon not quite able to make as much progress as he would have liked here in the early stages.
No, I think he's in behind Jake Chapman there. He's also hoping to get as high up in this heat as possible, and I think Dante tried to move into the final corner and indeed tries again on the exit of the hairpin on Jake Chapman. Might come off for him, and it looks to me in the background like they're still side by side. Here we go though. Challenge for 2nd place is Phil Holmes. Tries to pull alongside Tom Mullen. Not quite happening for him there, but very different lines into the final corner means that they'll be side by side as they come over the start-finish straight, I think.
Yeah, Phil Holmes, another driver who's been moving up the order in these ranks, was a C3 last year, if I remember correctly, and there he is going down the inside of Thomas Mullen. Good sequence play there from Thomas Mullen. Went for the outside line through turn number 1, knowing that would switch to the inside for Cafe Corner, and puts him up to 2nd place. Jake Chapman down the inside, going wheel to wheel with William Henn. Henn just about keeps away from the tyres. Tommy Lee, though, gets both of them. Great driving there, great positioning by Tommy Lee. Mullen going up against Lacasas now. Lacasas might have a run out of the Bruno chicane to try and draw alongside by the time they both get to this corner, Hanger Corner, and Lacasas has got through. Meanwhile, at the front of the order, Jacob, looks like Phil Holmes has got some good pace here and could be challenging Wilkins for the lead.
Yeah, these two have got a decent gap now back to 3rd, who is now Nick Lacasas, as you said. He's got the fastest lap overall in this race, and will be looking to make this a three-way fighters side by side again, several cars through that first corner. Yeah, Wilkins in the lead, under pressure from Holmes. Lacassas in third, looking to make up that gap. You've still got Mullen in there with a pink helmet, and Rana Menon as well involved. Dante Dillon now has got past Chapman and has the little look up the inside of Tommy Lee going into the chicane. Side by side into the chicane, though, are our front two. Wilkins holds on for now. Holmes might get another shot. Coming down into the last corner, he's on the outside of the little right-hand kink. Gets a little tap out wide. Holmes quite happily takes the wider line into the final corner, but that leaves it wide open for Lacassas to slide up the inside. And now those two are side by side, coming over to start a new lap.
You are indeed. So 3 minutes and 20 seconds of this race to go. Or Phil Holmes makes sure that he's got that position there for second place. This is all good, I think, for Dante Dillon. Yes, he's not had quite the start that he would have wanted, but still 3 minutes to go. That's plenty of time for last year's runner-up to start making his way through the field. There's one position through past Mullen for fifth place. Next up is Tommy Lee. Well, Tommy Lee's gone through past Mullen as well, so Mullen drops down to sixth place now. 2 minutes and 50 on the clock to go. What's happening further down the order? Richard Pike is up to 10th place. He's got past Jack Hopkins. Benjamin Tompkinson Gray, BTG, has got through past William Henn for 12th place, as has Joe Milburn. Side by side between Chapman and Dillon. The experience of Dante Dillon going up against the youth of Jake Chapman. And just behind this new battle for third place as well, Holmes and Lee. Who has won out in that battle between Dillon and Chapman? It's Dante. Dante doesn't look comfortable with the cart here at the moment to me, Jacob.
He had a big lock-up going into the last corner last time around. That's what gave Chapman the opportunity, but a lot better through the hairpin, although we've got, I think that's Phil Holmes in the barriers on the outside of Dillon and Chapman. That would be interesting to see what the observers down there make of that one, because Phil Holmes seems to get the wrong end of the stick when very close to those two that we've been talking about, Dante Dillon and Jake Chapman. In the lead, though, Jake Wilkins holds on. He's holding off Nick Lacassas. We're probably going to get 2 more laps after this, based on what's on the clock so far, and it's still anyone's game for that top 5 or 6.
Yeah, 90 seconds on the clock. This has been a very competitive start for the lightweights. Yellow flag is out. That's why everybody's hand is in the air. They're not just waving to us on the cameras. This is going to be for the recovery either of Phil Holmes or repairing the tyre barrier on driver's left. Yeah, Phil Holmes has got going. It's a real shame for Phil, because now he's down in 17th position. But now out of that yellow flag zone, the drivers can go back to racing. And have we had a change for the lead here? Yes, I think we have had a change for the lead. So Lacassas now has the advantage over Wilkins as Chapman slips down the inside of Lee, takes third place. Is that going to open the door for Dante Dillon to get through past Tommy Lee by the time they get towards turn 1? No. Dante Dillon not able to draw alongside Tommy Lee on that occasion. And Ranamanan still holding himself in there as well. Jacob having a really good run at the moment. Fastest lap in this race, currently 6th.
Yeah, top 6, all running really good races, but we're on the last lap now, so they've got a few corners remaining to make the most of this. It looks like Lacassas is going to win this. He's got about a cart's length back to Wilkins, and barring any big mistakes now, will win this one. Jake Chapman still fancies second place off Wilkins, though they're side by side, and in fact Chapman's got the move done already, I think. As we pan back, Tommy Lee's through as well. Dante Dillon moves to the inside. Lacassas rounds the final corner. They're battling out behind him. Let's see who comes over the line first. Lacassas wins heat number 1. Second is Chapman. Third is Lee. Dante Dillon takes 4th. And Jake Wilkins down in 5th. Rana Menon finishes 6th overall. Then we've got Mullen, Hopkins, Henn, Wade, Pike, Milburn, Bull, and Tompkins Gray, Jack Steele, Sky Lees, and Phil Holmes.
Very good stuff there from that set of lightweights. We'll see them out again later on. Let's get ready, though, for heat number 2.
Flyweight heat number 2 coming up then. We've got a couple of laps warm up as with the first five heats.
Yeah, first 5 heats, yeah.
But let's talk you through the grid for this one whilst they get themselves acclimatised to the karts. Starting on pole position will be George Lawler in the kart number 33, Leo Castro in second place alongside him. Logan McAllister, who we spoke to during the Paddock walk, will start in third overall with Jeremy Deeks company on road 2. Fraser Brunton, our current championship leader in kart number 80, starts this one in 5th position. Joseph Simcock is in 6th. 7th will be Dan Seeger in the number 7, and our reigning champion Andrew William in 8th. Row 5 is Zach Watson and Dave Woodard. Max Davidson, another BKC graduate, and another number matching his start position. That's the number 11 in 11th. And 12th is Glenn Williamson. We got James Peace in 13th with James Browning in an all James row 7. Zach Edelson is 15th, and Curtis Mitchell 16th and last for this one.
Thank you very much, Jacob. More Club 100 iRacing news. Sorry, you're going to get a few of these today. Yeah, I talked about 14 places. It's now 11.
Whoa.
11 places left on our...
Oh,
dear, there's been an incident out of Wilkins Corner. It is practice, guys. Yeah, we've got 11 places left now. They're going on a first come, first serve as long as you get your payment and your entry in.
Who's added in this today?
We've added
Who have we
in
enticed?
Athena Cooper. We had to do a check that Athena was 13. So she's eligible. She's in. We've had Ronald Grossman, I think one of the Rethink Racing BPAC community has come in. And Andrew Dawson's back in as well. We haven't seen racing here in sprints for a while. There's a long-standing Club 100 racer over the years. So yeah, another 3 places have gone. If you want to be on the grid, the reason why we've got a max of 50 is because I've not tested my computer to run more than 50 cars on track at any one time. It could explode if we tried to go up to 60 or 70 cars. I also think the field would explode.
It could explode anyway.
It could explode anyway.
Yeah.
It would be a very long stewards session for me and Ben if we had to run a 60 car race. So we're capping it at 50 for round number 1.
You mentioned earlier, Andrew, prize pot.
Yeah,
if
prize
50
pot.
people enter,
Yeah.
what's the what kind of prize pot we're talking?
You put me on the spot there. I think last year, because we got up to about 45, 43, 44 entries last year. I'm sure one of Murray Adams or Steve Hicks will correct me if I'm wrong. I want to say we gave out something like £350 worth of prize pot to people. So like for the winning your class, you put your 30 quid in. If you win your class, you at least get that 30 quid back, and a load of fun race nights to boot.
Yeah.
And potentially, you know, in those top 3 classes, you get a free £275 worth SB40 North drive for next year, or an experience line, take your pick. Big thanks to JV and the team for once again sponsoring the championship with those prizes.
I'll be up for that.
Yeah.
Very enticing. There you have it then, 10 spaces left. If you want yourself some free karting, from some free real life.
Does that mean
karting.
you've taken one there? That you've gone from 11 to 10? Are you putting yourself in as well?
I've just assumed that someone heard 350 quid and was like, I'm in. No, I don't have iRacing or good driving skills.
Good afternoon to Bryn Alban, who's got us on, and another series in Singapore this afternoon on the TV. No spoilers, as well. I know, Bryn, you won't do the spoilers. You're a grown-up. But no spoilers in the chat, ladies and gentlemen, for the Formula 1 today. Not only have you got people watching this who may be holding that one off for tea time or don't have Sky Sports, or you might just have commentators or watch it back on Monday afternoon and don't want to have the results spoiled. Anyway, 7 minutes on the clock once again here. Hello to Red Panda as well, who's well, said morning, so must be watching in some part of the world where it is still morning. Jake cheering on the usual Warwick suspects. That is a very good way of describing drivers, graduates from the University of Warwick as suspects.
There's quite a few of them knocking about today.
Yeah.
Worrying.
Interesting
really,
characters. We're joking, of course. So 7 minutes of this one. George Lawler there on the front row of the grid. He's been having a very good season. Really is growing from strength to strength. Hit his stride about 12 months ago, I would say. We'll start this race in pole position. Very intrigued to see how Logan McAllister gets on. Also, this could be an enticing race for us with 7 minutes on the clock. As we said, away we go then. A good start for those on the pole side of the grid. Not quite sure what was happening with Leo Nicastro there. A bit slow in reaction to the lights. It's meant that anyone who started directly behind Lawler has had a good start side by side between Brunton and McAllister. Brunton has gone through into second place, so that's a good start for the championship leader. Dan Seeger has also had a good start there in the blue and white helmet. Is already up to P4. They're all round Stratford Corner. Jacob looking good on their way as, oh dear, it's just got worse for Leo Nicastro. Not only was it a tardy start, he broke formation as well.
Yeah, I was going to drop him in the comment about that before the penalty came in. He was straddling the line as Fraser Brunton ducks up the inside and takes the lead off George Lawler. A fantastic start for him from his grid position of 5th. He comes over the line after the end of the first lap in the lead. But yeah, Nicastro was straddling that left-hand line of the tram line. I did wonder if he'd be penalised for it. He didn't seem to gain an advantage from it. In fact, if anything, it looked like a disadvantage based on the way he's now down, 3 places into 5th. He's almost swapped with Fraser Brunton, isn't he?
Yeah, I just wonder for Leo, is that a little bit of reading up on the rules? Because Leo, as you can see from his race suit, because he's raced for Coles Racing in the past, does have owner experience. It is a subtle difference in the rules. Oh dear, Azu's gone flying off the circuit there.
Max Davison, I think.
Max Davison has entered the Bruno chicane backwards. That is suboptimal, whichever way you put it. It's a subtle difference in the rules. And a lot of this is because, you know, if you race in owner racing, they quite often will have cameras that can check this kind of thing and time it. In CLUB100, as Nicastro goes down the inside of Logan McAllister to take 4th place, when the lights go out, you have to stay in the tram lines all the way to the line, although I wonder if he was ever in the tram lines in the first place. But if you jump out of the tram lines before you cross the start line in CLUB100, it's a penalty. If you do that in owner racing, as long as you do it after the lights go out, it is allowed. It's a subtle difference in the regulations that sometimes can catch former owner drivers out. Black flag ABC ×2 for Joseph Simcock. That's race over. That is race over then for Joseph Simcock, as it's a challenge here for second place. Seeger down the inside. Looking quite nice through past George Lawler there.
Yeah, good move from Seeger. He's just seen that gap to Fraser Brunton open out across that last lap, and he can't afford to see Fraser get any further ahead if he's going to win this race himself, can Dan. So he makes that move decisively as we see Mr. Simcock enter the pits to serve that black flag.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can see now Dan Seeger's set sights on pulling Fraser Brunton back in, getting back in his slipstream, so he stands a chance in the second half of this race of a look at the lead. George Lawler's still involved though, as are Leo Nicastro and now Andrew McWilliam, who's made his way up into 5th place. Logan McAllister's dropped back a little bit. I'm not sure if there was a mistake at some point on this lap, but I think my eyes are quite reliable on that front. And oh no, sorry. Ignore everything I just said in the last 10 seconds. Logan McAllister is still in there. Yeah. I just caught a glimpse of Andrew McWilliam a bit sooner than I thought I would.
Had a good chat with Andrew earlier. And his dad is off to Sicily in the week, not for a holiday. It's off with Rory O'Regan and some of the other Nameless Motorsport endurance team, off to race in, I think I heard him say, the Sicily 30 hours, 25 hours. Sorry, there's another 30-hour race going on this weekend. Good colleagues he's commentating on. But yeah, he's off to Sicily to do some racing. I think this is all in an effort to try and qualify for the Saudi World Series finals, the team competition. So best of luck to Andrew and Rory and other members of that team. Hope they go well out there in southern Italy. Meanwhile, battle for the lead with 2.5 minutes to go. Dan Seeger taking the fight to Fraser Brunton here right now. Wind has started to die down a little bit. Hope that doesn't mean that we're going to get a bit of precipitation, because normally here, when the wind stops, that's when it rains. Seeger down the inside of Brunton, takes the race lead. That looked easy for Dan Seeger. This is a really good performance from one of the most experienced C1s in the field. Brunton's going to try and fight back though. He won't have the advantage through this corner, but if he can keep Seeger off the racing line, he might have a go towards Hanger. Draws alongside. Who's feeling brave here through one of the fastest corners on the circuit? They both give each other room. That's good racing. George Lawler still there in third. Brunton retakes the lead.
Yeah, excellent stuff from the both. It looks like Dan Seeger definitely has the pace to challenge here. There's going to be 2 more laps of this one. Fraser Brunton, though, very experienced in these karts, very talented at keeping those leads, even if he is ever so marginally slower. And with 2 laps left, let's see if he goes defensive this time into the hairpin rather than risk a move at the inside. We haven't got the hairpin camera. I don't think there we are, have them on exit, and Fraser has indeed kept hold of that. So he'll lead into the chicane this time around. Can Dan Seeger get the kind of exit that Fraser had last time and pull up alongside? Certainly bumper to bumper. Fraser's gone very defensive there, very early, but has every right to. As up the inside now comes Lawler. Can he make a move on Seeger? Going to be tight on the exit as that left-hand kink comes round as well. Seeger over the curbs, just about manages to hold on to second place as we come on to the last lap.
That was clever play by Brunton there. I think he thought that through and thought, if we can get Seeger offline here, might just encourage Lawler into play, and then I don't have to defend through Wilkins. Just counting the corners now. Down to the checkered flag is Fraser Brunton. Steps to the inside. No way through there for Dan Seeger, but that's a good exit from the Stratford hairpin for Dan Seeger, but no. Can't draw fully alongside Brunton towards the Bruno chicane. Through the chicane they go. Leo Lecastro still there in 4th place. Andrew McWilliam is the fastest driver on circuit, but is 1.5 seconds behind this quartet there in 5th place. Brunton should have this, just needs to get off of Wilkins' corner to get this race win done. Seeger may push him to the line, may try and draw alongside, but the line comes too soon for Seeger. Brunton wins it, Seeger P2, George Lawler, another solid result there in P3. Lecastro, McWilliam and McAllister complete the top 6. Zach Watson P7 ahead of Glenn Williamson, Curtis Mitchell and Zach Edelston top C3 in that one. Coming over the line in 8th place was Glenn Williamson. We've got to move on though. Heat 3 heading out on track now.
Here we go then for lightweight heat number 3. Let's have a look who the runners and riders are in this one. Starting on pole position will be Ryan Harris with Owen Seeley in 2nd. Ethan Saunders-Wilkes and Ian Thomas are row 2, 3rd and 4th respectively. Keaton Ford will start in 5th with championship contender Rory O'Regan for company in 6th. Callum Martin is 7th. Don Bamasitis starts in 8th with Robert Starley in 9th. We've got Michelle Pasquariello.
Michele Pasquariello, I'll go for now.
Yeah, I should have
an Italian one.
Read ahead on that one. Very interesting surname. Best surname we've had of the day so far. 11th is Mo Hassan, who Andrew spoke to earlier in the Paddock show. Walter Stoltz is in 12th. 13th overall, George Varadi. Rana Khan is 14th. 15th will be Sam Webb. And 16th overall, Lewis Sills completes this grid. The karts currently out on track, having their 4 practice laps, as will happen for the next 2 heats before we move into even more fast-paced action, where we won't even have time to read out the grids at some points.
No, the team turning these races around very quickly here this afternoon. Keep your comments coming in, messages of support. Hello to Jack and Sarah, who are cheering on George Lawler to that 3rd place in the previous race. But yeah, the key ones in this one, Rory O'Regan as mentioned, 2nd place in the championship, had
had some very good heats last time out at round 7, but then had problems in the final. So he'll be looking to get rid of that score. Well, he'll definitely start getting rid of scores for non-attendance in round 3 once he's racing here today. There'll more be Bookmore Park's final round of the season, where we'll be looking to get some of his weaker heat results and that final from last time out. As long as he can beat that score here today, it is really that stage of the year where there's not much margin for error for these drivers competing at the front of the order. Let's talk C2 for a moment. Jake Chapman looking pretty good, and in fact the Chapman family looking pretty good to have the C2 title sewn up today. Jake Chapman 5th place overall in the championship. Remember, it's the same as the heavyweights. The points that you receive, whether it be a heat, whether it be finals, is all determined by your overall position, not your position within class of C1, C2, C3. So Jake Chapman, who has been racing at C1 levels for a good part of this season, is 5th in the overall standings, 1,017 points currently counting. Max is 15 points back. And then it's Ben Sanders and Tommy Lee, who are in a very, very close battle for 3rd in C2, but are 60 points back from the second of the Chapman boys. So it does look like the C2 title will be going to someone called Chapman at the end of the year. Keep an eye out for awards information as well. I'm sure that's going to be coming through in the next few weeks, if not out already. I'll be there. Will you be there?
I don't usually attend, but
you're washing your hair, aren't
we
you?
will see. I do have a headache that day,
yeah.
So we'll see if the paracetamol does its job. Yeah, I've not been before.
You should. It was a really good night last year.
Yeah, everyone always says, and every year I think, you know what, next year's the year.
Oh, we might have a delay to the start here. Sorry to cut across you, Jacob. We've got a driver stopped just coming out of the Bruno chicane. Is it Don Bal? No, it's not Don Balasitis. I don't think so. It might be Ryan Harris, who has come to a stop.
And he was due to start on pole, if I remember correctly. It's not Ryan Harris, because Ryan Harris is coming
across the line. It's number 86. It's Walter Stoltz, who has come to a stop. So Walter will be able to get another kart. Head out on circuit. In fact, there is said other kart being driven out onto circuit. So Walter will be able to jump into that one, get back to his place on the grid, which was 12th place, and get back into competition. It is the 86. Sorry, I just had that sudden thought of, like, is that the 86 or is that the 98? Depending on which way round the number board is. It can't be a 98 because we don't have a 98 in this race. So Walter will get back into the grid shortly. To say Ryan Harris, 177 as a number indicates to me that, is this Ryan's debut by any chance? That's a very high number. The numbers are all done by registration order. Yes, it is. So wow, what a way to start your time in Club 100 sprints for 2025. Straight onto pole position. Owen Seeley there with the bright luminous green outfit, starting alongside on the front row. Walter now into the new kart. Water down on the track. That could just be from the tyres, because again, this time of year you get a fair amount of water held in the tyres. It rains a lot in this part of the world. But looks like we're pretty much set for the start of this race. As soon as Walter Stoltz can get back into his 12th position, which he does very efficiently, we are now good to go then. 7 minutes on the clock once again for heat number 3. Midway point of this first round of heats in the lightweights. Curving round the final turn, which doesn't really have a name here at Shenington. Into those tram lines, mustn't break out of them until they get to the start line, and we're good and racing once again. Good start for Harris, takes the lead in the early stages. Owen Seeley, a little bit nipped to the inside there, is going to lose out on second place to Ethan Saunders-Wilkes in the early stages of this race. Ewan Thomas in 4th place. The bright green helmet there, I think, has fallen down the order. Seeley cuts to the outside.
that's going to open things up. I think it's Callum Martin had a really good start here. Did I just see the number 60 kart a lot further up the order than where Callum Martin started? Yes, I did. Up to 3rd place. That's a great start from P7 on the grid.
Yeah, Harris has lost the lead to our number 15 of Ethan Saunders. Wilkes, a little more experienced in CLUB100 sprints, is Ethan, and up the inside there goes another kart. Harris down into what is currently 3rd place, but very much under pressure for becoming 4th or 5th. It's Callum Martin now up into 2nd place. Harris managed to hold on just about in 3rd. We spoke to him in the Paddock show.
Yeah, we did earlier.
Andrew was
race for the University of Surrey.
He did indeed, yes. Another BUKC graduate racing out there today. We've had plenty of those today, haven't we? And very under a lot of pressure for Owen Seeley at the minute. They're side by side as they go into the chicane, and it looks to me like Seeley, yes, he has got up ahead. There's Rory O'Regan. We also spoke to Rory during the Paddock show. He's going to be having a look at Ryan Harris at some point in the near future, I would imagine. He's got, is that Don Balasitis?
Yeah, it is Don Balasitis.
As well. So Balasitis has got the better of O'Regan. There's a bit of argy-bargy going on behind the two of them. Everyone seems to be back on the tarmac now, but positions are all swapping.
Yeah, that was Ewan Thomas, I think, out wide as Rory O'Regan goes down the inside of Ryan Harris. Got to say, keep an eye on Don Balasitis here today. We're very familiar with Dom from the juniors. If I remember correctly, and apologies Dom if I'm about to say something that's not factually true, Dom was really quick here earlier in the season in the junior championship before we made the move to the seniors. Had a bit of bad luck, so didn't win the final on that particular day, but impressed a lot of people with his speed around this circuit in particular. And he's showing it again here, driving away from Rory O'Regan. Rory O'Regan 2nd in the championship at the moment. Balasitis has had a couple of rounds in the championship, in this championship so far this year. How's he got on previously, Jacob?
He's won a heat. He's come 2nd in 2 heats. He's come 3rd in a heat. Considering he's only competed in 6 heats, that's not a bad record at all. We're looking at 5th and 7th in the final, so certainly in the mix at the business end of the pack. Be interesting to see if he can carry on that kind of form here, or even go one better and start challenging for a podium. He's certainly got a job on here with Owen Seeley in front of him as we pan past Elliot. Oh, there, the observer down at the hairpin. Yes, Seeley looks to defend 3rd from Balasitis, and naturally O'Regan as well. Side by side, Balasitis given plenty of room by Seeley, and up the inside he goes for another position gain.
I just want to say, that's really good racing. Sometimes when drivers go side by side through that corner, I start to wince a bit because I have unfortunately seen so many incidents through that part of the course. I hope we continue to see this today. Lots of drivers on the outside giving fair and respectful room to the driver on the inside to go, okay, yeah, you've drawn alongside me, fair play, I'm not just going to chop down on you and put you on the curb on the inside. That's how it should be done. I wish to see that more here at this circuit, because you can go side by side through that part of the track. Yellow flags out at the Bruno chicane. Not sure what that is. It's for a little bit of tyre replacements just back on the inside of the curbs. Now you won't see those tyres in owner racing, of course, as some of our viewers who might be familiar with this circuit as well. We'll come back to this because Rory O'Regan's down the inside, a little bit of a nudge, but goes through on Owen Seeley there, so it's up to P4. Some of you who are maybe familiar with owner racing are wondering, well, why are the tyres there? That's another one of the subtle differences through an arrive and drive competition, that keeping the karts equal in terms of performance, but also high quality performance, is an important part of this part of the sport. We don't want the karts being straight along, chassis buckled, all of that business on these, what some would call old school curbs. So the tyres are there to make sure that there's no way that the drivers can start playing Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 over the curbs, because otherwise they're going to collect them, slow themselves down, be spotted by the observers, get a penalty. So that's why the tyres are there, to act as a deterrent for anything. Same with those cones there through Hanger Corner, as a deterrent for someone absolutely launching the curbs especially if it becomes a wet session, like you would perhaps see in an own race.
Yeah, nail on the head there, Andrew. The track furniture, as it's colloquially known, the cones and tyres. People who've been watching all day might be thinking, well, why are the tyres so close to the curb on that hairpin? It's to the inside goes Balasitis for second place on Callum Martin. Martin's going to get a run back at him, and I think will be ahead going into the Bruno chicane. Indeed, there, yeah, reclaimed quite nicely. Balasitis hangs it up to the inside. Rory O'Regan wants to go through as well. I don't think he's going to be able to. I think he's on the outside now. It's going to be a real late breaking job for Rory, and Owen Seeley wants his place back and takes it. Fantastic. Oh, unless Rory can hang it around the outside. Great racing from these four. Rory O'Regan probably can't believe his luck. He thought he might be 5th place at the end of that, but instead he's challenging for 2nd.
He is indeed. Ethan Saunders-Wilkes, meanwhile, has disappeared and gone. 2.6 seconds in the lead of this race. We're on the last lap, but this is a great scrap. This is a great advertisement for racing here in Club 100 lightweight, and a great advertisement for this track. That got pretty close, but they're all still in it off of the Stratford corner. Callum Martin trying to fight back here, and Rory O'Regan, who just moves to the middle of the road. That's good if you're in the Dom Balasitis camp, because there's a bit of a gap now between 2nd and 3rd place. Owen Seeley still there in the bright yellow in P5. Mo Hassan is a bit off the back of this pack for 6th place. Through the last couple of corners then, it's going to be a win for Ethan Saunders-Wilkes. Easy as you like there. A nice Sunday afternoon drive to P1. Dom Balasitis takes 2nd, and on the line, Regan takes it by about 0.5 of a second over Callum Martin. Owen Seeley 5th, Mo Hassan 6th, top C3. We find in 7th place Lewis Sills in the number 48. Great racing once again there. That's more like it from the lightweights. Let's get on to heat number 4. Here we go then into heat number 4. This is another one of those that has some practice laps ahead of it, so we can leisurely take you through the grid. Dan Shaw will be on pole position for this one. Harry Collins will join him on the front row. Salvador Newman will start P3 and will be joined by Luke Woodward on the 2nd row. Edmund Yaxley, Aguilar and Max Chapman, they go from row 3. It's then Alex Forward and Mortaza Hassan on row 4. Owen Hollowell and Joshua Cope go from row 5. Jake Saunders, Clifton Malcolm, they start on row 6. We're into the C3s now. Dennis Smirnov and Finn Paris Phillips goes from row 7. And Christopher Moxon and John Goodenough complete the 16 runners in this one.
Yeah, it's slightly different in this one. We've got no C1 runners.
No C1s.
It does happen in lightweights with the field so spread out, as it is a huge field as opposed to the heavyweights, which are compressed into 9 heats. The 247 there taking a very interesting line through the final bend. Not quite sure what the issue was there, but rest assured they will not be doing that during the race.
Keep your comments coming in. Hello to Jake P once again, who is looking forward to a Warwick 1-2-3 in the SB4, SB40 South. Yes, the Warwick boys looking very good in SB40 South. I'm just going to pull the results up from yesterday. Apologies, other things going on, so I've not updated myself on what the championship is looking like for, in fact, 1-2-3. Including the man himself after yesterday's round. Bit of a gap though. I'm sure the guys will probably know more than me because I haven't done the maths yet. But just looking at those points, I wonder if that's championship position for Alistair Irvine yesterday in the lightweight SP40. Because he's got, what's that, 34-point gap to Jean Samu ahead of the final round.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot to displace Alistair at the top of that one. But all to play for 2nd place there, wasn't it?
Yeah, very much all to play for between Samu and Palmer. And we've got another note in as well. Hello to Sean, who's cheering on George Baradi. When is George out next? I think we've already seen him in this first round of heats. We'll see him again later on, many heats for us to get through. He's not in heat 6 or heat 7. Is he in heat 8? He's in heat 8 later on today. So that's when we'll next see George out on circuit. But yes, keep your comments coming in, and thank you very much for your continued support. Give the broadcast a share as well on your social media of choice. Send it to a friend, send it to your family. Let's try and get as many people watching today's action as possible. And if you're new around here as well, do click that subscribe button for Alpha Live. Plenty of broadcast action for Club 100 coming up. Me and him will be back for Buckmore for the last round of the season. We will also have myself and Reeve Taylor in the box for the closing out of some of our competitions in the cadets and juniors. This is where we get the DDMM tracker up of where am I next. So our next one, 26th of October, we'll be up at Warden Law for a round of the cadet and junior north. Then we will have the 8th and 9th of November. That is the culmination of the South Club 100 cadet and juniors. That'll, as I say, at Buckmore, and then will be us two back at Buckmore again on November 23rd for the final round of this championship. Looks like we're ready to go then here for heat number 4. Over the line, the timer starts, and away we go for 7 minutes once again here at Shenington. Good start for Dan Shaw, good start for Salvador Newman there as well in his distinctive race lid, wearing the colours of Joe Weaver Racing. Down towards Stratford Corner go the field. It's going to be Dan Shaw still leading this one from Newman. Like there's been a good start as well for Harry Collins there in the 160s, running in 3rd place. Luke Millward continues in 4th. I'm liking this so far. Lightweights were a little bit too rough for my liking earlier on in the season, Jacob, but the start so far, I'm touching wood. I'm hoping I'm not putting the commentators' curse on it. They've been clean, they've been proper.
Yeah, it's been great so far, and hopefully this race will be more of the same as we see a nice clean move there as well for 4th place. That's the number 16 of Max Chapman. It's a good day if your name's Chapman, isn't
yes.
it? You clearly have karting talent if your name is Chapman, as I'm sure a member of our crew will attest to. Out in front, Dan Shaw. We spoke to Dan Shaw during the Paddock show earlier, and we saw Salvador Newman. I say we spoke of Salvador Newman right at the start of this broadcast when he topped the timings in the heavyweight pre-session test.
There was a spot available for, we call it the heavyweight pre-test because it's the one just before the heavyweights. You don't necessarily have to be a heavyweight to run in it. So, Salvador's been here all day. Got some practice in early on this morning. There is Max Chapman down the inside, points forward to Harry Collins. Harry Collins isn't going to let him have that one, so we're going to have a little bit of a discussion here down the Park Straight. I've just clocked what you said there about people called Chapman being good at karting, and one of our team very much thinking that. Really? Adam Chapman?
He's fantastic.
Good at karting?
He's absolutely amazing.
He's from
I'll
Leeds.
hear nothing else.
Oh, he's for a Leeds fan. Oh, there's a yellow flag out down towards the hairpin. You guessed it, it's for a little bit of tyre replacement. I'm joking, of course. Adam Chapman, one of our hard-working Alpha Live crew here today. But he is a Leeds fan, so I have to always poke him about that. Although I probably shouldn't poke him about it. Anyway, 4.5 minutes of this race to go. Dan Shaw leading this heat, looking pretty comfortable at the moment. There's Murtaza Hassan in the blue and black, running nicely at the moment in 7th place, just ahead of Alex Forward in the 94. There's been some changes in C3. Ooh, did Newman just run a little bit wide there? Through goes Max Chapman into 2nd place. They'll now try and set about closing down the race leader, who's clear by a second. Looking really good at the moment, Jacob.
Yeah, I think Chapman was content to sit behind Newman for a while, but a little mistake from Newman there, middle of turn 2. Saw Chapman slip up the inside and give a quick point to the back of his helmet as if to say, let's go get Dan Shaw. Be interesting to see, with half the race left, if they can start to reduce that deficit. It's only a second. We've seen gaps that small be reeled in as Hassan looks to the inside, but Hollowell very much wise to the move. Alex forward looking interested in that little trio as well. Chapman reduces that deficit as up the inside there. It's the switch back for actually a gear on.
I think it was with Owen Hollowell. That was nearly a really good move from Owen. Brave down the inside into a cafe corner. It's one of those corners with an apex that just arrives on you very, very, very quickly. It's quite tricky to overtake through that part of the circuit. Dan Shaw being called though, Jacob. The lead down to just over 7/10 of a second.
I was just saying that before the move distracted me, but it's less than 7/10 of a second now. Max Chapman is right on the back of Dan Shaw, and we're in for a good couple of laps here to finish this one, because we could be seeing a move as early as the next corner. Chapman goes to the inside. He's thinking what I'm thinking and takes the lead through turn 1. Excellent move. Got it done by turn 2, which is exactly what you want when making a move there, because the next corner is completely the opposite direction. And yeah, decisive from Chapman. He's got the lead. Can Shaw fight back?
Yes, really good racing here from Max Chapman. Moving himself up the order, looking to consolidate, well, I'd say at least a top 10 position in the championship. I think that would be a really, really good result if both Max and Jacob, they're very much looking on for it at the moment. That similar to how you have in other series, any driver who finishes in the top 10 in the championship has the privilege and the right to then run that number the following year. Doesn't matter if your favourite number is number 4. If you weren't 4th in the championship the year before, you don't get to run it. So you know, that would be quite an honour for both of the Chapmans to be seeded in next year's Southern Sprint Championship. 1 minute and 20 seconds of this race to go. There is your race leader, Max Chapman. Dan Shaw, 2nd place. Salvador Newman and Harry Collins, 3rd and 4th. And this race very much showing, I think, how this year in particular, this lightweight sprint has changed. We have been talking about it for a good couple of years, haven't we, Jacob, about how the average age of a front-running lightweight driver has been dropping. You think about the generation of Dante Dillon coming through, Sam Lovelace, Rob Newman, you know, Andrew McWilliam last year, Fraser Brunton in recent years as well. But it's dropping again, isn't it, as these drivers that we were talking about a lot in the junior category 2 years ago are now of senior age.
Yeah, I think it's only natural. We do have drivers who, once they've peaked, shall we say, in CLUB100, want to go and try different things.
True.
So as they get older, we see them entering different series squarely under the brakes of Salvador Newman, that maintains control of the car and maintains 3rd position. Yeah, you get retirements, you get people who think, you know, I've had my fill.
They want to go and do their own bit of owner racing.
Exactly, or even move on to cars. And as with any sport, really, age isn't usually your friend, especially when you get the wrong side of 30 or 40. And you know, your reaction times slow down a bit, and your ability to battle at the top diminishes. It's side by side now, Newman and Collins, but the race is over. We've been talking so much about the age of the drivers, we haven't quite noticed that the ones currently in there have finished. Max Chapman's won this one, Dan Shaw 2nd, Salvador Newman holds on to 3rd, as we saw from Harry Collins, Alex Ford 5th, Yaxley Aguirre 6th, Hassan 7th, Saunders 8th, Hollowell 9th, Woodward rounds out the top 10.
Yeah, good stuff there from Max Chapman. Another big haul of points. We'll see those drivers out again later on. Let's get ready for the next race though, Heat 5. We're out on track. So these are the drivers who have waited the longest to head out on track for their first race of the afternoon. Let's take you through how they will line up on the grid in a few moments' time after these practice laps. Thomas Northcott will have pole position with Hugo Eriksson alongside on the front row. Michael Reeder and Christopher Powell-Taylor, they go from row number 2. Sam Lovelace is on this grid, starts on row 3 alongside Ben Sanders, who's had a really positive season, another driver going for a top 10 seeding overall. Row number 4 will contain Sid Brewerton and Thomas Layton. Row 5, Ben Brewerton and Tom Holland. Row 6, Bradley Pike and Adam Tamaraz. Row 7, Jason Munson and Aidan March. Greg Chapman completes the 15-strong field. Just going back to Aegis chat, I've got an announcement.
Do it.
Next season, the official DDMM campaign for a Club 100 Masters category will begin.
Excellent.
Because I'll turn 35. And it's the only way I'm ever going to win anything ever again in Club 100 is if we introduce a Masters category.
Would we have the same rule that we have cadets and juniors where you can enter in the year of your 35th birthday?
I'll have to check the FIU rules on what. I think Masters is straight, but 35 years of age or over.
I will see you in 2027 then.
Yes, there we go. I see what you've done there.
Mm-hmm. November birthday.
Yeah. Indeed. JB, when you're watching this back, let's have a Masters category for us old people.
Although it seems a bit weird to describe you and I as masters of anything, really, Andrew.
Very good point. Very, very good point. Practice laps ongoing for this one. Heat 5. This is the last heat of the first round. Keep your comments coming in. Bryn Albin agrees. Spot on. Yes, Masters Series, and he'll come back to Club 100. There, JV, I'm selling you more entries. Think of the realm of possibilities. We've got the cadets and juniors, we've got the young ones covered. Masters Series for the old fogies.
Yeah. There's countless drivers who'd be interested.
We'll probably only be able to do like 6-minute races because our knees and hips and elbows
just
are
one
on the way
6-minute
out.
race.
Yeah, just one 6-minute race.
And then we all go and retire to the old people's home.
It's a winning idea.
Yeah.
I'll take a 5% commission. Right, anyway, formation laps are about to begin. As a quick reminder, there's Thomas Northcott. I like Thomas's lid. It's bright green. Very easy to distinguish. Now, Alpha Live camera op challenge of the day. We've not had any of these so far. Back of Thomas Layton's suit, number 28. Oh, it might be covered by the seat. Oh dear.
What is it?
It's Beaker from the Muppets.
Ah.
That is the first time in my commentary career I have seen a Muppet on a suit. I've seen many a Muppet in a suit over the years, but I don't think I've ever seen one on a graphic on a suit.
You're referring to when Gonzo did UKC?
Of course. Yeah.
Decent driver.
So, down towards the last couple of corners. There is the number 28. So it's a Zesty Drink Racing suit. Can we see Beaker just poking? Oh, you can see the top of Beaker's hair. Just there. Thomas, lean forward a bit. Go a bit Euro and lean into a corner, and we can see Beaker in all the wonderfulness. Right, there's a race about to begin. Here we go. 7 minutes on the clock. Let's see who's going to take victory in this one. Thomas Northcott takes the lead. Good start for those on the inside column. Reeder straight through to second place. Lovelace up to third. Sam Lovelace is going to be a real threat in this one. One of two C1s in the pack. Down towards Stratford to go for the first time. Lovelace looking down the inside for second place. Textbook move on lap number 1. Beautiful stuff there from Sam Lovelace.
Yeah, excellent stuff from the ex-De Montfort University driver. Currently 6th place in the championship standings. Was obviously 5th last year, as implied by the number 5 plate. He'll be looking to match that, if not do better this year. And second place after the first lap in a heat will go a long way towards helping him do so this season. Action further back as that other red-plated driver gets involved there. That's Chris Powell-Taylor, currently on the outside, looking into turn number 1, outside of Sid Brewerton, but he's got the inside still. for turn 2 and maintains 6th place.
Does indeed. Alex Pritchard has subscribed to the campaign for a Masters category. Thank you very much, mate. I didn't say I was going to win it.
We don't want good drivers in there.
I didn't say I was going to win it. I just said it was the only chance that I could have of winning anything, even if it's like a 2% chance. It's more than trying to go up against the youngsters. Anyway, so Northcote continues to lead this race. Lovelace P2, Reader P3. Well, with Jacob, we don't want good drivers in the Masters
Although
category.
I should apologise to Bryn for that comment, because I believe Bryn's also a good driver, and I didn't say it when Bryn commented. So.
Oh dear. Ben Sanders has gone through. That was a nice move from the Derby BUKC graduate up to 4th place. Christopher Powell-Taylor there as well. The number 45 also breaks through into the top 5. Means that Hugo Eriksson and Sid Brewerton gone down to 6th and 7th places. Just tracking things in C3, Bradley Pike currently the top C3 and the fastest lap within the C3s as well on a 53.593. That's a lot of threes that I've said in the last 20 seconds. Meanwhile, back in the front for P3. There is Christopher Powell-Taylor. So I think Christopher's made a good couple of positions. Yeah, he has in the early parts of this lap. Up through past Ben Sanders and past Michael Reader.
No, that's P4.
That's P4 because Northcote is so far ahead of everybody else. I apologise. Just over 4 minutes of this race to go. Look at that pace from Northcote, a 53.025.
Yeah, that's his best last time round. This time just marginally so, 600ths of a second slower, but still quicker than the 2 behind him, most importantly. Quickest man at the moment is Chris Powell-Taylor, looking to catch up to that battle for 2nd place, which is raging. As you see Reader up the inside of the hairpin, taps on the back of his helmet, and Sam Lovelace has to tuck in behind. It is now more than a 2-car battle. Reader to the front of it just as it starts to get spicy. Still half this race to go, but you can see now Chris Powell-Taylor and Ben Sanders are getting involved in this. And if I'm in that group of 4, I'm looking up the road and thinking Tom Northcote's gone. Best I can do is 2nd.
Yeah, it's at that point, isn't it, where the returns margin is going to be pretty short. Even if they do work together, I think they've got probably one more lap of working together to see if that now 1.7 second gap starts to come back, and hope that it'll be at the rate that'll give them a chance on the last lap of the race. If not, yeah, they will start fighting for 2nd place. Lovelace, is this an attack or a defence? It's more of a defence into the Stratford hairpin. Oh, well, we haven't got sector times around this particular circuit. Just have to do it by eye at this point as to whether Michael Reader is closing in on Thomas Northcote. The trouble is that defensive shape from Lovelace just lost him a touch of time. I say it's the small margins around this circuit, in my experience, Jacob. Just sit on the rear bumper. A little bit of a nudge, a little bit of a bump draft and a shake and bake can gain you a lot of time, but you've got to be there to make that happen. 2.5 minutes to go. So the gap was 1.7 seconds. Oh, it's going out, yeah. Thomas Northcote, this is his race to lose. This quartet are going to fight here over 2nd, 3rd, 4th. They need to be careful because Hugo Eriksson, Sid Brewerton and Thomas Layton are not too far behind. Getting a bit of a defensive shape there from Lovelace and Powell-Taylor. Ben Sanders probably getting a bit frustrated by this set there in 5th place.
Yeah, fancies a move into the chicane, backs out of it just before corner entry. But with 2 minutes left on the clock, they will be thinking about making moves now as we come down to the final corner. Certainly Chris Powell-Taylor is thinking about the back of Sam Lovelace. Sam Lovelace thinking about diving up the inside here. Thinks better of it. All 4 still as they were as they come round. They'll see the clock. They'll know that there's only 2 laps left of this. They'll know that Northcote is gone, and still they take 4 different lines into the first corner, and up the inside goes Chris Powell-Taylor. Can't quite pull off a move on Sam Lovelace. They're going to be side by side coming down to the hairpin though. Powell-Taylor's going to be on the inside.
Is indeed. This could be an opportunity to gain a position for a number of drivers. Oh, but Lovelace has got back across. That's good defensive driving. Ben Sanders might have a go here off of the hairpin towards the Bruno chicane once again, side by side as well between Eriksson and Brewerton, and through goes Ben Sanders. Nice overtake there. He's been gaining a lot of experience this year in the sprints. really burst onto the Club 100 scene, I should say, a couple of years ago, after racing for whilst racing for the Derby BUKC team. The Intermediate Championship was one of the stars in that championship, but has continued to go up through the ranks and do it with moves like that. Down the inside of Sam Lovelace. Lovelace isn't going to give that one up. No, he is. He's going to have to give it up, because through goes Ben Sanders into third place. Powell Taylor trying to find a way through as well there. That's going to get a bit tight to the apex. Ericsson, Brewerton and Leighton having a good scrap as well. But here is your race leader, Jacob, Thomas Northcott. This has been a brilliant drive.
Yeah, absolutely perfect from him, and looks like Michael Reeder's got a little bit of breathing space as well. Back in second place. Anything happening into the last corner? Looks like there's all too much of a gap between our top 5. Northcott wins. Excellent drive from him. Takes the checkered flag. Reeder comes home in second place. It's a brilliant third from Ben Sanders. Sam Lovelace, Chris Powell-Taylor, the two C1s, have to settle for 4th and 5th.
They do indeed. We'll see all those drivers again later on. Heat 6, they're out on track. Let's take you through the grid then for heat number 6. This is the start of round number 2. And on pole position for this one, Don Balasaitis, Murtaza Hassan alongside on the front row, Callum Martin and Thomas Mullen, they're on row 2. Logan McAllister and Ryan Harris, they're back out on track starting from row 3. They're ahead of Fraser Brunton and Rana Menon on row 4. James Bull and Lewis Sills are the first of the C3s on row 5. Max Davison and Joe Milburn on row 6. The rest of the field, Clifton Malcolm, Rana Khan, Richard Pike and John Goodenough. C3s as well have a bit of a formation of one from the front, one from the middle, one from the back within their own category. But here we go again, good chance here for Don Balasaitis to show his speed here at Shenington. We're racing here in heat number 6. Balasaitis will lead them through the first couple of corners. Hassan fighting for second place. Logan McAllister is on the scene as well. Nearly 3 wide as they run through Cafe Corner. Another good start. McAllister already up to P2. Magnificent start.
Yeah, fantastic stuff from our former juniors. They're 1 and 2 at the minute. Leading into the chicane is Balasaitis. Side by side go Hassan and Callum Martin. Fraser Brunton looking to pick up the pieces. If either of those lose out, they're going to be side by side coming down to the final corner. Indeed, Fraser Brunton to the inside of Hassan and to the inside of Martin as well. It's a twofer for Fraser. Points forward, says let's go catch up with those 3 in front. They are Balasaitis, McAllister and Harris.
They are indeed. 6 minutes of this race to go side by side between Martin and Hassan. It looks like Callum Martin has won out that battle. That'll be 5th place again for the driver of the number 60. Fast start to this race. The pace is really high, being turned by Don Balasaitis. You can tell because Fraser Brunton was having to get his head down, get in as aerodynamic a position as possible to try and catch up to these two. Ryan Harris and Logan McAllister, rest of the field running through. What's happening in C3? Lewis Sills has had a good start. He's up to P8 overall. He's overtaken one of the C2s. He's down the inside. Brunton, perfect, spot on. That's how you get through Wilkins Corner. If he went too deep there, he risked running into Logan McAllister. But he nailed that little bit of space just ahead of Ryan Harris to take 3rd place, and also did it with the new fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, excellent stuff from Fraser, and he'll set his sights on Logan McAllister now. He'll want to be chasing down Balasaitis in the lead of this one, and that little gap that Balasaitis has built up between himself and McAllister will be a worry for anyone thinking about winning this race, namely Fraser Brunton there with the 8080 kart. Currently 3rd overall with the fastest lap. Let's see if he's got another one of those moves down into the final corner up his sleeve. We've had 2 from him already this race, and he dives to the inside for a 3rd successive lap up into 2nd place. once more, Fraser Brunton gains a place on the final corner.
This is one of those times where Logan McAllister might look to one of the more established seniors and see what he can learn from this next 4 minutes and 10 seconds. Fraser Brunton leading the championship, of course, with this round, and Buckmore Park still to go. Pushing again. You can see how determined Fraser Brunton is to maybe getting just a bit of scoreboard pressure going here. Fraser Brunton has had a clean sweep of victories in heats since the very first round of the season. He has, of course, had heat wins between then and now, but there have been 1 heat win days, 2 heat win days. This could be the stage of the season where Brunton really starts to get a bit of a march and starts to take away the title chances from some of his rivals. 3.5 minutes remaining on the clock. Pace for Balasitis last time around, 52.799. Brunton, 52.662. Another new fastest lap of the race. The gap is just over 5/10. I think that's at a rate that, yeah, might still challenge Balasitis, particularly if Brunton gets, say, another 10th or so towards Balasitis. That's when they'll start to feel the effects of the slipstream. That was a nice move as well. Callum Martin down the inside of Ryan Harris for 4th place.
Yeah, there's a zone, and I don't quite know how to quantify it, but it's almost as if you're within a second in Formula 1 and you're in the DRS zone. If you can get that close, then the slipstream or
kicks in.
Lack of drag will do the rest for you. And I think Fraser's in that territory. But certainly, I'd say within half a second. It seems to be what we've found so far today as the helping hand that they need. Ryan Harris is still in that kind of range from Callum Martin. I might have a go back at him later on in the race as we see Lewis Sills at the inside of Mortaza Hassan into turn 1, and he's made that move stick for 6th place.
I would say this is, as tracks on the calendar, this is probably the one where slipstream is the most important. Yes, I know they've got other circuits that are power circuits. You think of somewhere like Clay, but as a percentage of the whole track, Shenington's got to have one of the highest where you're going in a straight line and you're on the power. Clay has a lot of power sections, but they tend to be curved or interrupted by slower and medium speed corners. It's a really, really important part of the game here at Shenington to get your management of the slipstream right. Here is the fight for 6th place, I believe. Is that Lewis Sills coming through? Yes, it is. This is a great drive from Lewis Sills, one of the C3s, handling it up with 2 drivers who've got a fair amount of experience. Mortaza Hassan has played this game for a good couple of years. Rana Menon, another one of the drivers who's come through the BUKC. And Lewis Sills is right in there with them, giving it a good old go. 1 minute and 10 to go. Gap is continuing to come down at the front of the field here, Jacob. It's down to less than 3/10.
Yeah, Fraser Brunton's biding his time at the front of this run. Whether or not he's been able to get close to Balasitis, we don't know. He looks to the outside of this one and perhaps get a better run out of the corner. If he can keep it to the left, he might have a shot into turn 1. Balasitis knows exactly that. And so Brunton goes to the outside. Around the outside can work into that corner as you got the inside for the next one, but Brunton doesn't go for it. Instead tries to get the switch back on the exit of 2 and looking into 3. Still defensive from Balasitis. We're on the last lap. Brunton right to the outside of the hairpin. Can he get the undercut on the exit of the corner? The drive just isn't there, and he tucks back in behind Balasitis for the chicane. The last corner is going to be his last chance, I think, Andrew. Fraser's done it 3 times already this race. Balasitis knows exactly where he's going to want to put his cart. If Balasitis can white line this, I think he might hold on.
Yeah, I tend to agree. He's got to keep that low lane controlled. Oh, and he does so. Really good stuff there from Don Balasitis. Has just got to get off the corner, and he'll hold Fraser Brunton off to take victory in heat number 6. Balasitis wins it. Brunton P2, McAllister P3. Good 4th there for Callum Martin ahead of Ryan Harris, Lewis Sills, Mortaza Hassan, Rana Menon over the line, Max Davison P9, Thomas Mullen completes the top 10. Good stuff there from the drivers in heat number 6, but as has been the story here today, we've got to move on. Heat 7, they're out next. As I say, straight into it for Heat 7. This could be quite a key one for Dante Dillon, starting on the front row of the grid. You've also got Sid Brewerton in this one. Ben Sanders, Harry Collins, Phil Holmes, Shaw, Henn, Deeks, Powell, Taylor, Webb, Mitchell, Munson, Wade, Williamson, Browning and Saunders. Away we go then for 7 minutes. Through the first couple of corners, Dante Dillon trying to hold to the inside line, has got the lead. That's got to be one of the best starts from P2 on a sprint grid that we've seen so far today. Jacob, absolutely at the right time. Dante Dillon has taken the lead of this race.
Yeah, needed that, and following him through, Ben Sanders having a great start as well. Sid Brewerton losing out from pole position. Let's see how this one develops as we move through the different phases. A little bit of battling there, and a contact warning for the number 30 of Dan Shaw coming through from race control. Down in third, Harry Collins staying very interested in this one, and a lockup that was for Dante.
Yeah, that was Dante, yeah.
Interestingly, did that in the previous heat as well. So under braking into that final corner, Dante perhaps not quite where he wants to be at this stage of the racing day.
That'll be one of those where he probably hit the brakes, got off the brakes, then got further, hit the brakes, off the brakes, and then onto the brakes again to make sure he didn't completely overshoot the corner. A bit of a moment there for Dante, braking again, a bit of a lock-up on the rear axle from the number 2 seed. Caught the attention of Ben Sanders and Harry Collins, who's had a decent start. Curtis Mitchell up 3 spots to 9th, Glenn Williamson up 4 spots to 10th. Oh, now did something. Oh, yes, there's a driver off. You can just see out of our commentary box window. There they are. Is that Phil Holmes again? Oh, it is! Phil Holmes, for the 2nd race in a row, has been involved in an incident. Oh, and for Phil now, that's going to be a worry, because even a good result in the 3rd round of heats, that's going to be too many points to claw back to get into the A final here today. They'll be doing well just to make the B final grid with this situation now, Jacob.
I think he might be resigned to the D final, Andrew, but he was running well earlier, and I'd fancy his chances of progressing from a D final should he end up there, if not a C. So hopefully Phil's day still has plenty more racing to come from it. Speaking of racing though, Dante Dillon is racing into the lead of this one, but Ben Sanders is very much there with him. Only 0.2 a difference last time around. Dante locks the brakes again as Dan Shaw goes up the inside of Sid Brewerton there. We've got a complete takeout penalty for William Henn. That must have been on Phil Holmes, so the 71 loses, I think, 6 places.
Yeah, 6 places dropped for William Henn, and so he's not the chief technical officer of the Bruno chicane. A complete takeout there on Phil Holmes means any hopes of a good result in this one are pretty much gone. At the moment, William Henn would drop down to 14th place with that one. Well, we've been talking about the lockups for Dillon, but it doesn't seem to be affecting him in a too negative fashion. This is the fight for 6th place, I believe. Glenn Williamson has got ahead of Jeremy Deeks. Christopher Powell-Taylor in the middle of all of that, using his experience to cut down, get underneath Curtis Mitchell, move himself up to P9. 3 minutes and 30.
I'm starting to think Dante's doing it on purpose, Andrew. He's a lot better at go-karting than you and I, so he'd know better than us as to whether or not it's advantageous.
Working or not.
So, yeah, perhaps it's something you and I are missing out on. A level of talent that we do not have access to, perhaps.
So Dillon leads from Sanders. Sanders did just set the fastest lap of the race last time around. Collins, Shaw, Brewerton, Sid Brewerton, that is. William Henn needs to be careful here. He's picked up a contact warning. Jake Saunders in the number 88 there, trying to work his way up the order. This is a great C3 battle going on in the second half of the field. All tucked up behind Jeremy Deeks at the moment there in the 65. Oh dear, as there's been a spin there for one of the C3s. Over the line to complete another lap. Here comes Harry Collins. He got a good bit of drive out of the final turn. He's alongside Ben Sanders and takes 2nd place.
Good move. It's an interesting quirk that we haven't mentioned so far on the broadcast, Andrew. if you keep very much to the left-hand side, coming out of that final corner, you can get yourself up the inside of turn 1. It's a shorter drive to the line, so we've seen drivers do it towards the end of the race to hang on to their position. But if you get a good enough drive without compromising your speed too much by holding the steering wheel too rigidly,
too tight,
you can dive up the inside here. It's a shorter route to it. It's just you kind of lose the speed in having the wheel turned a bit more.
Yeah.
But so if you can trade one for the other, as Harry Collins has just demonstrated, it can be very beneficial. Let's see if he tries it on Dante Dillon.
You lose mid-speed corner through this turn here, but if you're gaining position, you're not going to really worry about that too much in such an exchange. 90 seconds on the clock. Harry Collins is really coming on song here. Dante Dillon is going to have a bit of a challenge for his race lead, where he needs all of these points. It'll lock up again on the rear right for Dante Dillon. No way through yet for Harry Collins. It's going to be this lap plus one more, you'd imagine.
It's been a quiet Club 100 season so far for Harry Collins. He's entered 3 rounds. He got a second place in a heat. His first time out this season, all the way back in round number 4. So this would be his first win, I think first heat win in general, certainly first heat win of the season. Dante Dillon won't want to give it up without a fight though. Into the last lap we go. These 4 then still challenging for the lead. Dante's had it since the first lap. Let's see if he can hold it coming down into the hit pin for the final time. Goes very defensive. Collins is right on the outside of him. Dillon brakes. No cutback available.
I thought Dante was nearly fully off the track there, or just dipping his rear right wheel into the dirt on driver's right. He's still got this race lead in a championship that could be tight. Last year's championship went to a point here, a point there. These heat victories could be very important indeed. There's a good scrap going on for third place between Sanders and Shaw. Dante Dillon's going to hold on to this heat win, but it's not going to be the most comfortable of heat wins. He takes it from Harry Collins. Ben Sanders third. Dan Shaw, good drive there from Dan, and a best lap right at the end. P4 Sid Brereton in the top 5. We've got to leave heat 7 because the drivers for heat 8, they're out next.
Straight on with the action then. Heat number 8. We've got Andrew Williams starting on pole for this one. Thomas Layton alongside him. Dan Seeger and Hugh Ericsson are 3rd and 4th. Michael Reeder, Jake Wilkins, Ed Yaxley Aguirre and Rory O'Regan are your top 8. Luke Woodward, Aidan Marsh, Chris Foxon, Tom Holland, David Woodward, Ben Brereton, George Veraldi and Walter Stoltz complete your grid as they come round to start this one. McWilliam, our reigning champion, on the left-hand side of your shot. He'll reverse, and on the right now takes the lead into turn 1, followed through by Dan Seeger, who's had a good day so far with his first heat. A little bit of argy-bargy in the middle of the pack, but those 2 red plates streak out in front of this one. McWilliam, the number 1, and Seeger, the number 7. Keeping pace with them is Michael Reeder, I think, that in 3rd, as Rory O'Regan in the 53 goes up the inside of the hairpin. He'll be looking to make up as much ground as possible early doors in this one, but William and Seeger might be gone by the time he dispatches the 4 C2s in front, as this sideways moment for the number 76. That's Ben Brereton, not looking exactly on the racing line through there, and a few taking avoiding action as well. Yes, these top 7, I think, back down to Rory O'Regan, all fairly clean and tidy for the first lap.
Yeah, the 81 of Christopher Foxon was in the midst of that battle going through the Bruno chicane.
What a start that is for Walter
Stoltz, yeah.
Well, started 16th and dead last. He's half the field, Andrew.
Yeah, really, really good effort from Walter. It's bounced back well after the problems that we saw for him in the first heat. Another quick update on Club 100 iRacing. We've now got 10 spaces left. Welcome back to the fold, Magnus Riddervold, who's got his entry and payment in. So if you want to be on that grid for Tuesday night. As I say, Magnus is one of the regulars from last year, so he's got his place, but there's more regulars from last year, and there are spaces available left in the championship now in the iRacing world. Meanwhile, here at Shenington for the senior sprints, racing continuing. Rory O'Regan side by side with Thomas Layton. There was a good scrap between Hugo Eriksson and Luke Woodward there over 4th and 5th. They've both got past Michael Reeder in those exchanges. Thomas Layton up to P6. As here is a move for the race lead. What a day Dan Seeger is having. Down the inside of Andrew McWilliam. He's not quite going to be able to get the move done. Seen Dan race for many a year. He's very experienced in this sprints competition, as that's the 176 of Hugo Eriksson fighting for that position with Michael Reeder. That's 4th place. Thomas Layton getting involved as well. I think Luke Woodward has nipped through into 3rd place. I'm trying to remember back to a time where I've seen Dan Seeger race as strongly as he's doing so today. This is a really positive day for Dan Seeger. Number 7 seed from last year, of course, trying to get Andrew McWilliam off the racing line as they go through the first couple of corners, through Park Bend, then through Cafe Corner, out onto Pitts Bend now. Reigning champion needs a big day. He's a bit further back in the points, hasn't had much luck in finals, and right now he's not having much luck in this race because an inspired Dan Seeger goes through to take the race lead.
Yeah, excellent kart position in there from Seeger. Obviously, he's got the experience of having tried that a lap ago. Positions his kart perfectly on the apex to stop Andrew McWilliam getting the better drive out of that corner. McWilliam will not be giving this one up, though, and I think he's going to think about going up the inside of the next corner, which is why Dan Seeger fends off that particular move. McWilliam still very much in the mix. Let's see if he fancies it into turn 1.
See so indeed. McWilliam has a look, but good corner speed there for Dan Seeger. Good control of entry into the corner and out of the corner. Shadows starting to lengthen here in the autumnal sun, down towards Stratford once again. Seeger trying to hold that line. Just needs to be a little bit careful there with the movements down towards Stratford corner. I think that was okay.
It's a long time to be defending for. There's still 3 minutes left of this race. Rory O'Regan, we pick up now, has dispatched 2 of the 4 C2 drivers that were between him and the battle for the lead, but he's still got 2 more to go. I fear that Rory won't be able to get a top 2 in this one. He won at Shenington last year, or at least he told me he did, when we did the Paddock show.
He did,
and to repeat that feat, I think he's got to make a place or 2 here to maximise his grid position for the A final.
I tend to agree with that one. Penalty has come in from number 81, Christopher Foxon, for forcing a driver wide. That'll be some places demoted. McWilliam is digging deep here to take this fight to Dan Seeger. He's now switched it around. Now trying to get Dan Seeger off the racing line. Luke Woodward, 53.0, isn't quite able to capitalise on these two having a back and forth duel at the moment. Still losing about a half a tenth a lap as things stand. Changes further down the order. Rory O'Regan up to 5th place. I think Michael Reeder may have had a problem out there. Apologies for the timing tower not being on your screens at the moment. It's still Seeger from McWilliam, Woodward, Eriksson, O'Regan, your top 5. Thomas Layton, P6. Walter Stoltz now up to P7. What a drive this is for Walter Stoltz. There it is. Michael Reeder 8th, Aidan Marsh 9th, Edmund Yaxley Aguilar completing the top 10 as things stand. 2 laps to go, Jacob. Dan Seeger at the moment seems to be able to be soaking up this pressure.
Yeah, I said it was a long time to defend for, and I stand by that, but Dan Seeger's doing an absolutely stellar job of it so far. Seems to have fended off the immediate advances of Andrew McWilliam, who's perhaps retreating and regrouping for one final stab at it later in the race. Rory O'Regan there just ahead of Thomas Layton. Looks like it might be too much of a tall order for him to catch up with even Woodward and Eriksson, let alone these front 2. We will move into the final lap this time around. They'll see the final lap boards to their left-hand side. We don't have view of the digi-flag for a change in this position. Seeger then leads into turn 1, but turn 2 is Andrew McWilliams. He dives up the inside, takes the line and holds it. Coming round 3, down towards the hairpin. Fantastic move, Andrew.
Oh, we'll enjoy watching that one back, will Andrew McWilliam. Caught Dan Seeger by surprise with a brave move through Cafe Corner. Now can he hold on to this race victory through the Bruno chicane? Looking nice and tidy at this stage. Oh, but he was a little bit wide there. Dan Seeger may have a chance towards Hanger Corner, but if McWilliam can white line it through this corner and the next one, this could be a big win. This could reignite a title campaign for Andrew McWilliam after a great move on the last lap. McWilliam wins this heat from Seeger, Woodward P3, Ericsson, O'Regan in the top 5, Thomas Layton solid there in P6, Walter Stoltz, the first of the C3s home there in 7th place. Another really entertaining heat there. We've got to move on though. Heat 9 is next. Penultimate heat of the second round here today at Shenington. Very quick run down this grid. Tommy Lee, Rob Starley there on row 1. Jake Chapman, Leo LeCastro, row 2. Salvador Newman, George Lauder, the only C1 in this race, row 3. Keaton Ford, Nick Lacasas, row 4. Ewan Thomas and Finn Paris Phillips on row 10. Sky Lees, Jack Steele, Josh Cope, Michele Pasquariello, Owen Hollowell, Adam Tamaras and Bradley Pike. Those are the 17 drivers in this race. You know the deal by now. Away we go for 7 minutes here at Shenington. Good start for Lee. Good start for Chapman. Starley's going to slot down to 3rd place. No 4th place because Salvador Newman has gone round the outside of him through turn number 2. Tommy Lee, as we mentioned earlier, really good season so far in the Senior North Championships. Looking for another good result here. Stepping up to C2 this year after a strong run in C3 in 2024. That's exactly how you want to lead or how you want to take a start from pole position around this circuit. Jacob, he leads in the early stages with Salvador Newman looking good again, already up to P2.
Yeah, great start from the two of those as we've got a couple of carts off there, Andrew. That's
George Lawler's one of them.
The most we've seen on a lap one is Chapman dives to the inside of Newman and makes that move happen. It's a late lunge, Andrew, but through goes Chapman to take 2nd place as drivers dig their carts out of the barriers behind. I think that's a full course yellow.
Yeah, full course yellow. So the race is neutralised. I can just see out of my commentary box window. So George Lawler and Sky Lees are the 2 carts that are just stopped on the exit of the Bruno chicane. George Lawler is getting back into his cart now and driving away. Sky has got out of their cart, and I think it's just maybe just clipped on the ankle a bit, shaking the foot a little bit right now is Sky. There is the scene just on the exit. Sky got out of the cart under own power.
Just to clarify on the full course yellow decision, there will be a limit to where a false start is called, and I believe at Shenington CLUB100 run down and including the hairpin. So any incidents with multiple carts off for the first couple of corners down to and including the hairpin will be called as a false start. But given this was after the false start zone, we've gone full course yellow so that they can recover their carts. We can't start this one again.
Good news, Sky's got back in her cart and is running again. So I think just needed a minute to shake off a little bit of a knock, but has got back into the cart. Well done to the safety team and the observers just to give her that support, check that she's okay, and will at least continue round to the end of this lap. And hopefully continue back into the race. I think we're still under yellow here. Yeah, I can still see waved yellows. So the standby for racing signal from race control hasn't been called yet. That's normally seen when you start to get static yellows around the circuit. I do think we might go to green next time around. Now, I've seen this tactic a few times in karting over the last few years. Tommy Lee here is definitely going at a pace lap. What was the time last time around? 1 minute 46.257. If he does that again, he's going to reduce the time in this race, probably down to only about 2 minutes to defend a lead, as opposed to, say, 3 minutes to defend a lead.
Yeah, well, the difference is 3 overtaking opportunities or more.
Yeah.
But 3 big ones, certainly, in terms of the hairpin, the final corner, and the first couple of corners. That's where we see most of the moves happen. That's where Tommy Lee will need to defend. But if he can make that 6 opportunities across 2 laps, rather than 9 opportunities across 3, then more to benefit for him. He knows that there's a couple of drivers behind him who fancy a chance at winning this one. They'll know exactly what he's doing. And yeah, we do go green this time round. We don't start racing until they cross the start-finish line, so Tommy Lee controls the pace until then.
Yeah, will indeed. So yellow flags still being waved, but we're seeing on our screen that no, we are going to go back to green at the next opportunity over the start-finish line. So Tommy Lee has worked the clock down. There is the green. Away we go then. 2.5-minute sprint effectively then for heat number 9, and a 1-by-1 single rolling restart. Tommy Lee has controlled it well, but if he gets one thing wrong here, he's going to lose a lot of positions. Jake Chapman trying to get alongside Salvador Newman there as well. Salvador Newman's taken second place away from Jake Chapman down towards the Stratford hairpin. Newman trying to get round the outside. Oh, Sky Lee's race has got worse. Another a penalty has come in on our board, and it's for a complete takeout. But Sky's at the back of the field anyway. Side by side, Ewan Thomas trying to get in there. Ewan had a bad first race and needs a good result here. Leo LaCastro is still there as well in P5. Top 2 breaking away as, oh, down the inside. Newman, great move. Salvador Newman to the lead.
Yeah, excellent stuff there into the final corner. We've seen it happen multiple times. Newman taps the back of his helmet as if to say, let's go. Tommy Lee in the 69 knows that there's not long left. He's the one who reduced the time with that kind of pace under the full course yellows. I'd imagine he'll be having a look at the next given opportunity. Not sure if it's Ewan or Ian in 4th.
Okay. I'll go by your call because you're the Welshman.
Yeah, I diverge towards Ian, but that's probably because I know more people who pronounce it Ian than Ewan. I think Ewan is a valid pronunciation of that name, if that's what Ewan chooses, but Ian is the first thing I think of when I see that.
53 seconds of this race to go then, so next time around will be last lap board territory. Contact warning has come in for Leo LaCastro. That was a move there going, it was that Keaton Ford or Owen Hollowell moving forward. It was Keaton Ford retaking that position in that old style CRG suit.
The Diego suit, as I like to
the
call
Diego
it.
suit. All Max Verstappen got the suit back when he raced for CRG, of course, back in his KZ days. Bit of a lock-up for Newman down in towards the Stratford hairpin, but keeps control of the lead for now. As I say, that's another big opportunity to overtake around this circuit. Dealt with. Newman through the Bruno chicane. Tommy Lee still there in second place. Oh, it's been a problem there down at the Stratford hairpin. It looked to be a triple-digit number. I wonder if that was Pasquariello in 16th place. But this is going to be a comfortable victory for Salvador Newman. Off of the final corner, takes race victory in this heat. Tommy Lee, good points there in second place. Chapman third, Thomas fourth, and LaCastro completes the top 5. So the rest of the field come over the line then. And, well, they'll be getting ready for their third and final heats later on this afternoon. We'll take a very short pause because Heat 10 is up next. So we'll get ready then for heat number 10. This is the last one of round number 2 before we then go into the third and final round of heats. Alex Forward on pole position for this one. Zach Watson alongside on the front row. Max Chapman and Owen Seeley are back out in this one on row 2. Ethan Saunders-Wilkes and Thomas Northcott row 3. Sam Lovelace and Joseph Simcock on row 4. Sam Edelston and Greg Chapman row 5. Mo Hassan and Jack Hopkins on row 6. Benjamin Tompkinson-Ray and Dennis Smirnoff on row 7. James Peace completes the 15-strong field.
And here come the 15-strong field then. 94 leads the way into turn 1. It's a great start from Alex Forward, and going through turn 2 looks comfortable heading down to the hairpin. Lots of jostling for position behind the number 5 there of Sam Lovelace, looking for another strong result in this one, defending mostly though down into the hairpin on this first lap. There's some rearrangement of the track furniture going on in the background with braking formation penalty for James Peace. There'll be yellow flags next time we come around at that hairpin whilst the track furniture is repositioned.
Yeah, it was Owen Seeley who found himself out with the weeds and with the tyres, and well, has lost a good number of positions. Well, not a good number of positions, falling down the order quite a distance. So end of the first lap. Looking good here at the moment is Alex Forward. Max Chapman still there in second place. Good start for Ethan Saunders-Wilkes. Had that great run in the first round of heats, and he continued to move up the field. Zach Edelston's had a decent start as well, up into the top 5. Running down through the hairpin, Sam Lovelace goes for 4th place and gets 4th place. Nice move there on Zach Watson. Sam Lovelace on paper you'd probably say is the favourite for this race, but not a heavy favourite.
Yeah,
Max Chapman there in second place will have something to say about that.
Exactly what I was about to say, Andrew. He's got Ethan Saunders-Wilkes, who's also won a heat today, already in front of him, so they're not going to be easy pickings. Alex Forward looks to be pretty comfortable as well, although Max Chapman's got something to say about that coming into turn 1 this time around. So yeah, still showing good pace, Alex Forward, and won't be easy for Lovelace to assert his C1 dominance.
Indeed. So 5 minutes of this race to go. New race leader Max Chapman to the front of the field, takes the middle of the road down towards the Stratford hairpin, hits his apex nicely in the middle of the corner. He's top 3. Well, again, Sam Lovelace in a bit of a tricky position here because it's 1 versus 3. He could really do with Zach Watson getting right on his rear bumper, working with him and driving them as a duo back towards this top 3. Thomas Northcott, by the way, has got through past Zach Edelston for P6. Fights at the front. Ethan Saunders-Wilkes looking round the outside there. And, well, Alex Forward just stays in second place for now. 4 1/4 to go. What's the pace like? 53 zeros and 53 ones for the top 3. 53-1 for Sam Lovelace. And a 53-4 for Zach Watson. Yeah, that's going to be a problem for Lovelace because he's on his own now. He's going to need these 3 to really, really scrap hard to allow him to cruise back up to the rear bumper of Ethan Saunders-Wilkes. And they're fighting pretty hard at the moment here. Chapman and Forward into the Bruno chicane once again. Max Chapman continues to lead this race.
Yeah, Saunders-Wilkes last time with probably the most impressive attempt at overtaking around the outside of the final corner that we've seen so far. Still no one's pulled it off, and he's a lot further back this time around, so Forward's more thinking forward around Max Chapman. Maybe a look into the first corner, not quite as Chapman did to him a few laps previous. Still Lovelace about a second off this leading trio as Max Chapman holds the fastest lap time overall. Indeed, he set that on the last lap, despite the fact it looked like Alex Forward was still very much in touching distance of him. Here they are again then coming through the hairpin as an alternative line, should we say, for Ethan Saunders-Wilkes as he tries anything and everything to get back in contention with these two. But yeah, despite the fastest lap, Chapman's certainly not running away with it, and he's going to have to think a little bit about defending coming down into the final corner as Alex Forward is challenging again. He goes to the outside this time, not fully committed to that though. I think he knows that's not on. Very much in the toe of Max Chapman though as we come round to start lap 6.
We do indeed. Keep the comments coming in. Hope you're enjoying the coverage here today for CLUB100 Senior Sprints. Hello to Sam Dimolo's in the chat whilst working out on the circuit.
He spelled my name wrong though.
He spelled my name wrong as well. And Jack and Sarah as well cheering on George Verardi out in the races here today. 2 minutes of this race to go. Chapman, little check over the shoulder. Sees that Forward is just going to be pushing him along here through Hanger Corner, down towards the Wilkins complex. A couple of notices from race control coming in. Mo Hassan, complete takeout penalty for the 150, so that's not a good piece of news for the returning Mo Hassan. +6 at the end of this race. James Peters breaking formation penalty we mentioned earlier on. 90 seconds of this race to go. Feels like Chapman is getting into a good stride now. It's more going to be defensive thoughts for Alex Forward as Ethan Saunders-Wilkes looks down the inside. That's why it needed to be defensive thoughts from Alex Forward. Oh no, it's not done yet. Really good drive off of the hairpin. That's going to be a brave one to run round the outside into the Bruno chicane. Ethan Saunders-Wilkes has got it done. Good, firm driving there from Ethan Saunders-Wilkes. Well rewarded with second place.
Yeah, I think Forward could have done with backing out of that one a bit sooner, and battling into this final corner is only going to play into Max Chapman's hands. What those two have done now is made this a battle for second place as we enter the final lap. Chapman's got just too much of an advantage, really. These two are fighting over second place. To be fair, Chapman looked pretty comfortable out in the leads. It didn't seem to be neither Saunders-Wilkes nor Forward didn't seem to be able to find any sort of advantage to sneak up the inside somewhere. So perhaps fighting amongst themselves was always the best they could hope for. To the outside goes Forward. Can he get the cut back? No, he can't. Saunders-Wilkes still in front. This one's going down to the final corner.
Is indeed. Well, for Max Chapman though, 15 seconds on the clock. He can just bring this one home. Take another maximum number of 25 championship points for winning one of these heats. Now again, more be looking towards the final. If we can get a good third result, it's going to have a strong grid position for the A final. Saunders-Wilkes is going to win the battle for second, but Max Chapman takes another heat victory there in heat 10. Saunders-Wilkes and Forward both in the top 3. Sam Lovelace has to settle for fourth in that one ahead of Zach Watson. Thomas Northcott, Joseph Simcock, Jack Hopkins, Mo Hassan and Benjamin Tompkinson-Gray all in the top 10 on the road. That's the second round of heats done. We flow straight into row 3. Heat 11 is up next.
Straight on then with Heat 11, let's have a look at the grid for this one. Rory O'Regan starts on pole with Jeremy Deeks for company. Dante Dillon is third. Callum Martin fourth. Tommy Lee fifth. And Phil Holmes in sixth. Brian Harris and Hugo Eriksson are 7th and 8th. 9th is Rana Khan. 10th is Jake Saunders. Clifton Malcolm starts 11th with Curtis Mitchell alongside in 12th. Jack Steele, Joe Milburn, Ben Brewerton and Josh Cope are the final four. They are 13th, 14th, 15th and 16th. And every driver you see now is on their last chance to get themselves as high up as possible in one of those finals. Round comes Rory O'Regan then. Watch out for him and Dante Dillon on what is the left-hand side now will be the right-hand side when we go to the reverse view. Those two will be eyeing up this heat win from here. Rory gets a great start for that side of the grid actually. Dante straight up into second place. And round turn 2, Dante Dillon's a little out of shape there. That's uncharacteristic from him. I think he's lost out. Indeed, he, well, nearly has. He just about recovers from the 69. Trademark lockup of the brakes from Dante Dillon. There's a little bit of contact in behind, but they all managed to stay off the track furniture on the exit. O'Regan then leads into the chicane. Dante Dillon has held second. Tommy Lee is the man who thought he'd take second place earlier on in the lap and certainly has designs on it now. Dante Dillon, though, right behind Rory O'Regan, and in fourth place, I think that's Jeremy Deeks, making this a 4-kart train as we come round and finish the end of the first lap. Dante Dillon, Rory O'Regan side by side in this contact. Dante can't quite hang on around the outside. Tommy Lee's going to be involved here, as is Callum Martin. Excuse me, the fourth place kart here. Now third place, he's got ahead of Tommy Lee going through the first section. Down to the hairpin. Martin round the outside gets contact with Dante Dillon. Dante hangs on to the inside. He might even have the inside for the chicane. He's side by side with Rory O'Regan, files in behind him. Martin's still there, the 60 kart, trying to get involved with these C1 runners at the front of this. It's all action. This one can't look away for a second. Rory O'Regan's going defensive already. It's lap number 2, Andrew, and if the rest of the race is anything like this, we're going to run out of breath.
This is what it's like at the end of the season. The big hitters in the championship know how important it is not just to beat each. Oh, that's a little bit tight and a bit too close for my liking through turn one, not even through turn one between O'Regan and Dillon. The gloves are off here in heat number 11. Seems similar in nature to the end of the 2024 season between some of the drivers out there. Look how stacked it is. Tommy Lee's had a really bad bit of luck in the early part of this lap, has been shuffled back from 4th place. Callum Martin trying to get his nose in there on the number 2. Contact warning for the number 39 of Phil Holmes, who needs a good result in this one, as after having had 2 crashes so far today. Dante Dillon has got to find a way through, you feel, past Rory O'Regan to open this race back up. Callum Martin looking round the outside, not quite able to draw alongside and take 2nd place from Dante Dillon. And you can see, so Dante's trying to communicate there to say to Rory, you're moving around perhaps a little bit too much here. Rory O'Regan does need to be careful, in my view, to not get any kind of warnings or more for blocking, as Martin trying to go around the outside again of Dante Dillon. Callum Martin's not part of the championship battle, he just wants to win this race. Tommy Lee trying to move himself back up the order past Phil Holmes for P6. Martin's got through past Dante Dillon and up to 2nd place.
Something tells me if this was an A final practice session, Rory O'Regan would be in the pits already, having swapped his kart. Martin around the outside of the final corner. Surely he can't be the one to finally pull off that move, and indeed he can't. It's a valiant effort, and he's going to be thinking about turn 1 and 2 here. Can he get the outside line and hold it? Dante's not been able to do that so far, and no, not quite for Callum Martin this time around, though he's side by side with Regan, coming around that 3rd kink. Oh, it's very tight between them. There's contact between the karts. Dante now up the inside of the hairpin, trying to reclaim that 2nd place. He's going to be side by side with Martin coming into the chicane. No, Dante cedes position. Martin carries on in 2nd place. Rory O'Regan out of shape on the exit there. Dante's got a great drive. He's alongside O'Regan. Is he going to get the space? He does. Rory O'Regan's in trouble here. He's got to try and hold on. Dante Dillon's bang up the inside, and that, I think, is Hugo Eriksson is that coming through as well. O'Regan's in the 2nd place. Lee's come together with, I can't tell who that is in the red suit, but it all came to a head then, Andrew.
Yeah, it's, I think, no, it wasn't Curtis Mitchell. Lee's exhaust is also wedged loose there. That might be a developing problem for Tommy Lee. The exhaust can hold together for 2 minutes. He might get that back okay, but don't be surprised if there's a mechanical flag for kart number 69. Well, you've got to give it to Dante Dillon. He got up the inside just as Rory O'Regan was looking the other way at Callum Martin. By the time Rory checked back to his right, there was nothing he could really do because Dante Dillon was fully alongside. How big a moment is that when we get to the end of the championship at Buckmore Park later on in the autumn? Just looking at that exhaust for Tommy Lee, it's in a different position to normal, but it's not flapping around, so I think that might be okay from a safety perspective. 1 minute and 20 seconds of this race to go. Dante Dillon now has control of it, half a second clear of Hugo Eriksson. Callum Martin in 3rd. This really hasn't gone the way that Rory O'Regan would have liked. He's now there in 4th place. Just doesn't seem to have at the pace available to him in this one to pull his way back through. There is what we're talking about with Tommy Lee's exhaust. If you compare where the end cap is at an angle to the rest of the card compared to everybody else, that's almost looking a bit more like a 250 National in some way around this place than a Club 100 kart. Callum Martin trying to go around the outside of Hugo Eriksson, might have a switch back on here out of the final corner. Dante Dillon, though, on his way, should win this race. 38 seconds to go, we're on to the last lap.
Rory O'Regan in more trouble there. He's got the 39 of Phil Holmes alongside him. Phil, please don't spin. Oh, I was worried that was a third misfortunate event for Phil Holmes coming there, but he's just about held on to it. Rory O'Regan still battling in defence, this time in 4th place. As 2nd place, Hugo Eriksson takes the inside line there. Rory O'Regan's got trouble now from, I think that's Curtis Mitchell, trying to get the better of him. Rory's done a decent job with what he's been given there, but Dante, the first one past and the first one to hit the checkered flag by the looks of things, he's a fair bit away there. You can see him. I want to say, Andrew, I think Dante's making that move, whether it involves playing Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 or not. Yeah. As you put it earlier, he goes straight over that curb in any instance.
Oh, absolutely.
He knows that's his chance, and he knows he deserves that race win. Excellently done from Dante Dillon, Hugo Eriksson, and Callum Martin 2nd and 3rd. Rory O'Regan holds on for 4th. Tommy Lee in exhaust. Raised up, our 5th.
Ryan Harris lost out big time right at the end there, down to 15th. We've got to move on though, because there are your drivers out on track for heat number 12. So, last heat for all of these drivers. Let's very quickly take you through the grid for heat number 12. Nick Lakatsas and Rana Menon on the front row. Keaton Ford and Robert Starley go from row 2. It's Ben Sanders and Alex Forward on row 3. Logan McAllister, top C1 in this one, starts on row 4 alongside Jake Wilkins. Leo LaCastro and James Browning there on row 5. We're into the C3s now. Walter Stoltz, great drive earlier on today, alongside the well-supported George Verardi on row 6. Chris Foxton and Finn Paris Phillips are on row 7. And then on the last row of the grid, 247 and Michele Pasquariello and Max Davison. So once again, it'll be 7 minutes plus no laps for this this heat in the lightweight sprints. If you want to get involved, www.club100.co.uk. In fact, you don't even need the www anymore. Just I can hear Peter Jankowski in my ear as I say that. Away we go then for 7 minutes here at Shenington. Good start for Lakatsas with the red shoulders there. Can they all make it through the first couple of corners as the temperatures start to drop later on in the day here? Braking formation straight away for Pasquariello in the 247. Jumped out of the tram lines before they should have through the first hairpin. All looking pretty good so far. Nick Lakatsas here, Jacob. That's a nice lead.
Yeah, very well converted from pole position from Lakatsas. Be happy with that as around goes one kart in the middle of the chicane there. Didn't quite catch the number, unfortunately. But yeah, Lakatsas looking comfortable. The battle is on for second place. To the inside goes the 40 of Ben Sanders and takes the position. He's going to come round in second place. It's been a good day for Ben Sanders so far.
Yeah,
and looks to be continuing.
Yeah, Ben's been racing really calmly, really effectively every time we've seen him out on track. There's a good scrap. Alex Forward, Keaton Ford, Leo LaCastro, all involved in that battle around 6th, 7th, 8th places. Intrigued to see how Logan McAllister plays the next couple of laps. There he is, the red and white Mural Art suit, 3rd place at the moment. One of the front runners this year in the junior competitions, former cadet lightweight champion a couple of years ago in Club 100. And at the moment, looks like Logan McAllister, oh, is he going to have a go for second place here? Yes, he is, whether Ben Sanders likes it or not. Ben Sanders has to give him the room for the move, is what I should say. Through goes McAllister into second place. Sets a new fastest lap of the race in the process of 53.2. It's about half a tenth quicker than Lakatsas around that last tour of the circuit. It's now got to find a way of closing in that 1.7 second gap.
Yeah, as you said, Ben Sanders has been driving calmly today.
Yeah.
And hopefully that calmness will give him the awareness to look around and realise he's better off working together with Logan McAllister for the next phase of the race to try and catch up with Nick Lakatsas rather than fall into the clutches of, well, firstly, Rana Menon, and secondly, Alex Ford, Jake Wilkins, Leo Lacastro, who are in a big gaggle of karts just behind Menon. Alex Ford running reasonably well again in this one. He'll be hoping for a decent place in our finals later on. Max Davidson's up to 11th from the back of the grid, as Finn Paris Phillips ahead of him has made up a decent amount of places as well. Walter Stoltz carries on his strong showing today, up 3 places into 8th. That'll do his C3 Championship the world of good.
Loads of dry out in the comments. Yes, I may have done something there in that previous exchange. I did not do it deliberately. I am too old and not cool for things down with the kids these days, but I'll take the credit. 3.5 minutes of this race to go. Contact warning for the number 23 of Jake Wilkins, currently running in 6th place, just sandwiched between Alex Forward and Leo Lacastro. Nick Lakatsas, what's the pace like? 52.9 last time around. 2/10 taken out by Logan McAllister. So again, this isn't completely done yet for Nick Lakatsas. Logan McAllister is going to keep pushing on here, down towards the next hairpin, Stratford hairpin. Ben Sanders following as well. Been a change for 6th place. Leo Lacastro has got through past Jake Wilkins. George Faradi as well, moving up the order. It's got past Christopher Foxton for 12th place.
Just to note on that C3 challenge, and current C3 leader is Lewis Sills. Walter Stoltz, currently in 8th place, is 2nd. And Zach Edelston, who we've also seen out there today, is in 3rd, just 11 points behind Stoltz. Aidan Marsh is in the mix there as well. Bradley Pike, Ben Tonkinson, Bray, and Leo Pisden are our highest flying C3s. Keep an eye out for those guys. Fastest lap goes to Logan McAllister on this one. Perhaps we're going to see some sort of battle for the lead in the remaining 2 and a bit minutes of this one. Lakatsas not quite as comfortable as he looked at a lap ago.
Yeah, at that rate, 52.9 for Lakatsas, 52.5 for McAllister. Yeah, I think we are going to see a battle for the lead here. Apologies to Walter Stoltz. This is one of those examples of what I like to call a mental commentator's curse. I had a thought about 2 minutes ago. It's like, oh, we haven't seen a penalty for a while. Sure enough, bang, forcing driver wide penalty for the number 86 of Walter Stoltz. So that will move Walter down the order a bit. I think it might change the hands of who's winning in the C3 class in this one at the moment. 53.528 last time around. So yeah, Max Davidson is going to take that lead in C3 after that penalty is applied. Here is the battle for the overall race lead. Lakatsas is being caught by Logan McAllister. Logan McAllister, as we've already seen on Ben Sanders in this race, is not afraid to go for a move here. Closing in now is McAllister onto the rear bumper of Nick Lakatsas. It's too far back, surely, to have a move through this part of the course.
I think he's in DRS range though, Andrew, as we referred to it earlier. Look at that, bumper to bumper now after that big long straight. He's got a couple more of those to benefit him. Lakatsas knows he's there though. Let's see what happens. Nothing doing through the first couple of corners, but McAllister looks like he's shaping up for a run down to the hairpin. Can he get alongside? Might have to be the outside for this one. Set himself up for a switchback, and indeed he does. Expertly played by Logan McAllister. Slides up the inside before the chicane, and only has the final corner to defend now. Logan McAllister can do what we've seen happen already. Take the white line approach and just bring this one home now. Let's see if he's got that defensive nous about him. He does indeed, parks his car in the middle of the corner and takes the checkered flag to win heat number 12. Great drive from Logan McAllister. Nick Lacasas, a very respectable second as well. Third for Ben Sanders, who's had a great day. Rana Menon, a respectable fourth. Alex Forward, another good run for him, to fifth.
3 more to go then. That's heat 12 done and dusted. Heat 13 are out next. Let's have another quick fire run through the grid here for this next one. Sam Lovelace and Luke Woodward on row 1. Fraser Brunton and Zach Watson go from row 2. Jake Chapman and Sid Brewerton are on the 3rd row of the grid for this one. Next up on row 4, it will be Michael Reeder and George Lawler. Tom Mullen and Ben Tompkinson Gray complete the top 10. Bradley Pike and Sky Lees on row 6. Next up, Zach Edelston, James Bull on row 7. David Woodward and Dimitri Wade complete the 16-strong field.
Here they come then to start another heat. 3 left. This is one of them. And away we go. Good start from Paul's side of the grid. Sam Lovelace and Fraser Brunton to the front of this one. Jake Chapman's in the mix as well, battling with, I think that's Luke Woodward, side by side in the black suits. Lovelace leads down to the hairpin. Fraser Brunton goes to the outside of him. And up inside is Chapman, having a little sniff at the back of Brunton's cart there. They're all safely through, and there won't be a false start in this one. Lovelace leads into the chicane. Driving out of it now, Fraser Brunton looks like he's trying to get alongside Lovelace, and indeed he has. This little right-hand kink will give Fraser Brunton the lead, and then he'll probably go defensive into the final corner. Indeed, he parks his car quite close to that front. Oh, there's big contact there between Lovelace and Chapman. Fraser Brunton's gone. He's broken the DRS there, and that's been wildly disadvantageous for Lovelace, Chapman, and the rest of the field, really. Fraser Brunton's got a gimme. There's a yellow flag out for the hairpin. I thought we navigated that safely on the first lap, but a little bit of repairs going onto the barrier as an incident unforeseen by ourselves. Round they come then. Fraser's got about a 1.5 second advantage.
I think it may have involved Thomas Mullen, because Thomas Mullen's got a penalty for HP tyres. That's hairpin tyres, not Harry Potter tyres. So no magic for Thomas Mullen on this occasion. We'll drop down the order at the end of this race. Not completely over yet for this chasing pack. If they can get themselves organised, there's a chance that they could even pull a driver of Fraser Brunton's skill back round here. But if they fight like this, no chance of catching the championship leader. Side by side between Woodward and Lovelace. Chapman might have a lane down the inside. It'll become the outside for the next corner, but Jake Chapman's going to keep his foot in it round the outside there of the number 46, down towards the hairpin. Lovelace should have the inside line. Can Chapman get the move done here? No, Woodward's going to hold himself really nicely round the outside there. Brave racing from Luke Woodward. Would have been very easy to just dip out the throttle there and let Jake Chapman have it, but he stayed strong, didn't make contact with the tyres on driver's left, and holds on to P3.
Yeah, great driving from these guys, and this battle's going to rage on. Chapman's having a little look to the inside here, but they're all driving too defensive at a line, I think, to make any move happen into the final corner. Fraser Brunton streaking ahead still. Another fastest lap for him last time round. It's 3.5 seconds now as Lovelace holds off the pressure. Chapman side by side with, is that Zach Watson?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
There in the red. Lovelace still second for now, but for how long? With the 46 of Luke Woodward, his next challenger for that spot. Through they come around the hairpin. That's George Lawler getting involved at the back of this with Bradley Pike.
George Lawler needs a good result in this one. I don't think he's going to be able to make the A final. But at least if we can get into the B final, there's a chance of charging through. So, battle for second place. Lovelace continues to hold ahead of Woodward. But look how much time, even though they're a big pack, look how much time they've lost to Fraser Brunton. Count the seconds. At least 3.5 already. 4 seconds clear. What a drive this is from Fraser Brunton. Sam Lovelace really holding on here to second place right now. Well, Brunson's surely going to be on pole for the final, because this would be 3 wins out of 3 for the heats. First time he's achieved that major feat since the very first round of the season. And what a time to do it as well, Jacob, because we've been talking about momentum, we've been talking about consistency for drivers between now and the end of the season. Fraser Brunton, an 11-point lead on drop scores before the start of the day, is going to be extending that lead at the moment with these heat results.
Yeah, at the minute his dropped final is a 5th place.
Yep.
So even if he did finish outside the top 5 in the final, today's still a very good day for Fraser Brunton, provided he converts this into a race win, of course.
2 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Brunton now nearly 5 seconds clear.
I tell you what's impressive, Andrew, is he's done the fastest lap every single lap.
Oh yeah.
All 5 laps have been faster than the previous, and at a pace where you probably look at the timesheets later and think, oh, maybe I had a slipstream for that.
Yeah. No, it's just been a tremendous run from Fraser Brunton. He's a race winner and a champion in other categories, of course, in Club 100. Some very good runs in the SP60s over the years, and in this Sprints Championship as well. But he really does want to use this year to get back on top of the Sprints mountain. Wants to take one of those tickets to Genk, to the Rotax Racing Club International Finals, the inaugural International Finals in May next year. 3 wide towards turn 1. This is brave from Zach Watson. This is brilliant from Zach Watson. Takes P2. Lovelace was concentrating on Woodward in their battle, and once again Zach Watson stuck it down the inside and made it work.
That for me is the best lightweight overtaking move that we've seen so far in all 13 heats. We saw some pretty good ones in the heavies, but that 2 for 1 from Watson was just special, and there's all sorts going on behind him now as Lawler looks to get involved at the chicane. Lovelace is still there as well and gets a good drive out of there to recover a couple of positions that he's lost on that lap. Chapman is at the front of this group, and Lovelace now tucks in behind him.
Does indeed. A little bit tight off of Wilkins. George Lawler loses those positions again. Can understand why he's keen to get on with this. There's Michael Reeder with the number 55, just ahead of Bradley Pike and Luke Woodward. Try and call it that one. 3 black suits, 3 white helmets. We're down to the little shoulder details on between those drivers. Towards the Stratford Hairpin again. Woodward a bit out of shape. Good Ben Tompkinson Gray as well there in the almost Ayrton Senna-like helmet. Up to P9 now, having a really, really good run. Not quite the top C3, that's Bradley Pike at the moment in this race. But checkered flag is going to come out. It's going to be one of the most dominant victories of the day from Fraser Brunton. He takes first position. Start the clock. It's going to be over 5 seconds before we see Zach Watson over the line, P2. Chapman, P3. Lovelace battles through to a P4. Strong points there. That pretty much means that Fraser Brunton will be on pole position for the A final later on, but we've still got 2 more heats to go. Heat 14 is next.
Here we go then with Heat 14 and a quick run through the runners and riders in this one. We've got 13 and 21 on the front row of the grid. That's Joe Simcock and Ian Thomas, Will Henn, Tom Layton, Max Chapman, Andrew McWilliam, Salvador Newman, Dan Shaw, Owen Seeley, Adam Tamaraz, James Peace, Lewis Sills, Sam Webb, Aidan Marsh, Jack Hawkins and Owen Hollowell are the grid for this one. Simcock leads us away then into turn 1. It's a great start from the 21. He needed that after that black flag earlier. A good result here will set him up nicely for whichever final he lands in. Round he comes with a bit of an advantage already. The 16 of Max Chapman. I was going to say, I couldn't remember which Chapman it was for a second there. They seem to be on every race, the Chapmans, but they're both fantastic drivers. So let's see how it pans out for this one. 71 up the inside there. That's Will Henn battling for position with Salvador Newman, who's had a good day himself. Andrew William then in the mix. I think he's 5th overall as we come down into the final corner for the first time.
We do indeed. It's been a confident start for Joe Simcock. Oh dear, oh, someone's out in the gravel. That's going to be a long way back from there. It's the 136 running wide. No, I think it was the 106, apologies. That was Owen Hollowell, who's now a good 3 or 4 seconds off the back of the pack. Max Chapman, though, has caught up to the back of Joseph Simcock, or nearly caught up there. Salvador Newman's raced very well so far today. It's been a very good run. Oh dear, 3 wide into 1. That's not really going to go. Owen Seeley on the outside of that one again. Contact warning for the number 71 of William Henn. Simcock ahead of Max Chapman right now. Through the hangar turn they go once again.
Importantly, Andrew, there's a contact warning for Andrew William in that as well. He'll be looking to make ground from 5th, where he's currently sat. Chapman goes to the inside as Simcock sets the fastest lap, tucks up the inside of turn 1, but Simcock hangs it on around the outside. There's going to be a switch back on, I believe, for Chapman, who comes out of turn 2, and he's slightly in the lead, but they're still side by side. Chapman's going to have the inside line for the hairpin. Can Simcock hold him off? Not quite. Might hang around the outside, but no, Chapman is going to be in the lead going into the chicane. Sorry, I spoke too soon. Surely they can't go the whole lap side by side, Andrew.
They had a good go.
Yeah, Chapman finally makes a decisive turn through the second part of the chicane and leads this race from Simcock.
But that's another thing that I'm enjoying seeing here in the lightweights today. There has been a lot of discussion across the course of the season so far about driving standards. I hope I'm not putting the curses on it. I think it's been pretty good today from these drivers, and that's a great example of it. 2 drivers, both young drivers, side by side for what was that, 6 or 7 corners in the first half of this lap, and fair racing as well. No squeezing out to wide or down onto apexes and down towards cones or any of that nonsense. That was good proper racing between Max Chapman and Joseph Simcock. Salvador Newman could still have a chance in this race as well. There he is in the 147. Last time around at a 53.362, so it was a little bit quicker than Joseph Simcock. This is the fight for 5th place. Henn, Leighton, Shaw, all going down towards the Wilkins complex. Out of it again. Again, you can just see the orange hair of Beaker sticking out the top of the back of the seat there for Thomas Leighton. Hopefully he'll just run in front of a camera during the break between Heat 15 and the D final. We'll get a good old look at the design on the back of that race suit. And I'm sure Thomas will be watching the broadcast back later and thinking, oh yeah, I didn't think of that we won't be able to see the graphic design when I'm sat in the cart. Owen Seeley had a bit of a problem there, Jacob, through hairpin number 1. Bit of an outbreaking moment.
Look to. It hasn't cost too much as yet. They come out of the chicane and head on down to the final corner. Gap at the front still within half a second, so there is still a battle up there. Salvador Newman still a comfortable 3rd. Andrew William not putting on too much pressure there in 4th. And here we go then for 5th. Thomas Leighton gains it on that lap. The 71 of Henn is still very much there, as is Shaw in behind in the 30, and Ian Thomas in the 13. In 8th, this gaggle of carts very much the biggest battle so far. Shaw is signalling to Ian, who's very squarely under braking there, but just about gets the cart slowed down and under control to chase after Leighton and Henn. Distinctive green and black outfit there for Ian, or Ewan if he does so prefer. You do one and I'll do the other, Andrew, and we can ask him afterwards exactly which one it is. Chapman getting a bit of pressure now from Simcock.
Yeah.
He's closed back up for the final stages, and here we go, bit of deja vu. They're side by side through turn 1. Simcock can't quite hang around the outside this time around, but yeah, he fancies another turn in the lead.
I think he does. Max Chapman was trying to gesture there to say, oh no, let's keep working together. I think that's one of those psychological gestures to arrival, because they have got a good battle buffer back to Salvador Newman. Yeah, Max, I think Joseph's going to keep you under pressure for the whole race here, with 1 minute and 10 seconds of this race to go. Down the Hanger Straight once again, through Hanger Corner, fastest part of the circuit, as we've been mentioning. Chapman checks over, just holds to the inside of that seam that runs down the middle of the tarmac. That's often used by drivers as a reference point for their width control across and into that corner. Oh, Simcock trying to go around the outside. Oh, well covered by Chapman. Didn't allow Simcock to get the overlap by the time they started to commit to the second corner. We are on the last lap now. Salvador Newman, unfortunately, not really able to close in at a concerning rate for these top two at the moment, so they're going to keep fighting. Simcock trying to get Chapman off the main racing line. Chapman has controlled that really well through Stratford Corner into the Bruno chicane now. Left, then right, left, right again. This has been a good race between these two, and it's not over yet. Down towards Hanger. Chapman's surely going to control that inside line. It's going to need something heroic from Simcock round the outside, which is not quite able to do on this occasion. So Max Chapman will come over the line, take race victory. Simcock finishes second. Good scrap. Chapman not too happy with things there. Less than a tenth between the two of them. Salvador Newman third, Andrew McWilliam fourth. Tom Layton completes the top five. Well, good work there from all of our drivers in heat number 14 as Benji Hamilton comes over the line. He's very happy with his kart testing there. We've got to move on. The last heat are out on circuit right now.
No time for the grids in this one. They are just about to get started. You can see Chris Powell-Taylor there on the left-hand side of the grid. We've got Ed Yaxley-Aguirre on pole position and into the lead in turn one. Around turn two they come. This is the final lightweight heat of the day, the final heat of the day in general, because we move on to our lightweight finals after this. Yaxley-Aguirre holds the inside line. Expertly done there. Balasitis, the challenger, around the outside, and will be looking to follow into the chicane now for the first time around. Chris Powell-Taylor still involved. He's in third place. And then we've got, is that the 66 of Tom Northcott? Had a very good start. Balasitis takes the lead coming out of the chicane.
I was about to make the comment. I think this could be a big battle between Tom Balasitis and Dan Seeger as the informed drivers coming through the field. Well, the battle may already be over, because Don Balasitis has the lead of this one at the end of the first lap. Powell-Taylor still there in second place. Northcott third. Three wide. Whoa, for a moment into Park. And through goes Yaxley Aguilar for that fourth place. Ooh, Balasitis was a bit wide there out of Cafe Curve. This may give an opportunity to Chris Powell-Taylor to get down the inside into the next corner. No, not quite on this occasion. Murtaza Hassan to the inside has got past Harry Collins there for sixth place. Oh dear, as into the tyres. Greg Chapman was involved in that exchange. There is, or was, Dan Seeger, currently in fourth place. Top three started to break away, Jacob.
Yeah, a little bit of a gap back to Seeger in fourth, who'll hope to be closing that gap as quickly as he can. This time last lap, Dan Seeger was in a bit of a battle with 4 or 5 other karts and was in danger of being swallowed up by it. I think he'll be happy to see that this time over the start-finish line he's got clear sight of the karts in front of him and a bit of clean air to try catching up with them. Let's see how well he can do on that front after they come through this yellow flag area. We saw the tyres being rearranged on exit last time around, and they need to be repositioned now for the safety of the drivers and karts. Through then back into the racing zone, green flag area we come. Balasitis leads Powell-Taylor, Northcott and Seeger. Our pole sitter Yaxley-Aguirre is currently in fifth. Not the greatest of starts from pole, but I think he'll be happy to have maintained the position towards the front of this pack. Decent lead now for Balasitis as well, 8/10 last time around. Chris Powell-Taylor will still be thinking about cruising up to the back of his car in the remaining 4 minutes of this one. It's a good run from Thomas Northcutt. Had a good heat earlier on, and he's up to 3rd from 7th here. And very much sticking with Chris Powell-Taylor as well, so do not discount him for the race win here. Dan Seeger only 2 seconds further back now, and seems to be pulling away from the rest of the pack. This top 4 really in contention for our final heat win of the day. But 3 of those are very dependent on catching up with that man in the lead, Don Balasitis, looking pretty strong at the moment. And he's had a good day today too, Andrew.
He has indeed. He's had some very consistent results. Do get your questions in. If you've got any questions regards Club 100 calendars, formats, etc., the next few moments after this race finish is a good time to get those answered before we get to the D finals. So do pop those in the chat. If you're enjoying the broadcast as well, it's Hassan down the inside of Williamson for P5. Let's get that likes number up. It's at 29 at the moment. We've got 80 people watching. Let's try and get it up to 50 before the end of this race. Good scrap this. Williamson gets back through. Harry Collins follows. The number 15 of Ethan Saunders Wilkes is looking to solidify a spot in the A final with a strong finish here. 2.5 minutes to go. Saunders Wilkes gets ahead of Harry Collins. This is all going to shake about for 5th and beyond. Yeah, so Williamson now up to P5, Saunders Wilkes P6, and we've got the Hassan brothers against each other as well in this race, Murtaza and Mo. Mo is wearing a borrowed race suit, not his usual red and black one, as Saunders Wilkes trying to get around the outside of Williamson there for P5, can't do it. There is the squabble for second place. Dan Seeger having a bit of a quieter race in this one, but good consistency nonetheless. It's going to be a tidy turnover of points, I imagine, for Dan Seeger from where he started the day. As I say, this stage of the season, drivers are just trying to improve on what they did earlier on in the year. If they had a couple of bad heats here and there, they just want to try and improve on those, get rid of them. Dan Seeger actually is going to be a little bit further down in the championship this year, because this is his first time we've seen him in 4 rounds. So the first 2 rounds where he wasn't here, those will be his drops, and then the 3rd round of non-attendance will still count, and just for 0 points. Oh, that's a lovely switchback from Christopher Powell-Taylor. That's Mansell-esque from the driver of the number 45. Was on driver's left, backed off, switched to the inside of Thomas Northcutt. That is one of the sweetest moves you will see today from Christopher Powell-Taylor. But Northcutt's going to come back, draws alongside as they run through Hanger Corner. This is a very entertaining scrap for second place. 1 lap to go. But we'll put that one in the highlight reel as well for the end of this Sunday Sprints Day at Shenington. We're on to the last lap, Jacob, and it's a comfortable lead at the moment for Don Balasitis, 2.2 seconds clear.
Yeah, those two have realised that Balasitis is beyond catching at this point and have decided to duke it out for second place. Defensive goes Northcutt into the hairpin. Can Powell-Taylor get up the inside on exit? I don't think so. There's a little bit of contact mid-corner there that slightly hampered him. Dan Seeger wants to pick up the pieces of this, if there are any, coming into the final corner. Looks like Northcutt's got a good enough drive. It's now going to be between Powell-Taylor and Seeger for 3rd place. Coming down around the right-hand kink, Powell-Taylor's going to go to the inside, very, very defensive. There's not really a way around the outside today, unfortunately, for Dan Seeger. Don Balasitis then wins the final heat of the day. Excellent drive from him. The 66 of Northcutt comes home in second place. Powell-Taylor holds off Seeger for 3rd. 4th is all Dan Seeger can manage. Ethan Saunders Wilkes a solid 5th. Murtaza Hassan 6th. Harry Collins 7th. Mo Hassan 8th. Jason Munson 9th. Glenn Williamson is your top 10.
Indeed. The rest of the drivers coming over the line. Edmund Yaxley Aguilar in 11th. Dennis Smirnoff 12th. Greg Chapman was the fastest of the C3s, 53.066, about half a second off the pace of the absolute front runners in that race. Thomas Holland, 14th place in that one. Richard Pike and then John Goodenough completes the 16 finishers in that race. Right, that brings us to the end of the heats. There'll be a bit of a pause now whilst the grids are calculated and sorted for the D final. Just to run through again, because of course we've not had many broadcasts of lightweight sprints so far this year, so I'm still getting used to there being a D final at this stage of the day. It is the same as before. There are repechaging spots through to the next level of final, so it is possible to go from a D final all the way up to an A final. Unlikely, but still possible nonetheless. This is the point where I'm just trying to find where we've got. Here they are. So the repechaging spots, the top 2 drivers from the results of the D final will go off the back of the C final. Top 2 drivers from the C final will then join the back of the B, and then it's the top 4 drivers from the results of the B final will race again in the A final. So that is all to come, of course, to find our next set of winners in the Club 100 Senior Sprints Championship. If you're not an existing customer, keep an eye out for the news and all the calendar releases that will be happening on the social media channels, the public social media channels, tomorrow onwards. There's about 7 or 8 different calendars to be released, so I'll be doing them stage by stage. So if the competition you're particularly interested in doesn't come out first, have patience. They will all come out bit by bit. We've also got racing next weekend at Wilton Mill. It's the latest round of the Senior Experience Championship. So if you want to get involved in that, do head across to the website to check out the details. The phone number to call the office is online for that as well, 01795 883 592. In terms of a broadcasting side of things, we will be up at Warden Law in a few weeks' time, 3 weeks' time, for the latest round of the Cadet and Junior North Championships. That'll be a lot of fun for us to head up to Karting North East. If you've not been to that circuit before, it's an absolute cracker. Then 2 weeks later, we'll have the final round of Cadet and Junior South. That will be at Buckmore Park. That's a 2-day meeting with the lightweights on one day, the super lightweights on the other. That is their final round of the championship as well. And my oh my, there are some close title permutations in that one. That is going to be one very dramatic weekend down at Buckmore Park on the weekend of the 8th and 9th of November. We've got BUKC qualifiers coming up as well. No broadcast plans for that at the moment, but you will be able to follow that for 3 days at Wilton Mill on the weekend of the 14th, the 15th and the 16th of November. And then the last seniors sprint action of the year. The SP40s and the SP60s will of course run as usual on the Saturday. We will have live broadcast coverage of the season finale for the sprints on the Sunday. That is all what is to come in the next month and a half in everything Club 100. Let's see if we have had any questions regarding next year. I don't think we've had any quite yet, but we've still got a few moments before we go to the D final. I know we'll talk about it more, Jacob, when we get to Buckmore Park. I'm intrigued to see how. Well, we know that the drivers will fight hard for a championship, as they have done in previous years. But these tickets, if I'm not mistaken, these top 3 places to go to the Rotax Racing Club International Finals in Belgium, that will be on the final weekend of May next year, hosted by Club 100 in cooperation with BRP Rotax. For those who are kind of not fully up to speed with it, this is basically the model of the Rotax Grand Finals, which has been such a success for many years. And one of the things I really like about the Rotax Grand Finals as a competition is you can't buy your way in. You have to win it. You have to earn it. There's various routes where you can do that, but you have to earn your place on the grid. It's the same ethos here for the Rotax Racing Club International Finals. That, I mean, of course, we'd love to see as many drivers as possible there that we know from a personal aspect. But I do quite like that, again, you've got to win those spots, top 3 going through from a number of the qualifying championships here in the UK, to race up against, you know, drivers from the States with Formula KFX over in California. You've got the UAE now involved, Italy involved, east side of Canada involved, China as well, and there are more nations on the way. I'm hearing on the grapevine. But what's your thoughts on it as something to look forward to next year?
You presume you can't buy your way in. I think if you rang JV up and offered him £1 million, he wouldn't put the phone down straight away. But yeah, no, I take your point. It is a true meritocracy of international motorsport. I am really looking forward to seeing how the first one goes. Obviously, as you said, the track, the facilities in Genk are absolutely fantastic. We've got a number of fantastic drivers on the shortlist, if you will, to be going across different categories, whether it's juniors, seniors, lightweights, heavyweights, regardless. And I'm sure there'll be plenty of drivers from other countries of equal, if not greater talent on display. It really will be a true festival of arrive and drive karting.
It will indeed, as I say. So these are the championships where those tickets, you know, those pathways through onto the grids are available. Sprint lightweight, sprint heavyweight, junior south lightweight and super lightweight, junior north lightweight and junior north super lightweight. I hear the calls now. Where be those cadets? Let's just wait for 2027 on that one. I think this is, at the end of the day, this is something that CLUB100 have regularly done. Don't try and run before you can walk. This is the first year of them after all. It's pretty much, I think it is only the UK at the moment that have the arrive and drive fleet in the style of the cadets that would be able to do that. But yeah, watch this space for 2027. I know that already plans are underway for the second edition of those at Rotax Racing Club International Finals. More news about the first version on the way. Right now, though, we've got to move along because the D final is up next. So D final time then, 2 places in the C final available for the following drivers. Dennis Smirnoff and Greg Chapman start on the front row of the grid. Sam Webb and Phil Holmes go from row 2. Clifton Malcolm and Christopher Foxton start on row 3. It's then Ben Brewerton and Richard Pike on row number 4. On row number 5, David Woodward and Rana Khan. Row 6, Adam Tamraz and Michele Pasquariello, and then row 7, John Goodenough and Skyleys. So, we're going to see in this one, we'll go around for an extra formation lap. I think both of us are hoping for a good result here for Phil Holmes on pure pace. Phil shouldn't be in this D final. But
he's the only C2, yeah.
He's the only C2 in there because he's had some really rotten luck so far today. So he'll be probably the early favourite for this race. Spot the observers just to quickly hop out the way there.
Nicky getting his jog on.
Getting the steps in. 12 minutes for all of these finals. No extra practice laps. We only have those for the A final. Thumb up to both sides of the front row then. Jacob, over to you for the start.
Yeah, Smirnoff will lead us around. He's on the left-hand side of your shot, which will become the right-hand side once we switch cameras. He and Greg Chapman are on the front row for this one. And away we go then for the D final. Smirnoff gets a good start, but it's a better start for Greg Chapman, who sweeps around the outside of turn 1 and leads into turn 2. That distinctive lime green and black outfit
takes us down to the hairpin for the first time. Excellent start from second place. Denis Smirnov holds on to second from there though, and there's a little bit of jostling going on in the field behind, but they're all through that hairpin nice and safely. The 39 of Phil Holmes does indeed tuck in to third place. I think that's Sam Webb in behind him in fourth. There's a big battle going on there for fifth. It could be three abreast coming through the right-hand kink. So not three abreast quite, but certainly battling out as we've got a contact warning for Michele Pasquariello coming through from race control. Decent lead that from Greg Chapman. Excellent first lap from him. Denis Smirnov as well holding station for the front row lads. Phil Holmes in the mix as we'd expect. Sam Webb is indeed in fourth place. Richard Pike currently on top of that battle for fifth. Andrew, repechage places are the name of the game for these next couple of races. There's only 2 available in this one though. Phil Holmes, as we said, the only C2 in this one will be all over the back of Denis Smirnov, trying to get himself up into the C final. Greg Chapman at the minute has run away with it. I think he's broken, well, he's above a second, so broken the DRS, but Phil Holmes will be looking to close that in now that he's up into second place.
Yeah, he will be. Oh, bit of a bump there from Smirnov. Holmes, understandably, not too happy about that. I think Smirnov probably just missed their braking point into that corner. Contact warning for the number 56 of Clifton Malcolm, running in the best number plates that you can have in Club 100, or 3 wide in the background. Ben Brewerton was going for the move there, I think, on Pasquariello and Lees. Sky Lees has had a really good start to this race. After her incident at the Bruno chicane, she's got up about 6 positions in this race, and good to see that she's medically clear and fit to race in this one. It's been in discomfort after that first lap. Well, on the exit of this corner here, 9.5 minutes to go. Here is the battle for third place. Dropping behind Phil Holmes, there he is, just at the bottom of your screen for a moment. Sam Webb looks like he's got a lot of pace. Oh no, Smirnov's gone too deep, gone off the track, come back on. He's going to lose a stack of positions. Through goes Webb, Pike, Malcolm, Lees I think has got through as well. Here comes Christopher Foxon round the outside. Ben Brewerton's on the inside through the first turn again, and Smirnov, second time in this race, just way too deep going into Wilkins' corner.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for our pole sitter in this one. He's dropped almost out of contention, really, for those repechage places up into the C final. They are looking firmly in the hands of Greg Chapman and Phil Holmes now. After that little excursion to the grass, Richard Pike is the nearest challenger as it stands. We are watching Richard Pike defend from Sam Webb, defending third place into the final corner. Pike maintains these two need to work together realistically. As to the inside, Pike suggests that with his hand, I think, but to the inside goes Sam Webb, who says, okay, we'll work together with me from the front. And yeah, they need some teamwork here to catch up with Richard Pike, with Phil Holmes. If either of them wants to be in the C final, they need to stop battling and try and push each other along for at least the next 3 or 4 minutes. There's still 8 minutes to go in this. It's not a 7-minute sprint. You have got that time to recharge, recuperate, and go again if they work together.
Indeed. And there is the fight for 5th place. Looks like Sky Lees has got through past Clifton Malcolm for that position earlier on this lap. 7.5 minutes of this race to go. It's the pace like for the race leader. Very good. 53.1 last time around, 53.5 for Phil Holmes, 53.6 for Sam Webb, who's now up to third place. Pike in 4th, Lees confirmed in 5th ahead of Malcolm. It's then Smirnov, Foxon, Brewerton, Woodward, Pasquariello, Khan. They both got through past Tamraz, Adam Tamraz on that last lap, and John Goodenough just completing this 14-strong field at the moment. 7 minutes of this race to go, so we're into the length of one of the earlier heats now, remaining on the clock. Looks like Dennis Smirnov has at least got back into a bit of a rhythm here, Jacob, after that off down at Wilkins Corner.
Yeah, it's a decent looking battle this for 5th place. It's good to see Sky Lee's doing so well as well, having seen her off earlier. We mentioned Phil Holmes has had his fair share of misfortune. I think Sky has as well, currently running in 5th in this one, and that group showing good pace at the moment, but not quite good enough to catch up with Webb and Pike, who are the nearest challengers for the repechage places. Still hopefully enjoying their battle out there and getting their money's worth of go-karting. Chapman looks relatively unassailable at the front. Indeed, 4.7 seconds is his biggest gap as we've seen anyone pull out. I think Fraser Brunson's the only really dominant win we've seen in the heats all day, but Chapman looks like he's going to emulate that in this D final. There you got a glimpse of Webb and Pike. Still 3rd and 4th. It's up inside there. Was that Dennis Smirnov on Clifton Malcolm? Smirnov makes another recovery place up and looks behind him to see 3 go-karts trying to go into one corner. They all just about manage it. And I think that's Chris Foxon, is it?
Yeah, Chris Foxon was out wide there. The flash of the number 81 on the side of his Fernando Alonso replica helmet. Down the inside now. That looks to be David Woodward going through. And up to, I think, what will be 9th place. Ben Brewerton Ben Brewerton's got ahead of that pair earlier on this lap. In fact, Ben Brewerton's done very nicely on this lap. He's got past Clifton Malcolm as well. 5 minutes remaining on the clock. Greg Chapman, nice and comfortable. This will be a nice moment for Greg to continue this pace. In my opinion, this is the best way you can do it. Just keep your rhythm up. Don't worry about anything behind, but also don't lose concentration. Treat it as if you do need to keep this pace up between now and the checkered flag. Just keep extending that gap.
It's all good practice, Andrew, for the C final. We saw earlier in the heavyweights the guys who repechaged from the B final to the A doing really, really well. Adam Mather being one of those. And
thank you for cake from Adam Mather, by the way.
Was that who bought it? That was like,
what have we got?
Possibly the worst heat to have brought snacks to the comms box. It was the most intense race of the day so far.
Cocoa Rich Tea biscuits, Maron strips, and what else have we got here? We've got some Rocky caramels.
The thing is, I liked him already.
Yeah.
You know.
And his racing's done. Like, Adam should have brought that at 9 o'clock this morning, and then you wouldn't have got had a problem in Heat 1.
Tim Penny,
as
soon as we arrived,
has had a great day.
And look at him in the A final, 2nd place overall.
80% of the time, works all the time. 3 minutes and 35 to go. Yellow flag out there. Now that's normally because there's something going on down at the hairpin. As it is, it's tyre replacement again. It's very easy for those tyres to be displaced. There's a bit of a ridge down the far side of the curb. That's why those ones are there, to ward people away from taking too many liberties on driver's left. And I suppose for this fight here, Jacob, it's not going to be for 2nd place on the track. But you never know, someone could get a DQ for underweight or something like that. So all the reason for Sam Webb and Richard Pike to push on. We just found our culprit of who rearranged the tyres. Unfortunately, it was Dennis Smirnov, who's just had a HB tyres notification and place deduction come in for that one.
Not the same as HB sauce.
Not as tasty.
You know what HB stands for on sauce? Good man.
Yeah. My dad's a fan.
I love HB sauce.
2.5 minutes of this race to go. There's Phil Holmes. Well, was Phil Holmes. Looking comfortable now, doing the business into 2nd place, and should be going through to the C final. Will be straight up after this race. 2 minutes and 10 seconds remaining on the clock. No other changes of position. There might be in a moment though, because Sam Webb and Richard Pike were looking pretty close there out of the final corner.
We mentioned them working together, Andrew. At this point, I think they know that the repechage is out of the question, and battle for third.
Yeah.
Or at the very least, they can hope that someone in front of them's got a penalty.
Yeah.
Either way, Richard Pike's going to want to be in front of Sam Webb come the checkered flag.
Yeah, you pick up on a really good one there. I mentioned being disqualified for underweight, but you're absolutely right. You know, all it takes is for one of these two drivers to have a lapse of concentration, clatter into a set of tyres, hit a cone or something like that to pick up a penalty, and they could change positions here as Pike thinks better of it. Wise decision, not alongside enough into hang a corner to realistically go for that move.
Yeah, apologies, I thought you had a run on him then. I tried to indicate to you that it was happening, but unfortunately for Richard Pike it wasn't quite happening. We'll get 2 more laps, so he's got 2 more chances of it happening there, and a couple more chances around the rest of the lap as well. Sky Lee's still the car behind these. You can see her there coming out of that corner. Dennis Smirnov holds 6th position, but will be dropped down the order due to the visit to the Houses of Parliament a couple of laps ago.
I think there's been a problem for Pasquariello because McKaylee has fallen down to 14th place, and I did see a driver was up and out of their cart, recovering their cart, not out of their cart in a problematic way, and yeah, it's fallen down. The order was not clocked over the line for the previous lap of the race. We are going to get one more. 20 seconds to go. Here's your race leader, Greg Chapman, who started second on the grid. Perfected the run round the outside to start the race absolutely perfectly here, Jacob. And has not looked back since. Pasquariello, by the way, is back on circuit, but now a lap down.
Yeah, it's been a very good run from Greg Chapman. Managed the race entirely, as you said, perfect start around the outside of turn 1. And here coming through the chicane for the final time in this race, but not the final time of the day, because he gets a rubber charge position up into the C final. The lap times he's been putting in have been very consistently good, and will put him in a good stead and a rhythm for the C final that the other C final drivers just won't have. So that's an advantage in that respect. Through the final corner then, and over the start finish line, Greg Chapman wins the D final. Too many Chapmans around today. Phil Holmes does recharge up into the C final with the 2nd place. Sam Webb holds on just about to 3rd place from Richard Pike. Sky Lee's finishes 5th. Dennis Smirnov 6th on the road with a penalty. Ben Brewerton 7th. Clifton Malcolm 8th. 9th was Chris Foxon. David Woodward is 10th. Adam Tamaraz 11th overall. Rana Khan 12th. 13th will be John Goodenough, and Michele Pasquariello finishing 14th, 1 lap down on the rest of the field. There is your final order for your lightweight D final, and we will move on to the lightweight C final once Greg Chapman and Phil Holmes have verified their weights with the adjudicators.
Indeed, we'll see them on the grid again for another 12-minute race. And there'll be another opportunity for either of them. I tell you what, with the pace that Greg Chapman had in that race, he wouldn't put it past him to go all the way up into the B final. Snack requests for Buckmore, chaps. Right. Well, I mean, Jaffa Cakes is always on there. A Victoria Sponge at Buckmore is always nice.
Victoria Sponge.
Yeah.
What? No.
We had one at the 24-hour a couple of years ago. It got someone a podium.
Okay.
Offering it to the box because I was on a tear with the commentators' curse that particular day. Yeah, but I mean, Jake, anything cake related, anything cake related will go down well. Just nothing with nuts, no hazelnuts, no almonds. Well, they'll all go to him.
Yeah.
If I have them, we will be down a commentator.
If anything, I'm the one you need to impress as well.
But my commentary curse, I think, is a bit more powerful. It's a bit more refined.
But it's not the curse that they're after.
Well, it's the opposite. It's the opposite of the curse. You've got to fend off the curse.
Okay.
And you can only do that with cake, as has been scientifically proven.
Yeah. Or chocolate, or sweets. Sweets I could go for.
Yeah.
Haribo's.
Haribo Star Mix is always a good one.
Tankfastics, Straubs, the lot.
So C final will be coming up shortly. Another group of drivers looking to continue their days into the B final. In fact, yes. So Roger that on the sponge. Absolutely, we'll expect to see that down in the southeast. I've just heard Tunnock's tea cakes in my ears from our director and producer Stu. Yeah, the Tunnings tea cakes yeah, I wouldn't put them in the Premier League.
Mid.
Yeah. Probably a Sheffield United level of performance, in the Championship, but not the best. Fraser Brunton for the win, says Amy Brunton. Hello, Amy. Hope you're doing well. Keep your comments of messages of support coming in. We're ready for the C final.
Let's have a look then, see which drivers have made their way into the C final and will be challenging for a place in the B. Max Davison starts this one on pole before he jets off back to the University of West England. Ben Tompkinson Gray is alongside him on the front row. Thomas Mullen third, Jeremy Deeks is fourth, Jake Sanders, the 88, will be fifth. Joseph Simcock starts in sixth. James Peace will be seventh, Mo Hassan for company on row 4. Owen Hollowell is 9th and James Ball 10th. Finn Paris-Phillips will be 11th for this one and Joe Milburn starts in 12th. Dimitri Wade and Jason Munson are row 7, row 8 is George Verardi and Walter Stultz. Aidan Marsh starts 17th with Rob Starley in 18th alongside. Tom Holland will be 19th and Zach Edelston 20th. James Browning, Jack Steele, Greg Chapman and Phil Holmes, the two from the D final, are the final 4 in this race, and it looks like, Andrew, we're just about ready to go.
We are indeed. 12 minutes on the timer once again. 2 places in the B final up for grabs. Who's going to get them? Well, now Max Davison didn't look too happy there about how things were going around on false starts.
Yeah.
False starts. So not quite sure what was happening there with Max Davison, but he gets a reprieve.
Well, the pole man's supposed to control the pace, Andrew, until the lights go green, and Max Davison was the pole man. Someone has somehow spun on the exit of...
Oh, is that Walter Stultz? It is. Walter Stultz, who's had a bit of a tough day for the second time today. He's going to need a kart change on a formation lap.
Yeah, I think in Stoltz's defence, I'd imagine he didn't see the false start flag and someone else did, so they slowed down unexpectedly and he's probably gone into the barriers trying to avoid them. Is the most likely scenario there. Hopefully he'll be able to get his kart going, and if I look out the window, he hasn't been able to so far. They will need to repair that tyre barrier before they get the race going, because having a yellow flag start to the race is not an advised move. So Stultz still out of the kart at the minute. There's a team of observers over there.
Time reduced to 10 minutes for this race once we're ready to get things underway again.
So Stultz is walking back. The cart is being pushed back. There must be some damage to that cart. Stultz walking back with his number plate and transponder in hand. Not sure if he'll be able to pick up a replacement cart or not. The rules around crash damage, I can't quite remember. There you go, you can see Stultz on your screens now. But yeah, a lot of the time with crash damage, the rule is you have to wait till the crash damage has been fixed, which would give an indication as to why Stultz is walking back to the pit lane rather than making a hurried jog of things.
So I don't think we're going to go this time around yet. We're going to go around again because things aren't quite right down at Marshall Post 3 yet. So Adam Delmont putting a bit of pace kart overtime here today. Just a reminder of the lineup for this grid. It should be a competitive race between Max Davison and Benjamin Tompkinson Gray. In terms of number of C3s already through to the B final, we have 6 drivers in C3 already through to the C final. So honours in terms of podium positions within class will not be decided in this race. Jacob, I just see there as I pop my head back up from the computer screen that we might be going round again for another lap.
Yeah, I can't quite tell if Stultz has been given an additional card. We haven't seen one come out of the pits, but then I haven't seen him throw his arms up in the air in frustration. So, yeah, he's disappeared from sight. Whether or not that means he's grabbing another car, I don't know. But I think we're rolling again in anticipation that he might be coming out. There's another car coming out of
Yeah, I
the
think
pits, but it's not Stoltz.
Yeah, it's another driver who had problems. Apologies, just trying to work out who that will be. Was that Aidan Marsh? Yes, Aidan Marsh hasn't been clocking through on timing. Sam Taylor goes past us, but he's a kart tester, so he's not going to be taking part in this race. Yeah, now we're good to go then. So Aidan Marsh rejoins the race. Albeit I think this might be from the back for Aidan Marsh. No Walter Stoltz for the start of this one. Might have to rejoin the race from pit lane. Here we go then, C final, attempt number 2. This is looking better straight away in towards turn number 1. Oh, now Benjamin Tompkinson-Gray takes the race lead. I can see on time scoring, oh, there's a real mess in Cafe Corner. Tyres displaced 1, 2, 3, 4 karts involved. The race is still declared good. Oh, it's the 88 and the 98 running out wide there. It's that Finn Paris Phillips getting in a spot of bother. Bit of a messy start here on the second attempt as well in this C final. Is that Joseph Simcock already up about half of the field, having come through this order? Here's the number 11 of Max Davidson trying to get past Jeremy Deeks, but I would just question, was that an okay start from Benjamin Tompkinson-Gray? Because the timing does not lie. He came over the line at 0.078, and there it is. Penalty jump start for Benjamin Tompkinson-Gray. This goes back to exactly what you were saying earlier, Jacob, that it is up to the race leader, the pole sitter, to set the pace over the line. They have the right to be going over the timing line first. That didn't happen. Benjamin Tompkinson-Gray now cannot go through to the B final. It's a 2-place deduction for a jump start.
Yeah, and speaking of ill-advised moves, Max Davidson tried to go at the inside of the hairpin there, found himself up on the curb. Jeremy Deeks defending that one. I think there might be a contact warning coming through from Max. After that one, Max will have another look into the final corner, thinks about the lunge, but thinks better of it, doesn't want to find himself up on the inside of that curb as well. So yeah, this is in effect the battle for the lead as Tompkinson-Gray remonstrates with race control, and there's a bump and pass for Owen Hollowell. He's in 10th place as well, so he's out of contention for the B final too, should he make inroads from there. Max Davidson goes to the outside. He's going to have another look up the inside of the hairpin, but first he's got to defend from the drivers around him. The 21 of Joe Simcock tries to come around the outside there, but I think is that Mo Hassan getting involved as well? With the red plate on. It's all to play for. Hassan to the outside there. That's not where you want to be realistically, come through the chicane. Deeks goes defensive once more. Davidson's got to make a move here if he wants to be heading off up the road. Unfortunately, Deeks is just too defensive.
I'm chuckling because I'm trying to think of a time before whenever I've seen a C1 red plate with what is lovingly nicknamed a Billy suit on. Well, Mo Hassan up to at 9th place. He's not raced this season, has Mo Hassan.
Good move that from Max Davidson into turn 1. Just takes the direct line out of the final corner, slots up the inside, and now there's problems for Deeks coming from behind. That's quite forceful there, and I think, who's that making the 3 positions in one corner? No, in front of Simcock in the red, the 88 of Jake Saunders. Excellent move from him. He's taken 3 people in one hairpin, and that, Andrew, takes move of the day for me from lightweights.
Yeah, that's a big bit of progress for Jake Saunders. Chance here, he can still be in the fight for those top 2 places going through, because again, Benjamin Tompkinson-Gray, it's a 2-place penalty. I can understand his frustration, but as I say, it's one of the most clear-cut penalties that you can have in Club 100, because it's right there in the data over the line. There can sometimes be a bit of a tolerance given, but yeah, 0.076, nearly a whole tenth ahead at the start line. I can fully understand why that has that has been given. It means at the moment Davidson and Saunders would. So yeah, Jake Saunders is now in a position where he would go through to the B final later on today. May not be aware of that, although right now he's dropped back out of it because Simcock has got that position back by the time they head through the Bruno chicane. 5 minutes and 40 seconds of this race to go. I wonder right now, Jacob, whether Simcock and Saunders are actually better working together to reel Davidson back in. I mean, they're going to try and do that anyway if they're not aware of the number 22's penalty. But to almost put both of their places through into the final by pulling Davidson back, swallowing him up, and then spitting him out the back of their mini group.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I'm not sure they will know about the penalty.
Yeah.
I think they'll both be thinking, let's work together to at least catch Davidson, so then one of us can go through. But what they might not realise is that both of them can go through if they catch up to Davidson.
And that's the thing, that the cart numbers are only on the front, and there's so much going on out there, you can't necessarily remember every single race number of every single competitor who's in your C final today. 4 minutes and 45 seconds to go, as down the inside, James Peace getting involved. James Peace taking 4th place away from Jake Saunders, so that's a nice move from the driver of the 181. I like that link design as well. That's what some people would term a retro race lid. I would classify it as a recognisable race lid. It doesn't look like a child has had a terrible accident with some paint in an art classroom.
Exactly. Contact warning coming in for Ron Starley, the number 70s, down in 17th place currently. We follow the battle for 2nd place, which has pretty much become a battle for 2nd place now. Max Davison's advantage over the rest of the field has eroded over the past couple of laps. We've got the 21 and the 181 of James Peace having a little look there. So certainly those 3 carts in the battle for 2nd, and the carts behind them, the gaggle of 4 or so behind this trio, will be looking to pick up the pieces should they start battling. There's 3.5 minutes left, so getting towards the business end of this race as a bumper pass comes through for the 137 of James Bull. James is quite far down the order in 10th, so not in this particular battle that we are following.
Heck of a battle going on between Jake Saunders, Mo Hassan and Phil Holmes. You just caught it in the background there. They were 3 wide on 2 occasions on this lap. And yes, I did say Phil Holmes there. So Phil Holmes has come from the D final and is at the moment the fastest driver on circuit. Here is this scrap. I tell you what, Phil could do this. Phil might still have a chance here of doing the D to the C to the B. That was a bit deep for one of the other drivers. I think that was Hollywell getting involved. So Phil Holmes now to P6 and needs to get up to where Joseph Simcock is at the moment to be going through to the B final. And the scrap has started now between Davidson, Simcock and Peace. So this is effectively for the race lead. Simcock looking down the inside. That's going to be a tight line. Oh, and Davidson loses the back end. Just under braking now, he protests, but there was no contact there for me. That was a driver off the main racing line. Just a little of peakiness with the grip of the racing line. Not as much rubber down there from the summer of racing. Lost the back end, lost the position. Peace has gone through as well in all of that. So James Peace using his experience to now be an effective race lead of this one. Oh, Simcock down the inside. Peace left the door wide open. So Simcock goes back into effective race lead. Max Davidson has got a contact warning. That's why he's frustrated there. There's Mo Hassan as well in the 150, so Mo Hassan could get involved in this. We've got 4 drivers competing for 2 spaces in the B final. Not all of them can go through, and Phil Holmes still there as well in the blue suit and the black helmet. This could be a brilliant finish to this C final.
I think Max Davison gets a contact penalty for the entry to the hairpin. Simcock went to the inside of him, and it was almost as if Max Davison was squeezing him out. Little tap there, and that's what got Max all out of shape under braking. He gets the contact penalty because, of course, he was doing the squeezing. I don't think it was a case of someone running into the back of him. And Simcock now up in the 2nd place. As you said, the net lead, he and James Peace, who have been working together for the past couple of minutes, now find themselves in the repechage places.
They do indeed, so they just need to keep heads down. Again, they might not know that the number 22 has a jump start penalty from the very start of the race. Just to confirm, just warnings at the moment for Jack Steele, Max Davidson, Greg Chapman, Aidan Marsh. The only penalty that we've seen in terms of ABCs side by side between Simcock and Peace through the hairpin. James Bull's ABC bumper pass. So all of these drivers are clear. Look at the speed that James Peace has got down the inside. Takes second place on the road. Goes back into a position that would give him the net lead. But look at Mo Hassan on the charge. Mo Hassan in the 150. Trying to break through into the B final after quite a while away from Club 100 Racing. That was a nice tight line from Hassan through the last proper corner. 7 seconds on the clock, so we're going to get another lap in here. It's a real shame for Benjamin Tompkinson-Gray because his pace has been great through this race, Jacob, but because of that jump start, he's ruled out of it. 4 karts, 4 drivers still battling for these last 2 spots in the B final.
Yeah, credit to Ben Tompkinson-Gray. He's ran a fantastic race here. As you said, the pace has been brilliant. He's controlled it really, really well. Peace. Oh, his contact there. Simcock is very angry. Thinks Peace has run him wide, but that puts Mo Hassan up a place. He's now going to be making the B final as it stands. Still 1 more corner to go. Hassan doesn't know that. He certainly won't know about the penalty. He's going to try and make an overtake here, Andrew.
Oh, needs to be careful that he doesn't bump and run. Oh, that looked a bit interesting to me from Mo Hassan. Over the line goes Benjamin Tompkinson-Gray. This one might take a bit of a while to sort out. Mo Hassan over the line, P2. James Peace, P3. Max Davidson, P4. Phil Holmes, P5. It's not beyond the realms of possibility here that Davidson and Holmes could be through to the final. We'll wait and see. There's nothing up on our screens yet.
I think Holmes is out of it because Tompkinson-Gray will only get a 2-place penalty, so he might have earned a reprieve.
If there's, I say, it all depends if there's any calls
applied in order.
Yeah,
the thing.
But it'll go from the back first in terms of the order of the penalties. Let's have a look at some replays from that race. So this is going to be the moment down. So this is whether this is a question of classed as forcing driver wide. It's tough to call because I wouldn't say that James Peace is necessarily driving Simcock right into the tyres. There was a definite gesture there from Simcock saying, "Hang on a minute, you took my P1 away from me." And then this one down into the hairpin. I mean, yes, there's a touch there, and there's a bit of a run. You can see that James Peace has been understeered there. So we'll wait and see if anything is called on those for those 2 drivers, because if there are, third places penalties may be applied first, then seconds, then firsts, because it's always the way to win a Club 100 race. You have to be penalty free. So nothing's come up on our screens at the time being, just to be absolutely clear on that one. Hello to Kevin Marsh. Shout out to Aidan Marsh. Yeah, really good drive from Aidan. Some really good drives across the board in that race. Aidan up 9 places from where he started, but had a bit of a difficult start, so a top 10 there. Phil Holmes, either way, great drive coming from the D final up to the C final, and has gained 19 places. Jack Steele, I'm going to mention, up 10 spots to 12th, and we'll wait for the confirmation of the results and who will go through to the B final, Jacob.
Yeah, interesting one. We've got most of our B final sorted. Chris Powell-Taylor will be starting on pole, and Michael Reeder alongside him. Towards the back, joining the likes of Jack Hopkins, Ryan Harris and Will Henn. We don't know just yet. We know there'll be 2 drivers. For all we know, Andrew, some of them are coming in underweight as well, which would add a lot more jeopardy
as
to the
we
whole
always
scenario.
say, the result is provisional with a capital P and R and O and V, and you get the picture through the rest. So yeah, we couldn't confirm anyway until we get the grid in for the B final, who has made it through. we are now seeing on our screens penalty plus 2 positions for Ben Tompkinson Gray jump starts. We knew about that one. Plus 4 positions, James Peace, contact driving by forcing a driver wide. And Mo Hassan, plus 4 positions, gaining a single place advantage as a result of contact. I've got to say, as I saw them here in the box, and obviously we both know from experience of when we've observed, it can look very different when you're down there at the circuit. I personally think that's the right call on both of those decisions. It's tough for James, it's tough for Mo. The situation with the jump start for Benjamin Tompkinson Gray has probably played into that, because if Mo knew that he was in a position to take one of those positions once the 22 had its penalty, I am sure that Mo wouldn't have gone all in on that last corner.
He's winning
if
he doesn't do that on the last corner, isn't he? But he obviously doesn't know that. Yeah.
So as a result, that means Max Davidson and Phil Holmes, 4th and 5th place on the road, they go through to the B final. So the tree for what a day Phil Holmes has had. 2 retirements when he probably could have had 2 top 5s. He's now got 2 free races out of repechaging his way through from the back of the field, and you never know, at this rate he could do it again.
Yeah, I think he'd be quite happy with the B final, but if he does get through to the A, then he really has got the bang for his buck, hasn't he?
Has indeed. Just a note on C3, we have got at least 5 C3s. In fact, no, make that 7 C3s in the B final. Have we somehow got any of them in the A final? No, we haven't. So very likely that we will see the B final be the deciding race for the C3s. There is the scene down in the dummy grid area, the drivers getting ready for this next race. And it'll be 4 positions available for the drivers to repechage through onto that final A grid of 26.
Drivers just getting ready down there in the pits. They've got to wait, of course, for the 2 from the previous race to get their lead sorted and the number plates and transponders, things like that. And they in turn had to wait for race control to apply all sorts of the penalties that were needed to be applied at the end of that one. They all need to be weighed.
Yeah.
In theory, if everyone bar one person is underweight in the C final, then that one person goes through.
Phil Holmes must also need a little bit of a breather and a little bit of a drink now that he's going and having his 3rd race in a row. I do think we've got all of our drivers in karts now, though, so let's go for it. B final up next. So another 12-minute race, 4 places on the back of the A final grid up for grabs. On pole position, Christopher Powell-Taylor for this B final. Michael Reeder alongside on the front row. Leo LaCastro and Rana Menon currently hold the other 2 of the repechage spots. Can they hold onto them? Luke Woodward and Thomas Layton, they'll be trying to take those positions away. They start on row 3. Murtaza Hassan and Keaton Ford go from row 4. Ewan Thomas and Curtis Mitchell, they go from row 5. It's then Bradley Pike and George Lawler, one of the C1s there on row number 6. Glenn Williamson is one of 7 C3s in this race, as is Lewis Sills. They go from row 7. Jake Wilkins and Owen Seeley start on row 8. Edmund Yaxley Aguilar and Sid Brewerton start on row 9. It's then Joshua Cope and Jack Hopkins on row 10. Ryan Harris and William Henn are the last automatic qualifiers through to this B final. Max Davidson and Phil Holmes, despite finishing 4th and 5th on the road in the C final, they have repechaged through due to penalties for other drivers. It's all set up here, Jacob Harris, for another entertaining race in the lightweight sprints.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this one. Places in the A final are gold dust. Certainly for that man on pole position, Chris Powell-Taylor, he'll be looking to take one of them and leads into turn 1. Great start from that side of grid. Leo Castro following Chris Powell-Taylor through into turns 1 and 2. They will lead the field coming out around 3 and down towards the hairpin. The 55 there of Michael Reeder still very much involved as everyone looks to make up some positions early on. All do so fairly
fairly evenly. There was someone a little bit wide. I think it might have been the lime green of Ian Thomas that looked to be getting close to the HP tyres on the exit. And look at this, Andrew, change for the lead coming through the right-hand kink.
Yeah, nice stuff there from Leo Lacastro, using his experience from owner racing to take the lead of this race. Went a little bit deep there through the Wilkins complex, through the Wilkins corner, but here's a challenge for second place. Reader down the inside of Powell Taylor. Woodward's going to follow through as well. You can see that the sun's starting to get low. The track will start to get a bit cooler here at Shenington. Just up to 5 o'clock local time here. But, no need to panic at the moment for Powell Taylor. Oh, but now there might be a problem. Now there might be a reason for concern, because Bradley Pike has got through. Bradley Pike, leading in the C3s at the moment, has got up into 4th place. Right now, that would be a spot that sees a C3 through to the A final.
Yeah, that would be a hell of a result for him in terms of C3 standings. Chris Powell-Taylor is not too keen on letting it go quietly, though. Round the outside's not going to work there. Hold the inside for turn 1, I think, Chris, and maintain 5th position for now. Indeed, he does. Fastest lap for our race leader, Leo Lacastro. He's doing exactly what he needs to do out in front, but Michael Reader is still in close contention there. Luke Woodward fancies a look into the A final as well. He's running well in 3rd in this one. Chris Powell-Taylor seems to go defensive into the hairpin as Ryan Lennon gets a contact warning. He's the one just in behind there in the 74. Wide into the head chicane goes Rana. Points to the other driver as if to say, well, how about a contact warning for him? Hairpin tyres for Jack Hopkins in the 101. He's down in 24th place and will not be going through.
Rana just probably some rear left, just caught into the little gully on the far side of the go. Oh dear, Jake Wilkins is out of contention in this race. Has had an incident down at the Stratford hairpin, so no A final today. Driver with the number 23. 9 minutes to go in this race. Leo Lacastro continues to lead this race. Michael Reader just under a second behind, ahead of Luke Woodward, who's currently your fastest driver out on circuit at 52.913. Bradley Pike, P4. Still just outside the top 4 is Christopher Powell-Taylor, who seems to have refound a bit of rhythm at this stage of the race with Glenn Williamson. There's a reason there for both of them to work together, not just to try and get through into the top 4, but for Glenn Williamson, this would be quite a key move up into an A final, and not just for himself, but to knock one of his rivals in C3 out of that points scoring opportunity of an A final. Bradley Pike currently the only one heading through to the A final. That's a nice move. Woodward down the inside of Reader up to P2.
Yeah, one thing we didn't mention with these repechage places, when there's 4 of them, that move there for P2 is upper row in the A final. And it doesn't seem like much. We kind of alluded to earlier in the heavyweights that A place in the A final will do. But being that 1 row up the grid gives you the opportunity to make that lunge into the first corner rather than the driver in front of you, and could potentially set you up for a better A final. We shall see if there's any benefit to that after this race, but for the moment, Luke Woodward is the one who will get that penultimate row start with Leo Lacastro.
I've just been checking some of the points. Glenn Williams actually hasn't done a full season, so unless something truly remarkable happened, Glenn Williamson would not be part of the title picture for the C3 or the novice class. At the moment, leading in that class is Lewis Sills, 36th place overall on 715 points. The advantage is 8 points over Walter Stoltz going into today's racing on drop scores. Sills currently in 14th place. Stoltz not in this race, of course, had problems and didn't run in the C final, so Lewis Sills could still be extending his advantage in that part of the championship table here today. Meanwhile, Christopher Powell-Taylor, 6th on the road at the moment, just ahead of Rana Menon. Mentioning Christopher, this is a tenuous link if you ever wanted one, was one of our previous drivers to get some free track time from CLUB100 virtue of winning a CLUB100 iRacing Class Championship a few years ago, when the prize drives were in the Endurance Teams Championship. If you want your opportunity, or best opportunity, to win one of those 3 prize drives for the 2026 a race entry into the SB40 or the Experience Senior Championship, get on to thesimgrid.com as soon as possible. We've got 10 places remaining. 4 places have gone of the maximum 50 allocation during this broadcast, and we've still got a few drivers that I know on the peripheral who just haven't got their entries in yet. So if you want to make sure that you don't miss out on round 1, Tuesday, 6 p.m. the free practice starts on iRacing, 7:30 for the proper stuff. Entries close 6 p.m. tomorrow night over on the Sim Grid. £30 for the whole season to potentially win up to £275 worth of racing and iRacing credit as well. That wasn't an overtake for the lead. That was Leo Lecastro moving past Jake Wilkins, who is a lap down. I don't think Leo was totally pleased there with the conduct of the driver 1 lap down. Hasn't lost too much of his lead though, still has a 1.1 second advantage.
That lead is slimming though, Andrew.
Yeah.
And Luke Woodward is the fastest man on track. Indeed, last lap was his fastest all. Leo Castro's pace is pretty decent, to be fair to him. He's just not quite at the level that Luke Woodward is at the minute. And with 5 minutes left in this one and only a second between them, it wouldn't surprise me to see them close up a little bit and potentially bring Michael Reeder into the conversation for the race win. Glenn Williamson is currently the driver in the final repechage race. There he is in the 42. 52, Bradley Pike for company. Chris Powell-Taylor not out of it either in 6th. But interesting to see if these guys start fighting with you know, if they close up with kind of 3 minutes left, I'd anticipate the fighting would start straight away in the hope of not leaving it too late. As I said, when Luke Woodward took Michael Reeder, he's moved himself up a row there in the A final, and certainly another place would solidify his spot on that row, as well as his spot in the A final. Michael Reeder would be kind of in the position of, well, if I overtake one of those, I've got 2 carts between me and dropping out of the day entirely. Glenn Williamson, if he can get involved, will be thinking, I need that safety barrier between me and Bradley Pike in 5th.
Owen Seeley a bit deep there into Wilkins' corner. Means that Keaton Ford gets back up into 9th place. 4 minutes of this race to go. Lecastro from Woodward, Reeder, Williamson. At the moment, those 4 drivers, they are going through to the A final. Bradley Pike just outside at the moment in P5. Christopher Powell-Taylor just missing out on the A final today there in 6th. Contact warning for Lewis Sills, who is 16th at the moment, coming off the C3 podium. Right now it would be Williamson, Pike and Curtis Mitchell who would be taking the trophies, the class trophies home. But I tell you what, let's put those class trophies aside for a moment, because Bradley Pike is starting to wind things back up again. This is the fight for the final spot on the A final grid, Jacob.
Yeah, smoothly through there from Pike. You see that blue line now signifying where you need to be for repechage into the A. It's heating up for the front 2. The gap is half a second. The gap's even smaller between Glenn Williamson in 4th and Bradley Pike in 5th. That's the one we're seeing right now. Not quite close enough to be making an overtaking manoeuvre here, but Pike will certainly be thinking about where he might be quicker than Williamson across the course of the lap, and considering his next chance to make a move. We'll keep an eye out the window as well on the lead group. This one is at the moment ever so slightly closer as we come down to the final corner. Looks to be on for Pike. If he can make a dive up the inside, he can't. The door is shut by Glenn Williamson. There's that battle for the lead. A contact warning in for one of our repechages from the C final, Max Davison, who's made his way up to 17th. Phil Holmes, the other repechages, in 20th at the moment. So not bad running from either of those two. But yeah, still that little bit of a gap, which gives Glenn Williamson just the cushion enough to stave off an attack from Bradley Pike. But Bradley Pike is running out of time, and he'll be able to see that as he comes and crosses the line next time. I think we'll get 2 more laps after this, if my math is correct.
Yeah, think we will do. There's been a change for 6th place behind those two fighting over the last spot in the Repchar spot. And Murtaza Hassan has got through past Christopher Powell-Taylor to move up to 6th place on the road. You never know, Murtaza Hassan might not be out of this for taking one of those top 4 spots. Here are your leaders. Leo Lacastro, very experienced driver. Tell by the little visor sticker that he's got, and he's running the British Kart Championships in previous times. Luke Millwood, though, still the fastest driver on circuit. A little bit quicker than Lacastro last time around. Both of them in the 52.6s right now. Williamson started to turn the pace up as well. Has been the winner of the C3 category in a round before. And for those of you who are looking for the graphics, they'll all be done tonight once we get home for all of the weekend's results. 38 seconds to go on the clock, so you're absolutely spot on, Jacob. This next lap will be the last lap of the race. Luke Woodward wants, well, there is again one of those little trophies on offer for a B final win. What is a very competitive lightweight sprint category here in 2025. Leo Lacastro pushing on. Well, as long as they don't do anything silly, they'll both go through to the final, the A final. Both of them want to win this race.
Yeah, a little point forward last time round from Woodward. As he looks to the inside of the chicane, you would be pointing forward saying, I'm not going to overtake you if you were planning on a sneaky move on the final lap. I think they'll both be happy with the A final, and indeed this time round Woodward just isn't close enough. Approaching the final corner, Leo Castro, I think, is going to go lights the flag here pretty much, Andrew, and take a B final win.
That's a properly professional job from Leo Lacastro, who wins the B final. Will proceed on to the back of the A final grid. Woodward will join him, Reeder as well. Glenn Williamson wins C3. With that result, is the only C3 to go through to the A final. He pips Bradley Pike to that last spot on the 26 strong grid. Bradley Pike will still take second in C3, and it's a useful set of points for Bradley Pike today in the championship running. Of course, C3 will go on to Buckmore Park, because you never know. Someone could have an absolutely stellar day on the last day of the season. I think Bradley Pike's put himself back in title contention with that performance here today. He's beaten the likes of Murtaza Hassan, Christopher Powell-Taylor, who unfortunately does not make the A final. Both C1s in that B final do not go through to the main event. Rana Menon P8, Owen Seeley P9, Curtis Mitchell completes the top 10 and the C3 podium. Edmund Yaxley Aguilar 11th, Keaton Ford, Thomas Layton, George Lawler, the other of the C1s, and Lewis Sills all in the top 15. This is, of course, before any post-race penalties are applied. P16 for George Lawler. In fact, now the penalties have been applied, so Lawler slips down a bit. Brewerton, Henn, Davidson, Cope, Holmes, Hopkins, Harrison, Wilkins, the 24 finishers. We've missed out Thomas there, who goes up into the top 15 as a result of that. So, end of things there. That will all be confirmed over on results.alphatiming.co.uk/CLUB100 if you want to review all of those results. One more race to go, Jacob, but it could potentially be race of the day. Could it be a race of the week? It is the Sprint Lightweight A final, and more reasons to stay tuned in here at Shenington. So get ready.
Sorry, I thought that was the little pause thing that we do in between races. I didn't want to say anything.
What have you been your thoughts of the racing so far today?
I think discipline-wise, it's been excellent.
Yeah. It's been a lot better.
I'd say excellent. You know, there's been penalties, and not least in that C final, unfortunately, towards the end. But that one lap of craziness aside, I think it's been a massive improvement on what we've seen so far this year in sprints. Really excited for this A final. I think there's a lot of drivers who are in very, very good form, not least the Chapmans, Don Balasitis, and then you got your mix of the championship contenders with Fraser Brunton, Dante Dillon in there, Rory O'Regan looking to make up for suboptimal heats, should we say?
Yeah, it's just not quite gone into the right kind of rhythm today so far for Rory. Just to confirm, our expected top 4 from the B final are all confirmed and through to the A final, which will be one of the busiest races of the day. 26 drivers, of course, in the sprint lightweight A final. Yeah, it's a very mixed up grid in places here. Let's get ready for it. The last race of the day here at Shenington, the lightweight sprint A final, is next. So for the 8th time this year, it is a lightweight A final. Here is your grid for it. Max Chapman starts on pole position. Dom Balasaitis alongside on the front row of the grid. Fraser Brunton and Dante Dillon, 2 of the championship contenders. They go from row number 2. Ethan Saunders-Wilkes and Salvador Newman start on row 3. Thomas Northcott and Nick Lacasas go from row 4. Dan Seeger and Logan McAllister, they start on row number 5. Reigning champion Andrew McWilliam needs a big race here to keep his mathematical chances of returning that number 1 plate alive, I think. He's joined by Jake Chapman on row number 6. Ben Sanders, Tommy Lee, they're on row 7. They're ahead of Callum Martin and Hugo Eriksson. Rory O'Regan really does need a big race here. He doesn't want to lose too many points in this one. He does not want a repeat of what used to happen to him in the junior categories, of having his chances of winning a championship end on the penultimate day of the season. He starts on row 9 alongside Harry Collins. Row 10, Sam Lovelace and Alex Forward. And then your drivers coming through, your last row of automatic qualifiers, Zach Watson and Dan Shaw. Then your drivers who have come through from the B final, Leo Lacastro, Luke Woodward, their row 12, Michael Reeder and Glenn Williamson, who just by being in this final is the only C3 through. He automatically wins the C3 category, even if he doesn't turn a single corner. They start on row 13.
Even if he gets excluded, Andrew?
Yes, because you'd still score points for, as long as you're not excluded from the meeting.
Okay.
You can be excluded or, not classified in the A final and still technically won the C3 Classic in the
You could literally kill a man.
No, you couldn't do that because that you'd get excluded from the meeting.
Yeah, I guess.
But anyway, we get some practice laps, of course, in this one.
He might not die until like the day after. Either way, let's hope he doesn't.
Hello to Jacob and Dan Underhill. Jake, I think is Jacob on that? I don't know if Jacob's on the comments at the moment. Great coverage, guys. Catch up soon. We definitely will. Heading up to Warden Law in a few weeks' time. Question is, should my dad race super heavyweights at Button?
No, it's embarrassing. Put yourself in C1 where you belong, Dan. I'm not gonna give any kind of counter argument to that. Mr. Harris has spoken. Indeed, this is a non-pot trophy hunter commentary box here today. 12 minutes, of course, for this A final, and it could be a pivotal race in the championship. Just going into this one, let's actually have a little bit of a review of what the drivers are potentially looking to drop here. Rory O'Regan, of course, will formally, officially, it'll be gone, it cannot come back, drop a non-attendance final from round 3 with any kind of results here today. He does also have, at the moment, what's his next level? 7th last time out. That he will want to get. So really, Rory O'Regan needs to finish 6th or higher in this race, because otherwise it will probably end up as a counting score at this stage of the season, which is not what he wants. Fraser Brunton, in comparison, will get rid of an 8th. Sorry, no, he'll get rid of a 26th place at round number 5, as long as he doesn't finish last here today. So Fraser could take a big haul of points forward in terms of counting scores with this one. Dante Dillon is what's Dante looking to get rid of? He's looking to get rid of a 12th here today from round number 4. On alpha timing, they're already counted as drops, but in terms of how we always do it in the maths in the box,
we don't fully consider, or at least I don't fully consider a drop to be a drop until it is 100% a drop and gone, because you never know what could happen at the end of a season. A couple of drivers coming in to do kart changes. Dante Dillon is one of them.
We've seen a fair few, Andrew.
Yeah,
We've got
Ben
Ben
Sanders.
Sanders in, we've had Dan Shaw in, we've had Leo Castro in, we've had Thomas Northcutt in as well. So yeah, a fair few drivers opting to take an alternative kart for this one. They should feed out nice and quickly into this formation now. The last of them came in just as you started that sentence, and I've rambled on for long enough to see Dante Dillon there coming out of the pit lane.
Last time this weekend, last time today, again, Tuesday night, if you're on iRacing and you are a driver who's racing Club 100 past or present, same for the BUKC, current driver in BPEG, a notable relation to any of the above, so a cadet driver's dad or mum or auntie or uncle or grandpa or grandma, and you can be in as well if you are a member of a BUKC affiliated university society, or you are in possession of Motorsport UK esports licence. You can get across to thesimgrid.com, search for Club 100 Racing, get entered before 6 p.m. tomorrow. That's when the transfer deadline window shuts. It's not going any beyond. No. Oh, but Andrew, can I race at 9 o'clock? No, I've got admin to do. So 6 p.m. and the Tim Wider team have got admin to do. So 6 p.m. is the hard cut-off line for round 1. You can then enter for round 2 onwards. The entries will reopen after Tuesday night's racing over on the Double Dash Motorsport Media channel. MX5s at Navara. Free car, free track. So what a way to start the season. That's all mid-week, of course, competing for racing next year in the SP40 or Experience Championships up north, and the iRacing Dollars as well. Here, though, at Shenington, we are looking about set then for what could be an explosive final here in the lightweights. Along that front row, Dom Balasaitis, Max Chapman. But who's going to win this race? 12 minutes away we go then for the A final here at Shenington. Good start for Balasaitis, decent one for Chapman as well. Chapman will hold the inside line and take the race lead. Side by side between Balasaitis and Brunton off of turn number 2. Should be advantage Brunton though by the time they get to the next corner. Yes, it is. Look at the number 15 coming through as well of Ethan Saunders-Wilkes on the outside. Dante Dillon going down the inside for P4. Thomas Northcott's also had a decent run. Where is Rory O'Regan in all of this? I think he's still around at about 15th place. He's not made too much progress, but at least he's not fallen back. Salvador Newman and Dante Dillon going wheel to wheel there through the Bruno chicane. Good start though for Max Chapman, who leads in the early stages.
Yeah, Dante locking up there, but don't be too worried about that. He seems to do it every lap. I think he wants to do it on purpose. It's not the start that Rory O'Regan would have hoped for. But yes, 4 wide coming down into the first corner. They've dissipated a little bit, but there's still 3 of them going side by side. I think that's Andrew McWilliam on the inside of that, our current reigning champion Northcutt, who took a kart change in the warm-up as well, getting involved there, but McWilliam looks to have come out on top. I think Ben Sanders was the other one involved.
Challenge for the lead. Brunton's taking the race lead away from Max Chapman. That's down at Stratford. Hairpin. Dom Balasaitis is looking to get through as well. Ethan Saunders-Wilkes, who started the day strongly in the heats. So Brunton is your new race leader. Just to note, I do think Rory O'Regan made that 4 wide work. He did the line that you talked about earlier, Jacob, just held the inside, whilst everybody else was having a bit of a meeting off to driver's right. And Rory O'Regan picked up probably the easiest 3 positions that he's picked up all day. End of lap number 2 then. Brunton is your race leader from Max Chapman. Balasaitis, Saunders-Wilkes, and Dante Dillon, that's your top 5. Dillon going down the inside, trying to get himself track position up the order a bit. But Ethan Saunders-Wilkes is not just going to roll over and give that one to the runner-up in last year's championship. Salvador Newman is there in 6th place, leading the next group. Rory O'Regan has got through past Logan McAllister. It's now up to P8.
Can Fraser Brunton pull away from this group is the question. I think he'll be looking to. He went very defensive when he first took first place, but now he's got to get the power down and see what kind of lap times he can set You see him take a much wider line there into the, well, I say much wider, a little bit wider than he was previous lap, but on the exit of this corner, Andrew kept very much to the left last time round. Takes a more conventional racing line this time, but he's not pulling away from Balasitis and Chapman at all. It might be a bit more defence from Fraser for the remaining 9 minutes. Let's see how that one pans out. The top 5 still bumper to bumper. Dante Dillon at the back of that pack, just biding his time at the moment. He's where he needs to be in the lead group. Tell you what though, Rory O'Regan, fastest lap last time out.
Yeah, really good work there from Rory O'Regan to get up into 8th place. Remember, we mentioned something in the top 7 is really what he needs, just to make sure that his 2 worst scores at this stage of the season are still his 2 worst scores. So that non-attendance at one round earlier on in the year and a P7 at another one of the races. He doesn't want that P7 to come back into play by finishing where he is or lower at the moment. Battle for second place. Balasitis is through. Past Chapman there. Saunders Wilkes was having a go as well as they went through the first couple of corners. Max Chapman's up against it now. Is down to 3rd place. Dante Dillon patiently waiting there in 5th place, but he doesn't want to see Brunton and Balasitis galloping away. Penalty, ABC takeout for Luke Woodward. So that's going to be places demoted for the number 46. Can't quite see who's fallen off there. I think it's tyre repairs once again down at the Bruno chicane. Brunton and Balasitis. That's a very, very big duo to have at the front of this field, Jacob. Brunton, we know, very strong this season. Seems to be getting a bit of a head of steam going. Balasitis, meanwhile, his pace, his history round this place is pretty strong. He's wanting to put right some of maybe the wrongs in previous rounds.
And he's pulled right up to the back of Fraser Brunton on that last lap. He was 4 tenths quicker than him around the circuit. I thought Fraser might have had a little bit of respite from the battling, the way that Balasitis and Chapman were going side by side. And speaking of side by side with Chapman, Dante Dillon up into 3rd place. Dante furiously points to the back of his head, and Max Chapman vigorously agrees that they need to work together now to get out ahead and catch up with the lead duo, who are breaking away. They've got about a second's gap back to Dillon, who currently leads the charge from 3rd place. Dillon did exactly the same when he passed Ethan Saunders-Wilkes a lap previously. Let's see if they can work together to reel in those front 2. Balasitis, whilst he has closed that gap to Brunton within the space of a lap, seems content to sit behind just for now.
Balasitis did win the heat against Brunton earlier. Apologies, I was mistaken when I said that Brunton had done the clean sweep. He had a 1st, a 2nd and a 1st across the 3 rounds today. Still pretty good. That's a good amount of championship points being hauled in by the former Cardiff University BUKC driver. Fastest lap for Fraser Brunton at the moment, but not on the previous tour of the circuit. Rory O'Regan now up to P7. Only 2 seconds off the lead here. Has just had a contact warning though. Needs to be careful. Dante Dillon trying to encourage the cart along there. I don't think he's totally happy with things out there today. Max Chapman closing in. So it's 2 by 2 by 2 at the moment in the first 6 of the field. Brunton digging deep. That's a big lap from Fraser Brunton. That's a huge lap of 52.287 because it puts him half a second clear now of Don Balasitis. If he can keep kicking here, Fraser Brunton, this could be trouble for Balasitis, because Balasitis on his own might fall into the clutches of... That is no longer a 2 by 2 by 2. That group is forming up into a pack of 4. If Balasitis loses his slipstream off the back of Brunton, he could be very, very vulnerable here to Dillon, Chapman, Newman, Saunders-Wilkes, and even Rory O'Regan back there in 7th place. These are pivotal moments, Jacob Harris, of this final.
I've got to admit, Andrew, I didn't think Fraser had the pace to do this, to gap the rest of the field. I thought as soon as he got into the lead, he looked very defensive and didn't seem to be able to break away. He's turned it on now, hasn't he? He's setting really good lap times. Balasitis is responding, though. He's no slouch either. He goes faster on that last lap, but faster again is Dante Dillon, the man with the fastest lap overall now. A second separates these 3. Chapman's not out of it either. Newman's still there. Saunders-Wilkes and Rory O'Regan This could go anywhere. We've still got 4.5 minutes left of this one. Over half a normal heat left. Still plenty of chance for action.
Gotta say, the response from Balasaitis on that last lap was absolutely brilliant. When the call came in for a bit more pace, he responded, and he's responding again. Dante Dillon needs to keep hitting in those 52.2s to close up this gap. He's done it on one lap. Can he do it lap after lap after lap? And Fraser Brunton now knows it, so he's kicked once and it's not worked. He's not been able to get rid of Dom Balasaitis, who put in a 52.130 on that last lap, a new fastest lap of the A final. Dom Balasaitis closing in now, more than closing in on Fraser Brunton. Does he go for the move? Yes, he does. Down the inside into Stratford hairpin. New race leader Dom Balasaitis, but he's gone too deep on corner exit. Brunton draws back alongside, retakes the race lead. That's good for Dante Dillon. They'll have lost a little bit of time, not too much time with that exchange. Will they now, Jacob Harris, try and work together to get that gap away to Dante Dillon up to around 2 seconds?
Yeah, I think Fraser had a little look over his shoulder there before he repassed Balasaitis, saw where Dante is and probably thought that's a little too close for comfort.
Yep.
Balasaitis, though, wants that lead back. Fraser might be realising now it's time to go defensive for the rest of the race.
Yeah, and as I say, we've seen Fraser Brunton try and perform defensive heroics. You think back to Wilton Mill earlier on in the season where he had to get the elbows out. 3 minutes to go in this race. Dante Dillon still third. Rory O'Regan now up to 6th place. So today's result is now a scoring result. He's getting rid of his non-attendance round from earlier in the season. That's gone, but he's keeping a 7th place in the previous round of this championship as a potential drop, depending on how he does at Buckmore Park. He's not giving himself too much to do in the last round of the season. He's got to keep going, of course. At this stage of the season, every single position, every single point is going to count here. And in the same story for Fraser Brunton, if he can hold on to this race lead, remember it's 130 points for a race, 150 points for a race win, 145 for second place. Balasaitis, not part of the championship contention, has only just switched over into the seniors in a similar manner to what we saw with Rory O'Regan 12 months ago. He just wants race wins. He just wants to be on the top step of a podium. Brunton down the middle of the road, defensive, 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, there's 2 more laps after this one. I think Fraser's realised now is the time to defend. If Balasaitis gets back ahead of him here, he's going to struggle to reclaim that lead. Dante Dillon is very close, and you can see with the gestures that Dante's making to Salvador Newman around him that he thinks there's a chance he can still win this one, because Fraser and Balasaitis are still battling very, very close there. Yeah, Fraser white line it, Dante almost in shot. Fraser's going to stay over to the left-hand side here now. Dante, you can see him. He knows there's a chance. He knows there's a chance. There's going to be this is the penultimate lap. There's going to be last lap next time they come around. Fraser can hold this lead for 2 laps, and he's won.
But the thing is, he's bringing everybody else back into play here. Down towards Stratford once again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Salvador Newman still has a great chance of a podium here today. I've never seen Dante Dillon this animated behind the wheel of a kart before. He wants this championship. He was so close to winning it 1 year ago. They're 2x2. They're almost bump drafting once again, NASCAR style, down the back of the Hanger Straight. Balasaitis cannot find a way through at the moment. Newman looking around the outside. 4 of them together. 1 lap to go here at Shenington. Who's going to win this race?
Could be any one of these 4. Fraser's going to white line the whole lap, I think. He didn't defend into the hairpin last time round, but that was the only place he didn't defend. Surely this time he goes cautious. He leads them out of turn 3. Tricky here for Balasaitis. If he doesn't go defensive as well, and Dante Dillon is straight up the inside, he's going to go for it anyway. Dante Dillon to the inside, takes 2nd place.
Big move there from Dante Dillon. Rory O'Regan's up to P5 as well, is gaining more championship points. But Fraser Brunton could take a hammer blow to everybody else's championship hopes with a win here today. I don't think Dante Dillon's going to be close enough for a go into the Wilkins corner. Fraser Brunton finds a way to win this race off of the final corner. Thumbs up there. Fraser Brunton wins at Shenington. Fraser Brunton wins round 8 of the lightweight sprints. Dante Dillon, a brave second place. Dom Balasaitis, third on the podium. Salvador Newman is top C2 with a C1-like performance in P4. Rory O'Regan, I think, still stays in the championship fight. We'll do the maths tonight. He will need a really, really good score at his home circuit of Buckmore Park if he's going to take the fight and the title away from Fraser Brunton. But at least it's another top 5 for him. Ethan Saunders Wilkes, P6, finishes second in C2. Max Chapman is third in C2 and wins the sibling rivalry between himself and Jake. Jake one position behind in 8th. Sam Lovelace 9th. Andrew McWilliam, I think that is going to be the end of McWilliam's realistic title defence hopes. It's a P10. Really, he needed to be right up there at the sharp end in that top 3 today to roll things on to Buckmore Park. Leo LaCastro, P11, great drive from the B final, rapid-charging from the back of the grid. Nick Lacasas, Dan Shaw and Zach Watson all in the top 14 on the first page. Tom Northcott in 15th. Dan Seeger probably deserved more than P16 today, but he had some really good heats. Did the drive with the number 7. Tommy Lee, Alex Forward, Logan McAllister and Luke Woodward all in the top 20. Good effort there from Logan McAllister on one of his first runs here at this level. Callum Martin, Glenn Williamson, 22nd and 21st and 22nd. Williamson top C3 here today. Hugo Eriksson, Ben Sanders, Harry Collins and Michael Reeder all finished the race. No retirements in the A final. And a really, really tense one. Fraser Brunton will extend his championship lead here tonight. Jacob Harris, that was an A final that I feel like delivered.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Fraser and Dom Balasaitis have been excellent all day and fully deserve their places on the podium. The thing for me I want to highlight, Andrew, is that heat earlier with Rory and Dante.
Yeah.
I can't remember what number it was, but the difference, I said at the time, Dante was always going for that move on Rory. When he made it, he would have Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 grinded across that curb to make it happen. And the ramifications of making it happen, he's the one on the podium, and Rory has to settle for a 5th place in this one. It's those kind of margins that just, they were 1 point separated going into today. It's those kind of margins that will decide the championship come the end of the year. Dante made the move when he had to, and take nothing away from Rory, I don't think he had the greatest car in that heat, and he did what he could with what he was given.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's when people talk about being decisive in sprints, it's not just taking the place there and then, it's taking the place there and then and putting yourself in that kind of position to get yourself on the podium in the A final at the end of the day as well.
Absolutely. So we will find out who our champions are on the 23rd of November down at Buckmore Park. Do very much hope you can join us either on your Alpha Live broadcast or at the circuit, of course. Great viewing balconies there at Buckmore Park. So that will be our last senior sprint of the year. That will be our last Alpha Live broadcast of the year, but we've still got another 2 broadcasts between now and then. So your next Club 100 live broadcast action will be at Warden Law, Karting North East, on Sunday the 26th of October for the next round in the Cadet and Junior North Championships. And then a full weekend also at Buckmore Park to round off things for the Cadet and Junior Souths. That'll be on the weekend of the 8th and 9th of November. If you haven't seen the title picture yet for some of the titles, some of the championships in those divisions, go have a look at them on results.alphatiming.co.uk/club100 in the next 10 minutes or so. There is going to be a lot to talk about when we get to Buckmore Park. There will be, I reckon, at least one of those titles, hopefully 2, hopefully more, go all the way to their last A finals of the year. Jacob Harris, any last words before we sign off? No, all good, all good. We'll see you at Buckmore Park for late November. Thank you very much, everybody, for joining us. Thank you to Stu, thank you to Adam, thank you to the whole team out there on circuit, all of our camera operatives. Without them, we couldn't do our jobs. Thank you to Molly Varga, who's been running things here today, the whole Club 100 team, and to Shenington Kart Racing Club for being kind hosts for us again. Thank you to you all at home for tuning in. Hope you have enjoyed it. If you're new around here, do click that subscribe button. If you've enjoyed the commentary at _MM on your social media channels. My name's been Andrew Mather. He's been Jacob Harris. Thank you very much for joining us here at Shenington. Whether it's the cadets at Warden Law, the cadets at Buckmore Park, or the seniors at Buckmore Park, we hope to see you very, very soon. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday evening. We'll see you very soon. Bye-bye.
Good night.